Magical Energy Industrial Era. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 276, War Reparations. Duke Carlisle's face was grim as he watched Loy's aura blade, unleashed amidst his haste. He had made numerous arrangements, launched a surprise attack on the night of the Festival of Divine Grace, and yet the attack had landed right in front of him. Of course he was furious. However, his reaction was swift. He raised his hand, his thick fingers covered in crystal-like aura, radiating a purple light. Then, with that hand, he directly caught the incoming aura blade. This was an act of madness, yet he did it, and actually grasped the aura blade in his hand. However, his expression shifted from calm to shock. He turned his head slightly, staring blankly at the aura blade trembling in his hand, as if trying to break free. The quality of this aura was beyond his imagination. But only for a moment, a ruthless look appeared on his face. He exerted force with his 5 fingers, and dark purple aura spread. With a bang, the aura blade was crushed in his hand. Loy was somewhat disappointed, but he couldn't care less in the next second. Because the armored axe warrior realized his mistake and began a frenzied counterattack. His battle aura was unique, belonging to the earth element, but not with the heaviness of the earth. Instead, it was viscous, soft, and corrosive. It felt like a swamp. Once you were trapped, you couldn't escape. His battle axe was imbued with the power of ice. Wherever the axe blade passed, his battle aura was coated with frost, and anyone who touched it was doomed. His axe skills were honed through countless trials, becoming second nature. His battle axe seemed capable of slicing through anything in its path. Luo Yi tried to clash with him a few times but gave up immediately. Even with Divine Sigh, Behemoth Heartbeat, and the Hercules Bracers, he couldn't contend with this kind of power-type warrior. But his speed was faster, his reflexes were pushed to the limit. He could even predict the trajectory of the opponent's battle axe and dodge in advance. His movements were also incredibly agile, twisting and turning like a snake or python to evade attacks. Even when he couldn't avoid it, he used various methods to parry. For example, the 6-fold deflection field inherent in his double-layered snake-scale armor, and the electromagnetic shield built into his silver-based armor. He had plenty of options. Even so, he didn't forget Duke Carlisle, seizing every opportunity to strike. For instance, his aura ray, like a laser beam, was impossible to defend against. And then there was the flamethrower. The 25mm bullets never stopped, and Roy even unleashed a flame ray, catching Duke Carlisle off guard. To be honest, Roy had some regrets. He had only just acquired this gun. Otherwise, if he had modified all the special bullets he possessed, especially armor-piercing rounds, he could have given his opponent a real surprise. It's worth mentioning that Duke Carlisle didn't attack. Like a venomous snake, his small eyes were fixed on Roy, scrutinizing every movement, every strike, every habit of his attacks. He seemed determined to see through Roy completely before delivering a fatal blow at the opportune moment. And that opportunity came quickly. The armored axe warrior roared, his battle axe slashing down, creating a series of afterimages and countless blades of battle energy, aiming to shred Luo Yi. Luo Yi countered with 3 consecutive swift wind 10 slashes, instantly unleashing dozens of battle energy blades that clashed with the battle axe. Even with Luo Yi's long preparation and lack of counterattack, this head-on clash with a 4th-tier warrior still caused her to tremble and be forced to retreat. At that moment, a figure darted out from behind the armored axe warrior. He stepped on the axe warrior, his massive body accelerating suddenly, and a fist slammed into Luo Yi. This punch, seemingly ordinary, was imbued with dark purple battle energy, almost tangible. It even seemed to pull at the surrounding space, as if the heavens and earth were constantly shrinking and shrinking under its force, making the fist seem to fill the entire universe, leaving no room to dodge or avoid. Luo Yi was still surrounded by battle energy blades, but they were shattered by this punch. However, Luo Yi's reaction at this moment was equally swift. He twisted his body, standing still in midair, and then, without hesitation, stomped on the air, creating a series of eagle phantoms. His battle aura, glowing with golden red light, seemed to burn, converging on the silver angel rapier. This was the pure blood of the Lion King, possessing a battle aura carrying and transporting ability far exceeding ordinary abilities. But this wasn't the end. Suddenly, the world fell into infinite silence, as if an incomparably terrifying being had descended. It did nothing, merely turning its head, staring at the enemy, and abruptly opening its eyes. Then, a vast pressure descended. This was the sacred technique, Divine Sigh, Dragon's Might Unleashed. Luo Yi had to admit that he had underestimated this kind of pressure-controlling skill, always thinking it wasn't very useful. With mental preparation, resistance would increase dramatically. But in reality, the strength of this sacred technique lay in its surprise attack. Even a fourth-tier calamity, with terrifying strength, would be stunned if struck suddenly. Duke Carlisle, as the direct recipient of this power, felt it most acutely. His previously ferocious expression suddenly froze, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. His fist, his once formidable fist, instantly lost 3/10 of its power. At that very moment, Loi swung his sword, unleashing all his might with a silver angel rapier. A golden red aura blade appeared, flashing outwards. Boom! In mid-air, the aura blade collided with the fist, golden red and dark purple light intertwining. A circular shockwave suddenly appeared, spreading outwards and creating a mushroom cloud. Loi's figure could no longer be stopped. Like a falling kite, he plummeted straight down. Even with mid-air adjustments, he still created a large crater within the lion manor. Dust rose, the earth trembled, and then dust fell. In the sky, Duke Carlisle was also sent flying, his massive body rolling several times, looking extremely disheveled. Finally, it was the armored axe warrior who caught him. However, Duke Carlisle, consumed by rage, kicked the armored axe warrior away, straightened his gentlemanly attire, and slowly descended. Dark purple battle aura swirled around him, like a jade belt, carrying him as he slowly descended. At this moment, Roy also rose from the ground. His battle aura was almost depleted, but he unhesitatingly bit into the small bottle in his mouth and crushed it. Isis's spring of wine flowed into his body, and the immense life force quickly transformed into battle aura circulating within him. Furthermore, Alfonso Zeke arrived with a large group of knights. Although they were of little use on such a battlefield, when Lion King covered him, Roy could gather their battle aura and concentrate it within his body. Thus, at this moment, he confronted Duke Carlisle without hesitation. In the void, it seemed as if two powerful forces were colliding and clashing wildly. A long silence filled the air, a stillness like the calm before a storm, oppressive and suffocating. Finally, Duke Carlisle spoke, "You're quite good. The Raymond family is indeed envious to have an heir like you." Loy grinned, "I'm quite disappointed in the Carlisle family. I see absolutely no noble manners or elegance in you." Grand Duke Carlisle grinned, "Etiquette is nothing more than a ridiculous threshold set up by the weak to distinguish themselves from others. If you are strong enough, truly strong, elegance, etiquette, and rules are no obstacle. If you are strong enough, your habits are etiquette, your actions are naturally elegant and graceful, and your words are rules." He paused slightly, then added, "I thought you were a wise person, someone like me, but I didn't expect you to be so naive." Loy tilted his head in thought for a moment, then nodded, saying, "You're right. Rules are set by the strong. However, I'm not like you. I am the Lion King, and you are at most a ferocious jackal." At this moment, Loy finally lost his patience. He said, "All right, enough nonsense. Duke Carlisle, you didn't come here to reminisce, did you? Just say it, you should be able to guess. It's about the Marquisate of Carlisle. A bunch of good-for-nothings forced me to come from 1,000 miles away to resolve my family's internal affairs. It's a joke. Your joke is coming here on Divine Grace Day to start a war. If I want to solve a problem, of course I have to deal with the person who caused it first. Well, I'm sorry, the person who caused the problem, Marcus Carlisle, is dead. I admit, he deserved to die. A fool, dead is dead. I also admit that the Carlisle family lost this war, and you will get what you deserve. Name your price, 200,000 Bonaparte guilders. This is war reparations, paid by my Carlisle family to the Raymond family, to finally settle this noble war. How about it? Fine, I accept this war reparations." Loy narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "However, this is just war reparations." Grand Duke Carlisle chuckled, "If that's what you think, then so be it. I have no objection. Then let's leave it at that. That's settled." Grand Duke Carlisle raised his hand, and the moon-shaped spaceship drew closer. Magical crows cawed wildly, but the spaceship came to a very steady stop in front of Grand Duke Carlisle. He gave Loy one last deep look before finally stepping onto the spaceship, along with the armored axe warrior. The moon-shaped spaceship started up and headed east, its speed increasing rapidly. Several fourth-tier powerhouses soared through the air, chasing after it and boarding the spaceship. Just a few minutes later, the moon-shaped spaceship had disappeared from everyone's sight. Only then did Loy relax. He turned around, and with a crackling sound, a set of silver-based armor detached, transforming back into a silver cabinet. Beams of light descended from the sky, revealing several fourth-tier warriors returning one after another. Second update delivered. Chapter 277, Killing the Chicken to Make an Example. Lion Manor. Loy, are you alright? Are you hurt? Where are you hurt? Loy had just relaxed when a figure rushed to his side. Lilia pulled Loy close, looking him up and down, worried he might be injured. Loy quickly showed himself, casually moving his arms and legs, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine. At most, I've just exhausted my energy and used up some strength. I'll be fine after a nap." He said this, but behind him, a magical scarecrow had already scattered on the ground. Alfonso Zeke, quick-witted, rushed forward to help cover it up. At this moment, Otto finally spoke. "This Grand Duke Carlisle is truly utterly unruly and reckless." Iron Knight Phil chimed in, "But that's the confidence of an Imperial Grand Duke. Look at his trip, not counting himself, he's accompanied by 7 fourth-tier calamities. In the entire duchy, perhaps only the Norman family commands his respect." Otto continued, "The question is, what exactly is his purpose here? To deliver war reparations, those 200,000 Bonaparte gold shields? To be honest, I really didn't expect him to be so agreeable, even willing to give 200,000 gold shields." Roy finally spoke. "That's because he felt he couldn't gain an absolute advantage, so he took a step back. Is 200,000 gold shields a lot for an Imperial Grand Duke? So, his trip is to resolve the Carlisle family issue." Roy slowly nodded. "The Bonaparte Empire needs constant internal strife and conflict within the Norman Duchy, so the Carlisle family cannot be allowed to fall into disarray. The Grand Duke came here to deter those with ulterior motives and to ensure the Carlisle family's status. The reason he's passing through our area is because, in his view, dealing with the Raymond family is equivalent to solving all problems, and no one will dare to interfere." Using this as a warning to others, "We've become the chicken that's looked down upon." As she said this, Loy seemed to realize something and immediately said, "Hoover, Butler Hoover, I'm here. Inform Alan Wells to keep a low profile. The Raymond family will not interfere in the aftermath of the Carlisle Marquisate. Also inform the Grand Duchess Norman, my mother, and explain the Grand Duke Carlisle's arrival so she can prepare." After a slight pause, Loy added, "Finally, inform Earl Wick. That old fellow can still cause the Carlisle family some trouble. We can't let him just disappear like that." "Yes," Butler Hoover responded in turn to make the arrangements. This news was incredibly important. An Imperial Grand Duke had led 7 fourth-tier warriors into the Norman Duchy. The phrase "a dragon crossing the river" wouldn't be an exaggeration. A mishandling of the situation could bring disaster to countless individuals and families. Loy, however, turned to Olivera and smiled broadly. "Teacher Olivera, congratulations on achieving your goal of creating a cataclysmic event." Olivera remained expressionless, simply nodding slowly and asking, "And what about this time? What else can we do? Remember it. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. We have plenty of opportunities, just don't forget." "Forget? Am I that kind of person? All right, everyone disperse. It's late, it's time to go back to sleep." Yes, though he said he'd go back to sleep, Loy couldn't sleep at all. He led Lelia directly to the top floor of the Mage Tower. There, His Majesty St. Bartholomew was busy working on a machine. With Loy's keen eye, it wasn't hard to tell that it was a milling machine, already taking shape. And the St. Bartholomew, with a single levitation spell, had a steel ingot floating in midair. Then, with another scorching ray, he sliced and cut, smoothing away the edges and corners, shaping it into a gear. He further polished it with quicksand, making the edges relatively smooth and perfectly aligned. Even a novice like Loy felt a strange fluidity. The effortless casting was truly enviable. Loy approached and bowed respectfully, saying, "Tonight, Your Majesty, I've been fortunate to assist you. I won't offer any words of thanks. If there's anything I can do for you, please feel free to ask." Lord Bartholomew paused, tilting his head slightly to look at Loy, and asked, "Do you think I intervened because I wanted something from you?" Loy shook his head decisively, denying it, and added, "Your Majesty, that's absolutely not what I meant. What I wanted to say was that a small act of kindness should be repaid with great gratitude. Tonight, you not only saved those 3 mages for me, but also Duke Carlisle, saving countless lives. Therefore, if there's anything I can do, I'd be happy to." Lord Bartholomew was pleased to hear this. He tilted his head in thought for a moment, then said, "You should know that I lack nothing. However, your designs and concepts are very interesting. If possible, design more magical machines like these. I look forward to your creations." "That's exactly what I'm going to do, so please rest assured." "Then that's settled. I won't disturb you any longer." Loy bowed slightly again, then turned and left, his steps still steady. Lelia, however, did not leave. Instead, she walked to His Majesty St. Bartholomew, slowly sat down, and seemed lost in thought. His Majesty St. Bartholomew, after busying himself for a while without hearing her speak, couldn't help but ask, "Lelia, little girl, what's wrong? I feel so weak and incompetent. I own a mage tower, yet I can't help at all." Lelia looked up at St. Bartholomew and said, "Can you teach me how to become powerful?" His Majesty St. Bartholomew couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Why should I teach you?" Lelia suddenly stood up, lifted her skirt, and slightly bent her knees, saying, "Because you'll be my teacher from now on. Isn't teaching apprentices what a teacher should do?" "Hey, becoming my apprentice is very difficult." "It's alright, I'll try my best." "Then why don't you lend a hand? You've been watching for so long and haven't even offered any help. You really have no sense of propriety." Oh, I'm coming." Meanwhile, in mid-air, on the moonship, Grand Duke Carlisle casually ripped off his gentleman's robe, revealing his fleshy upper body. A thin sword wound appeared on his chest, barely breaking the skin without damaging the underlying fascia. Yet, as the Grand Duke gently touched the wound, feeling the slight pain, his face could no longer contain its rage. "Damn it," he abruptly stood up, stomping his foot on the coffee table in front of him. The solid wood furniture, normally exceptionally sturdy, shattered under his foot, splintering like bullets. Only those surrounding him, all-powerful figures, could remain unfazed. Even so, the moonship's defensive spells were activated, barriers crumbling beneath the splinters. At this moment, Duke Carlisle was like a tyrannical dragon. Even those present, all 4th-tier warriors, were trembling with fear. Only the Pale Knight, with his seniority, spoke up. "Grand Duke, you actually had a chance to kill him?" Back then, Loy was already at his last gasp. "Kill? How?" Grand Duke Carlisle glanced sideways, and only when he saw it was the Pale Knight did his anger subside slightly. His voice, however, remained filled with anger. In full view of everyone, using assassination techniques, the Grand Duke of the Empire personally dealt with a powerful Earl of a duchy. "Do you really think the Carlisle family is like the Church of the Sun God or the Bonaparte family, capable of controlling everything? Even dealing with the Lion's Castle in secret requires a coalition of powerful forces, done silently, without a trace. Let alone now, I never came here intending to kill him, only to bring strong men to force him to admit his mistakes. Once the Raymond family is dealt with, once this troublemaker is eliminated, no one will dare cause trouble. I just didn't expect that so many people, so many strong men, couldn't take him down." He paused for a moment, then spoke more slowly. "Actually, before, I did have murderous intent. This illegitimate son is excessively talented. No, it's not just talent anymore, he's already a powerful figure." "Then why? His Excellency of the Habsburg Empire has already made his move. Do you think he'd just sit and watch me kill someone? If you were to intervene directly, it could escalate into conflict between the two empires, something no one could afford." The Pale Knight was still somewhat unwilling. "And now? Just ignore it all? If this new lion grows up, he won't let it go easily. I won't let it go easily either." "Black Mist, I'm here," the assassin in the crimson cloak replied. "When we get back, send your most elite spies to Flower Territory to keep an eye on his every move. I believe we will have a chance." Meanwhile, in Auxerre City, the Grand Duchess handed the paper to old Marcus Freud, saying, "Take a look too." Old Marcus Freud took it, glanced at it, and his expression changed drastically. He actually came in person. "This is our Grand Duke Carlisle. He never plays by the rules. So what do we do now? He's here, so let him have it. Even if he supports a new Marcus, it will take time for him to control the family. and even more time to compete with us. We've already achieved our goal, just giving up like this, Afra, aren't you resentful? Marcus Freud, you haven't grasped one thing. My goal was never to destroy the Carlyle family. While it would be better if it collapsed, maintaining the balance is also a good option. These things are incredibly troublesome, and I'm not good at them. You make the decisions. Afra, now, you only need to tell me one thing. What should we do? Of course, we should summon enough fourth-tier calamity experts to prepare for the arrival of this Imperial Grand Duke. I feel like I can't even finish adding more chapters yet, crying. Chapter 278, Maxim Magic Machine Gun. 2 days later, outside the city of Auxerre, in midair, the moon-shaped airship hovered, with 7 fourth-tier calamity experts standing on either side, their imposing auras seemingly more dazzling than the sun itself. Of course, the other side was not to be outdone. In the void, from all directions, vast auras surged, some powerful, some mysterious, some masculine, some sharp, some dark. None of them revealed themselves, but the sheer number of auras they displayed was no less than that of the people brought by Grand Duke Carlyle. However, Grand Duke Carlyle showed no fear at this moment, appearing calm and languid, like a well-fed beast, displaying a leisurely air. It wasn't until Grand Duchess Afra arrived in mid-air on a golden magic carpet that the two sides faced each other across the void. They didn't shout for battle, nor did they break off relations. Instead, they displayed a courteous demeanor. Grand Duchess Afra even smiled and said, "Welcome, Grand Duke Carlyle, to the Duchy of Norman. Your arrival brings honor to the city of Auxerre." Duke Carlyle also smiled, his smile much gentler. "It is my honor to be personally welcomed by the Grand Duke of Norman. Then let's go downstairs and talk. Whatever the matter, let's lay it all out and it will be easily resolved. I've been waiting for you to say that, please, please." And so, everyone saw 4 ranks surrounding them, their auras surging, as if a great battle was about to break out at any moment. But in the center, the 2 Grand Dukes were chatting happily, laughing and joking. This is the hypocrisy and compromise that nobles are supposed to have. Flower territory. Lion Manor, 2nd floor, study. Loy looked at the news in her hand, a mocking smile involuntarily appearing on her lips. 3 days, just 3 days, and a matter that had dragged on for several months was completely resolved. Grand Duke Carlyle first discussed with Grand Duchess Afra, making some promises and reaching some agreement, which actually made the Grand Duke stand by and not express his opinion. Then, Grand Duke Carlyle recruited several noble families, using threats, coercion, and promises to turn them into pawns. They attacked like madmen, targeting any nobles who dared to harass the Carlyle family. Even Erlwick, who quickly withdrew after receiving a message from Lloyd, couldn't escape retribution. He dared not do anything, much less retaliate, and could only swallow his grievances. As for the successor to Marcus Carlyle, the new Marcus, the Grand Duke's selection methods were even more ruthless. He disregarded background, ability, and strength. He simply fed all candidates a poison, suppressing their fighting spirit and physical attributes. Then, he removed all armor and magical artifacts, giving them only the most basic longswords, and imprisoned them in the arena. Grand Duke Carlyle's exact words were, "Only the most ruthless one is the Marcus Carlyle needs." This is the Carlyle family. They may lack talent, they may lack natural gifts, but they must be ruthless enough. Ruthless not only to their enemies, but also to themselves. This is the Carlyle family's tradition. You could call it madness, but it's enough to inspire fear. In the end, only one of the 12 members of the Carlyle family bloodline emerged. His name was Theron Carlyle, from the lowest branch of the family, who had suffered discrimination since childhood. Yet now he had risen to become one of the most esteemed figures in the Duchy of Normandy, the new Marcus Carlyle. Then, the Grand Duke Carlyle took him under his wing for 3 days. In just 3 days, when this man reappeared, he was a spitting image of the Grand Duke Carlyle. He had only learned a fraction of the similarity, yet he inspired fear and awe. Of course, the war reparations that the Grand Duke Carlyle had promised to Lloyd also arrived. 200,000 of the finest Bonaparte gold shields, each weighing the equivalent of 1.5 Norman gold coins, were escorted by 3 extraordinary knights and a 3rd-tier mage. 3 days after the moonship departed, it traveled upstream along the Ruhr River and was delivered to Loy. Thus, the noble war in Frost Moon Canyon came to a complete end. However, Loy felt no joy whatsoever. Although he hadn't lost face or substance, being attacked at his doorstep still left him with the humiliation of being forced to sign a humiliating treaty. Knock knock knock. The knocking at the door brought Loy back to his senses. He said, "Come in." Butler Hoover pushed open the door and stepped aside. A slender young woman strode in. She wore a bright red robe, radiant and flamboyant, with a belt cinching her waist, highlighting her perfect upper body curves. Her face was fair and clean, her skin flawless, and her eyes were large and bright, possessing a strange calm yet brewing storm within. This was Christina Becker, the granddaughter of the mage Memnon and a level 9 second-tier mechanical mage. She looked at Loy with no fear in her eyes, but rather with curiosity, the curiosity one feels for someone her age. She asked, "Count Loy, did you need something from me?" Loy looked at her, but didn't speak immediately. Instead, he tapped his finger on the table, remaining silent, seemingly hesitant. Christina, somewhat displeased, said, "Count Loy, if you have something to say, just say it. If not, I'm leaving." Loy finally looked up at Christina and asked, "I heard you're passionate about magical firearms and aspire to become a respected gunsmith." "Yes, what's wrong?" Christina replied, her eyes shining as she looked at Loy and asked, "Do you want me to forge a custom magical firearm for you?" "Haha, you have good taste. I'll definitely produce a work that will satisfy you. However, you'll have to prepare the materials yourself, but I can give you a discount on the processing fee." Loy smiled but didn't answer. Instead, he said, "Don't you think that magical firearms have gone astray these days?" Christina frowned upon hearing this and asked, "What do you mean? Can you stop beating around the bush and just say what you mean?" Loy continued, "Actually, this world isn't lacking in powerful professions. Not to mention the rare professions of ancient times, even those prevalent across the continent today. Those who reach the top can possess immense power. Why do we need another magic gunner? Why do we need magic-powered firearms? What advantages do these magic-powered firearms offer?" These three questions finally calmed Christina down. Following Loy's train of thought, she tilted her head and pondered for a long time, her brows furrowing more and more tightly. "So? You think manufacturing powerful magical firearms is wrong?" "No, it's not wrong, just a different need," Loy said. "Truly powerful magic gunners naturally need special firearms to unleash their full potential and compete with the truly strong. That's one path, but it's not the whole story of magical firearms. In my opinion, the greatest function of magical firearms, even magical cannons, is to bridge the gap between the weak and the strong. A magic apprentice who has just begun meditation, knowing no magic at all, can, with a magical firearm, cause a knight who has trained for years, even decades, to perish on the spot. If they undergo intensive training and form an army, they can even make powerful knightly orders fall on their charge." At this moment, Loy looked directly at Christina, his voice deep yet full of vitality. "If, and I mean if we could invent even more powerful standardized magical firearms and equip more armies of magic gunners, would it be possible to cause even third-tier transcendents to perish on the battlefield? Would it be possible to make even the noble fourth-tier calamities retreat?" Christina almost blurted out, "How is that possible? Before the advent of magic-powered firearms, did you ever imagine that a magic apprentice who had only begun meditation could kill a full-fledged knight?" Christina shook her head, explaining, But that's different. Third-tier transcendents have numerous methods, let alone fourth-tier powerhouses. They are like miniature natural disasters." Loy laughed, leaning back and saying softly, "If you don't even dare to imagine it, how can you possibly create powerful magic-powered firearms?" Christina finally reacted, shouting, "Loy, Earl Loy, don't give me that nonsense. Now, tell me, what exactly do you want me to do here?" "I want you to design a magic-powered firearm. It needs to be sturdy and durable, highly adaptable, inexpensive, have immense destructive power, and be easy to maintain. I want to use it to arm my legion, and more importantly, to completely end the era of knights." He paused slightly, then continued, "Christina, do you want to create such a groundbreaking magic-powered firearm?" "I do, but that's impossible. If it were that simple, countless mechanical mages would have already accomplished it, and the Empire's main force wouldn't be using second-generation magic-powered rifles anymore." Loy grinned. "Just because they can't doesn't mean I can't, and it doesn't mean you can't. If you're willing, I'll help you." Christina paused for a moment, then said, "If such a weapon truly exists, I will certainly inform the Empire. I never intended to hide it from the Empire when I approached you. As long as the Empire gives me a share and doesn't take everything, that's fine. Loy added. After you succeed, you can go to His Majesty Saint Bartholomew. In that case, I can agree. Tell me, what kind of earth-shattering design do you have? Loy raised his hand, and the proverb ring appeared, surging with magical light, producing a stack of documents. He pushed the document in front of Christina, saying, "This is the heavy machine gun I want you to design. It uses canvas ammunition pouches with a capacity of 333 rounds, capable of continuous feeding, and can also be used in single-shot or burst mode, with adjustable rate of fire. Its effective range is 2,000 meters, and its theoretical rate of fire is 600 rounds per minute. Like in Frost Moon Canyon, just 3 of these heavy machine guns can form a fire network in a confined area, blocking all attack routes. No matter how many people come, they'll all die. I've given this magic-powered machine gun a name, the Maxim Magic-Powered Heavy Machine Gun." At this moment, Christina couldn't hear what Loy was saying anymore. She was simply captivated by the weapon's design, her eyes practically glued to it. First chapter delivered, more to come. Chapter 279, An Old Friend Arrives. Christina was led out by 2 maids, one on each side. It was clear she truly loved magical firearms. Even as she left, her gaze never left the blueprints given to her by Loy. Loy found it amusing, but once everyone was gone, his expression immediately turned serious. His fingers tapped repeatedly on the table, the sound echoing as his thoughts drifted further and further away. You have to admit, while Loy had many ideas and concepts in his mind, he was extremely cautious with everything he presented, fearing anything that might be against regulations or exceed his authority, thus inviting unnecessary trouble. Don't think this is impossible. A single magical forging machine was highly sought after, let alone others. Out of a sense of awe, Loy hadn't presented any weapons so far. He hadn't mentioned airplanes or tanks, for fear of losing control. Even in business, he focused on processing and smelting, avoiding military manufacturing. This was because he had reservations. But Grand Duke Carlisle's surprise attack had changed his mind somewhat. Perhaps, when the time is right, one should be aggressive, and have enough leverage to make people take your presence seriously. Therefore, he carefully selected this classic Maxim heavy machine gun. Actually, he originally preferred another model, the 6-barreled Gatling gun, known as the meat grinder of the battlefield, with a rate of fire of 1,000 rounds per minute. However, Deep Blue's information all came from books that Loy had previously read and scanned. While there were indeed blueprints for the Maxim heavy machine gun stored, there were none for the 6-barreled Gatling gun. Furthermore, Deep Blue's records clearly stated that on another planet, the true terminator of cavalry was this Maxim heavy machine gun. When it appeared on the battlefield, knights were completely swept into the dustbin of history. This point was what impressed Loy the most. Of course, the choice of Christina was also the result of Loy's long consideration. On one hand, he really didn't have many talented people under his command. Lelio was already busy enough, having to study with His Majesty Bartholomew, and simply couldn't find the time. On the other hand, the emergence of such a battlefield weapon would inevitably attract the attention of the Empire, so it was better to be open about it than to hide it. In fact, it was clear from the actions of the Imperial Ambassador Robinwater that the Empire was quite particular about its actions, and he might even gain some benefits. After careful consideration, he handed the design blueprints to Christina, though he still felt a sense of personally unleashing a killing machine. Ultimately, however, he simply shook his head, casting aside all these chaotic thoughts. Even without him, such killing machines would appear one after another. War is an eternal theme for intelligent life, and one that can never be avoided. In any case, the incident caused by Grand Duke Carlisle left Loy in a bad mood for a long time. He not only focused on and supervised the construction of factories, railways, and mines every day, ensuring sufficient logistical supplies and personnel, but also devoted a great deal of time and energy to cultivation. Not only did Lady Palacios need to be stationed at Siren Port, but Oliveira was also in seclusion, consolidating her cultivation level. Iron Knight Phil and Flame Sword Saint Otto, however, couldn't escape. Almost every 2 days, Roy would drag them into a battle. No restrictions, no mercy, they could use any means necessary, unleashing their full combat power, just like a real battlefield. The 2-day interval was for Roy's battle aura to recover. Even with all his potions at their maximum, it would take him 2 days to return to peak condition. Then, the next battle would begin. Even at night, while sleeping, he wasn't idle. His auxiliary learning module activated, creating various dreams, combined with the data collected by Deep Blue, designing various scenarios and enemies for Roy. At this point, it wasn't just Iron Knight Phil and Flame Sword Saint Otto, it included all the 4th tier opponents he encountered. To be honest, in such high-intensity combat, it was Phil and Otto who were the first to give in. They had never experienced such a frenzied battle, and more battle. But they couldn't say that if Roy, a 3rd tier transcendent, could withstand it. How could they, as 4th tier beings, retreat first? In the end, they could only grit their teeth and endure. The results of this high-intensity combat were also gratifying, as the proficiency in extraordinary combat techniques visibly increased. Not only were their uses more refined and controlled, but their power also continuously improved. Of course, it's also worth mentioning that the Divine Brilliant Breathing technique, acquired from the Empire, had been thoroughly analyzed by Deep Blue and divided into 2 parts. Divine Brilliant Breathing technique, accumulation LV1, 3/100, this part is a method for accumulating battle ki. Although its main theme is the Divine Brilliant Breathing technique, it actually incorporates many other breathing techniques. Mysteries. Divine Brilliant Breathing technique, refinement LV1, to over 100, this part is a pure body refining technique. Based on Luo Yi's physical attributes, it maintains maximum destruction and repair, and uses Deep Blue's health monitoring module as a benchmark to ensure the maximum effectiveness of the training. It should be said that Deep Blue had accumulated enough information about breathing techniques at this point, even understanding the principles behind advanced breathing techniques. The reason why advanced breathing techniques are superior to ordinary breathing techniques lies in their complex condensation process, which ensures that the quality of battle ki is higher than that of ordinary battle ki. In fact, Luo Yi no longer needs this. The battle ki condensed a second time by Divine Psi is no less than that of 4th tier attribute battle ki, let alone advanced battle ki. In addition, the battle ki condensed by advanced breathing techniques will also have some biases. It may be more profound, have stronger explosive power, improve reaction speed, or have faster acceleration. Some may provide greater enhancement to a certain aspect of the body, or may even guide the elemental attributes of the battle ki in advance. In short, the effects are numerous, varied, and difficult to distinguish. The Holy Brilliant Breathing technique focuses on recovery, maximizing the recovery of muscle fatigue, various external injuries, nourishing the internal organs, and resisting viruses and toxins. This is actually the most effective for physical training, which is what Luo Yi values most. In addition, this breathing technique, which comes from the Church of the Sun God, naturally guides the attributes of a person's battle ki towards the holy direction. Long-term practice can make the power of light and fire in the battle ki manifest. The 2 most desired attributes of Luo Yi's battle aura were actually these 2, which led to this modification. Otherwise, for him, the difference in effect between advanced and ordinary breathing techniques wasn't as significant as he imagined. Until near the middle of the month, on January 15th of the new divine calendar 313, Luo Yi finally heard good news. His friends had finally arrived. Brussels, Ruhr River Dock. A luxurious passenger ship slowly docked. A boatman quickly threw out ropes, tying them to wooden stakes, rapidly slowing the ship's speed. Others laid out planks and erected a bridge, allowing passage. Leading the way were Gary Mills and Mrs. Linda. Luo Yi stood on the shore, smiling as he watched the two. Gary Mills, it's been a long time. You're getting more and more fashionable, of course. Don't you know who I am? These leather pants, this hat, these clothes, they're perfect for unleashing my fighting power. Wait, you've become extraordinary? How did it happen so fast? On the battlefield, in the face of life and death, the more times you go, the faster your strength improves. Gary, why don't you give it a try? Just kidding. Cultivation is for protecting those I want to protect. I don't want to be tortured. That makes sense. That's what I think too. It's just a pity that some people don't want me to have peace. MRS. Linda, it's been a long time. You've become even more beautiful. Is this the glow of love? Lori, it's only been a short time. Why are you already so glib? I'm telling the truth, not a single lie. Douglas, my old friend, it's been a long time. Come, let's hug. I remember coming by once in between. How did it become a long time ago? Haven't you heard the saying, a day apart feels like 3 autumns? If you put it that way, I really do miss you every day. Every time I'm researching magical machinery, I'm thinking of you. Loy, about that magical telegraph machine you told me about last time. I've made a new discovery. Why aren't you saying anything, Douglas? I invited you here to have fun, and you immediately start discussing magical machinery with me? Is that alright? What are you saying? I came here to discuss this with you face to face. Can we wait a bit? Do you think this place is suitable? Mura, come here, let me see. That aura, that demeanor, good heavens, I almost didn't recognize you. Maruna, why did you come alone? Where are your 2 children? Did you bring them along? Lion Vasquez, not bad, finally transcendent. When we get to Lion Manor, let's test it out. Let me see how strong you are. Earl, please don't joke with me. I couldn't even beat you at Tier 2, let alone now. Haha, I love hearing that. Loy didn't come alone, he brought Lilia, Aang, and Butler Hoover. Everyone knew each other, though their relationships varied, but seeing each other now brought a joyful feeling of reuniting with old friends. Maruna liked to mingle with Butler Hoover, while Lilia and Mira had endless topics to discuss. Aang approached Gary Mills and Mrs. Linda, greeting them with a smile. These days, he was increasingly imitating Olivera, becoming more and more taciturn, and now he was unusually hearty, smiling. After the greetings were over, Loy didn't let them get into the carriage, but instead waved his hand, saying, come on, I'll show you my territory, my city. Here, you can walk sideways and no one will dare stop you. Second update. Chapter 280, Invitation. It must be said that the arrival of his old friends rescued Loy's terrible mood. With a smile on his face, even the servants and maids of Lion Manor felt much brighter. Butler Hoover prepared a sumptuous feast, and everyone ate, drank, chatted, and laughed loudly. Their conversations invariably revolved around Auckland, Philint Magic Academy, the events that had occurred there, and those who were alive or dead. Maruna cried. A middle-aged man wept like a child, remembering his wife, that gentle yet strong woman who always offered him the greatest comfort when he was weary. But this gentle woman had died at the hands of the Bloody Mary pirates. Whenever he thought of her, her voice and smile seemed to still appear in his dreams. Mira also smiled as she recounted the past, talking about her first meeting with Loy. At that time, 3 distant relatives of the Greenman family had inherited the estate, but only she, upon meeting Loy, chose to attach herself to him without hesitation. And so, there came to be Gentle, the current CFO of the Roy Fitz Magical Corporation, whose daily life under her control is enough to terrify many. Her 2 relatives, the older Sam Greenman, are already dead. Having suddenly acquired immense wealth without the power to protect it, he naturally became a target for thieves and robbers. It's said he died at the gambling table, stripped naked and frozen to death. As for the young Evan Greenman, he was much smarter. He took his inheritance back to his hometown and lived as a wealthy man for a long time. Unfortunately, he ultimately couldn't resist temptation. With his vast wealth, he began to flaunt it and seek the limelight. He assumed the mercenaries and detectives he hired would guarantee his safety, but it was their collusion that cost him his life. A fire burned his house to ashes, along with his body. His wealth had long since been divided among the mercenaries and detectives. This is the consequence of a poor person suddenly becoming rich, and only she chose the right path, climbing step by step to a high position. Even with Mira's composure, she couldn't help but sigh with emotion whenever she thought of this. Leon Vasquez also boasted about his past. As a third-tier transcendent, he had experienced countless battles, many of which had narrowly escaped death. He had always fought his way out of desperate situations with a large bow. However, if he had to pick a time when he considered himself the bravest, it would be on Guano Island, when he questioned Roy and Olivera. The ambush and being ambushed by the Bloody Mary and the Imperial warships had drawn them in, making him think they were being used as bait, only to be taught a lesson by Roy. Thinking back now, his arrogant demeanor in front of Roy and Olivera was definitely the peak of his courage. It must be said that Leon Vasquez's exaggerated expressions and words amused everyone and even flattered Roy. Next, Lady Linda shared an embarrassing anecdote. Loy had once purchased a sacred lava core for 10,000 gold tires. She then spent several nights sleeping with that 10,000 gold tires under her pillow, savoring the allure of wealth, before reluctantly handing it over. Looking back, how ridiculous. Douglas Hill recounted his first visit to Provence Manor for a banquet. He had been quite aggressive, ready to cause trouble. As the second in command of the Moonstone Mage Tower and an Imperial mechanic, he intended to teach Loy a lesson. However, Loy won him over with just a few words, and they even reached a cooperation agreement. It was the most successful collaboration of his life, and his current status and position all stemmed from it. Perhaps Loy possessed such charm, capable of turning enemies into friends. The lively conversation dispelled the last trace of awkwardness from their long separation, and the laughter grew louder and louder. Even Olivera emerged from his secluded chamber to meet with everyone, his usually cold and indifferent expression softening considerably. The next day, Roy led everyone on a tour of flower territory. They headed north to the foot of the Dome Mountains, where, in the distance, the flat land was suddenly dotted with undulating mountains. Layer upon layer of peaks, shrouded in mist, were breathtakingly beautiful. They then traveled east along the main road to Sunset Town, where they witnessed a magnificent scenery of the setting sun over the long river and galloped wildly in the horse farm. The thunderous roar of thousands of horses was a truly awe-inspiring sight. Roy also selected a warhorse for each of them, imbued with the blood of a magical beast, to take back to Auckland City. They then followed the river, where they saw rolling fields and flower beds, all carefully tended by the local people. It was only because the season was wrong that the fields were overgrown and the flower beds withered, otherwise, it would have been a truly captivating sight. In the east of the city, Roy also took them to Raymond's new style academy. Inside were all the second sons and illegitimate children sent by various families, and of course, a very small number of eldest sons with inheritance rights. There were over 400 in total, all earned by their fathers through military merit. They would learn magical knowledge, basic meditation, the fundamentals of magical machinery, and even magic gunner training. The initial learning would be somewhat eclectic, mainly using a cramming approach to determine their talents and interests. After 3 or 4 months, once they had grasped the basics of meditation, they would begin in-depth study. At that point, they wouldn't be in the academy anymore, but would be assigned to different positions. Loy lacked outstanding talent. Therefore, he adopted a forced growth approach to this group, pushing theoretical knowledge later and learning skills through practice. Of course, while this was the explanation, the teaching materials came from the Habsburg Empire, and the soul-stabilizing incense needed for basic meditation was plentiful. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to grasp the basics of meditation in 3 to 5 months. Of course, that wasn't enough. Loy had been tirelessly working to expand the workforce. Even if there weren't enough jobs or people at the moment, training was the priority. These people weren't like the subjects of the Habs Empire. Most hadn't received basic education, and training them would start with literacy and arithmetic, not easy, and time-consuming. Of course, the flower territory's population was relatively abundant. Count Karl's decades of stable rule had resulted in an overpopulation. Loy's current goal was to convert this excess population into workers. Before fully initiating industrialization, it wasn't necessary to affect the nobles' land-based population, which also helped ease tensions. It must be said, Loy had never thoroughly examined his own territory before. Leading his old friends, he finally got a good look at the actual situation in his region. Of course, the most important things were the factories, railways, and mines still under construction, as well as the textile mills and elixir factories that had already begun to generate profits. Douglas, Linda, Maruna, and Mira all worked in the magic industry, so naturally, what they understood best and were most interested in was the magic industry. They each had their own evaluation perspectives and ideas, and they offered Loy a lot of advice. For example, Mrs. Linda helped streamline the processes of the elixir factory and established standards for each step, helping to improve the quality of the elixirs. Douglas Hill, for another example, spent a long time working on the still unfinished steel mill, producing a set of process manuals for departments, workstations, and even specific operations. This was a summary he had made at the steel mill in Auckland, all accumulated little by little from practical experience. These things might seem like something any manager could do, but in reality, they took a tremendous amount of time and effort. As for Mira, she and Butler Hoover were busy behind the scenes, helping to sort out the complex accounts. Maruna, meanwhile, shuttled between several factories, using his position to thoroughly discipline the employees' laziness. Don't underestimate this, as the saying goes, details determine success or failure. Loy, after all, is only one person and cannot manage in depth. With them, the rules and regulations can be effectively implemented. This is actually why Loy summoned them. A reunion of old friends is one thing, but he also needs their help. Lion Manor, second floor, study. Sofa area. Sit, sit, sit down. Roy waved his hand, gesturing for Maruna, Mira Greenman, and Leon Vasquez to sit. Then, he personally poured 3 cups of black tea and pushed them in front of them. The 3 felt flattered and unconsciously straightened their backs. Roy asked, "These past few days, you've seen much about the situation in flower territory. I'd like to hear your thoughts." The 3 looked at each other, but no one spoke. Roy didn't give them a chance to shirk responsibility, directly calling out, "Maruna, you go first. If you ask me, although they're all still under construction, once they're all completed, they'll make a fortune. A fortune of Gentier, from the Habsburg Empire. I know all that, Maruna. I need you to ask questions, not flatter me. Give me something useful." Maruna grimaced. "Then shall I tell you the truth? Stop dawdling. I think these factories don't have any management personnel at all. That Hicruz is too busy and stands too high. What needs to be done now is to decentralize management, select capable supervisors and factory managers, and clarify the responsibilities at each level. If production problems arise, then accountability should be traced down level by level, otherwise, big problems will inevitably arise sooner or later." "That makes sense." Roy nodded, then looked at the next person. "Mira, what do you think? The accounts are fairly clear, and Butler Hoover's abilities are beyond doubt, but he's responsible for too many things: the daily management of the manor, the hosting of banquets, the income and expenditure of the entire territory's wealth, the specific arrangements and implementation of various affairs, and the recruitment, training, and placement of personnel. Good heavens! Only Butler Hoover has enough energy. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have time to sleep." Leon Vasquez, "What about you?" Leon Vasquez said somewhat embarrassedly, "I'm a warrior. I don't know much about the magic industry, but you must have your own thoughts, so tell me." "It's okay. I think every factory is a labor-intensive industry, with many, many people in a small factory. Without a security room to maintain order, all sorts of things might happen, such as petty theft, fights, and so on. Also, the security in Brussels is still based on the traditional city guard model, which is actually a bit outdated." Roy nodded in agreement. "What you said is all correct, so, would you like to stay and help me?" Chapter 281, Magic Communication Device. That's right, this was Roy's real purpose. He wanted to keep these old friends to help him. Flower territory wasn't actually lacking in talent. Under the traditional aristocratic rule, talent cultivation was much slower and lacked specialization. However, the Raymond family, being a 1,000-year-old noble family, had cultivated a considerable number of qualified individuals over time. This was Roy's original idea, and it aligned with reality. The problem was, when he tried to use these people, he realized something was wrong. The reason was simple: while these people possessed some skills, they weren't the abilities Roy needed. They were products of the old aristocracy, untouched by the magic-based industry, hadn't studied in the Habsburg Empire, and had never witnessed the explosive productivity of hundreds or thousands working together. When faced with tasks assigned by Roy, they often appeared bewildered, or presumptuously tried to implement them. This was completely different from the effect Roy wanted to achieve. Over time, Roy realized that people couldn't imagine things they hadn't seen before, and naturally, they didn't know how to implement them. At this point, he desperately needed his former subordinates. Maruna had never burdened Roy with factory management. Mira Greenman always kept the accounts crystal clear. Even with a latecomer, Leon Vasquez, he seized every opportunity to fulfill Roy's various requests. He helped Roy break through to the third tier of Transcendent, recruit mercenaries and warriors, train magic gunners, and keep them completely under his control. Although Roy wasn't in Auckland City, Maruna and Mira's letters clearly stated that since he took over the security department and placed security guards in every factory under the Roy Fitz Magic Energy Group, there had been virtually no major security problems. Even petty theft was addressed by catching a few exemplary cases, keeping the other workers in line. It could be said that the 3 of them were actually the most familiar with factory management. If they were in charge, and with the support of others, promotions, and recruitment, these factories could operate stably. Hearing Roy's words, the 3 exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and understanding. Clearly, they already had some suspicions. However, speculation is just speculation, and when Roy actually brought it up, it was a different story. The 3 didn't agree immediately, but remained silent for a moment before Maruna spoke first. "What about the businesses in Auckland City?" The Roy Fitz Magic Energy Group has already grown significantly, employing tens of thousands of people and working in its upstream and downstream supply chains. We're always extremely cautious, afraid of making mistakes. Roy nodded, saying, I understand what you mean, but in my opinion, a mature group company can't be without talent. You need to have capable people under your command, give them enough opportunities to take on important responsibilities, and provide them with clear career advancement paths. When it's time to let go, we need to learn to let go. We only need to focus on profits and efficiency. If they don't perform well, we can replace them with others. Furthermore, the communication magic array is already built, and the communication speed is fast. You can remotely control them. All they need to do is protect the businesses. After a pause, Roy added, of course. Your original shares in the Roy Fitz Group will not change, even if you're willing to come to Flower Territory. Raymond Magic Energy Corporation will have original shares in you. In the future, even noble status isn't impossible, Leon Vasquez exclaimed excitedly. Really? Loy looked at him and asked, would I lie to you? Of course not. Loy looked at the three earnestly and said softly, what I lack here isn't just talent, but talent who shares my heart. Now, I'm not ordering you, but discussing with you, requesting you, don't treat me as a boss, or an earl, but as a friend who needs your help. Are you willing to help me? Silence filled the air, but it didn't last long. Mira Greenman spoke first. Your Excellency, I already have a few candidates in mind, but I need to go back and test them to see who is suitable. This may take some time, so, you've agreed to help me. Of course, I will definitely carry out your arrangements without fail. Besides, this isn't a bad thing. You're leading us to a bigger stage, with greater power and a brighter future. What reason do I have to refuse? Haha, then I welcome your arrival. From now on, you will be in charge of the accounts for the magic energy industry. All income and expenditure will pass through your hands. Good. Leon Vasquez also spoke up. Can I bring my children and wife with me? Of course. Your children can go to the academy and study with the children of knights and noble vassals. If you want them to pursue further education in the future, and the grades are good enough, I can help you arrange it at the Fillet Magic Academy. What else is there to say? I'll definitely come. However, Your Excellency, I'm just a warrior. What can I be responsible for if I come? Security, including the reorganization of the Brussels City Guard, the city's security and environment are all entrusted to you. At the same time, you will also be responsible for and build the security department of the Raymond Magic Group. These are all my strengths, Your Excellency. You can be sure I'll arrange everything perfectly. Finally, everyone's gaze focused on Maruna. He didn't immediately agree. Instead, he looked somewhat troubled. Your Excellency, I might. If you really don't want to, then forget it. I said, this is a request between friends, not an order. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I need to go back and ask someone. Who? Someone with such a high status. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Maruna's old face. My two children's teacher, a gentle lady. I see the shadow of my wife in her, and my two children can't be without a mother, so, I'm pursuing her. I want to ask her if she'd like to come with me. The reason seemed so absurd, yet everyone could feel his sincerity. Leon Vasquez couldn't help but tease, Maruna, is this considered being devoted, or has your affections shifted? Maruna's embarrassment deepened, and he stammered, unable to speak. Loy patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. Then I'll wait for your good news. If you really can't come, that's okay too, but remember to recommend a few capable managers. Okay, then, go back and make your own arrangements, decide your own time, and you can also bring some capable subordinates. Anyway, I'm desperately short-staffed here. Yes. Afternoon. Also in the second floor study, but this time, Lloyd was facing Douglas Hill. The two were gathered around the desk, writing and drawing on paper, engaged in a discussion. To be precise, Douglas was talking, and Lloyd was listening, occasionally interjecting. The magic telegraph you mentioned last time, I studied it carefully afterward and realized it's unnecessary. Typing is too cumbersome. My idea is to directly convert sound into magic signals, transmit them over a distance, and then convert them back into sound. That way, we can make long-distance calls, like chatting face-to-face. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Of course, to achieve this, we need to lay lapis lazuli lines first, and design a mechanism for converting magic signals into sound. This mechanism also needs to be small enough, Ideally movable within a certain range, to meet my requirements. Lori, do you think this has potential? Lori looked at it, and couldn't help but ask, isn't this clearly a magic telephone? You're skipping telegraphs and going straight to landlines? Isn't that a bit ahead of its time? Ahead of its time? No way. I think it's simpler to implement than a magic telegraph, and has more potential. It's just that we need to lay lapis lazuli exposures beforehand, and each household needs to install a communicator. Isn't that too much trouble? Troublesome? No, no, no. As long as it's convenient and cheap enough, don't worry, in the future, this will be an invention that everyone will flock to. Lewis, so you approve of me? Approval, of course I approve. Just keep researching in this direction. If you succeed, Douglas, you won't just be making money. You'll be the pioneer of magical communication, leaving a lasting mark on the magical world. Even, countless years later, you'll be a role model for every magic apprentice. Really, believe me, it couldn't be more true. Okay, I'll work towards that. By the way, Lewis, you didn't call me here just to answer my questions, did you? I'd like you to help me in flower territory, is that alright? Just come over? Or not? I know you urgently need professionals right now, and I can keep an eye out for you. But, Lewis, you know, I can only achieve the greatest development within the Empire. That's the paradise for magical mechanics. Okay, I understand. Wait, why aren't you surprised at all? That's because I anticipated this outcome even before I spoke. Loy grinned. Actually, it's a good thing you're in the Empire. On one hand, you can keep an eye on our business. On the other hand, it's easier for me to buy things through your channels. What you say makes sense. Douglas also smiled and said, like I said, don't hesitate to ask for my help if you need it. Don't worry, I don't know what being polite means, so, won't you give me a design for this magic communicator? Clarify the functions of each part so I can implement and manufacture it according to your design. I knew it. Okay, give me some time, I won't let you down, then I'll wait for your good news. Second update delivered. Chapter 282, The Great Development of Magic Energy Industry. Douglas Hill's refusal was actually expected by Roy. The reasons weren't just what he said, but also because if he agreed, he would essentially be working for Roy. The original cooperative relationship would become a superior subordinate one, which would always feel awkward. Roy understood and naturally wouldn't force him. Mrs. Linda's situation was similar, she also refused. If Mrs. Linda wasn't willing to come, Gary Mills certainly wouldn't either. However, Roy still gave her the Roy Fitz Magic Warrior Elixir and the formula for a super-enhanced version. Compared to Flower Territory, the Elixir Factory in Auckland City had a full complement of personnel, abundant raw materials, and higher production capacity. Making money, of course. However, what Roy didn't expect was that after Mrs. Linda and Gary Mills left, Gary Mills returned almost immediately. Seeing his expression, Luo Yi knew he definitely had something to say. She led him to the sofa and couldn't help but ask, it seems things have changed. Professor Gary, are you going to give me some advice? Gary Mills rolled his eyes. Do you think that's possible? Luo Yi immediately lost her spirits. Is there something else? Yes, Gary Mills nodded, but hesitated, unable to speak. Luo Yi looked up at him, somewhat puzzled. The Gary Mills I know is always straightforward, decisive in his words and actions. What's wrong with you today? Gary Mills' expression paused slightly, his face becoming extremely serious. He said, Luo Yi, do you remember owing me a life? Luo Yi's thoughts momentarily stalled, but she still managed to recall the past from her distant memories. It was a long time ago. Luo Yi, due to underestimating his enemy, almost died in an assassination attempt by the Grey Mist people. It was Gary Mills' rescue that saved her. Back then, Roy had said she owed him a life in exchange for a favor. But at that time, they weren't close, and her words were rather formal. Later, they became friends and stopped talking about it. But now, Gary Mills brought it up again, and Roy's expression turned serious in an instant. Gary, are you in some trouble, or facing some difficulty? If you need anything, just tell me. I have some power and status now, I can always find a way. Gary Mills slowly shook his head, his expression somewhat helpless and wistful. He said, everyone has their own past, their own helplessness and their own perseverance. So, ultimately, there are some things that must be done, like you, no matter how much you disliked it, you still returned to Flower Territory, inherited the position of Lion King, and fought for it. Fate pushes you forward, and many times, it doesn't give you a choice. Luo Yi frowned even more. Gary, in my view, things are always up to human effort. If there are any difficulties, at worst, you can take a step back, seek changes, and solve the problem. There's nothing that can't be faced, that's true, but what about human relationships? Like now, you and I are like this, I owe some people, and when they come to me, I can't refuse. What exactly? What do they want you to do? Even if it costs you your life, you should do it within your means. I don't know, but I'm sure it won't be easy, otherwise they wouldn't have come looking for me. Gary Mills looked at Loy with utmost seriousness. He said, I don't care, I can always give them my life back. But I'm afraid that if something happens to me, it will implicate Linda. Loy? You know some people are unreasonable. When they're angry, they'll go to extremes. So, I hope that one day you can shelter Linda, let her live in your territory, and protect her. Does Mrs. Linda know about this? Of course she doesn't know, and I can't tell her. But on that day, I will leave her a letter. Whether you lie to her or trick her, once she comes to you, you must keep her. Loy's brows furrowed even more. Professor Gary, I don't think what you're doing is right. Husband and wife are one, you should at least tell her the truth. Gary smiled and said, do you know why we got married so late? Why? Because, before, I was just a wanderer, going wherever the wind took me. Auckland was just a stop on my journey, a stop that should have been short. For a long time, I was afraid to face Linda's feelings. I was actually very scared. Gary Mills took a breath and continued, but in the end, I couldn't resist her passion. A woman's love can melt even the most steadfast heart. However, shortly after I decided to marry her, those people came knocking. Loy, if you were in my position, what would you do? What could you do? Would you put Lelia in danger? Loy was speechless at the questioning. Thinking it over, he probably would make the same choice as Gary. He was somewhat of a chauvinist. Even if there was a huge problem, he was willing to shoulder it alone rather than let his woman worry. Seeing that Loy was silent, Gary Mills directly grasped Loy's forearm, looking at him with his brown eyes. Loy, I'm not asking for favors, I'm just asking for your help as a friend. Loy grasped his arm, looking at him earnestly, and said softly, I agree to what you asked. But, Gary Mills, remember, your wife and your friends are here, waiting for your return. No matter how much trouble you cause out there, as long as you escape back to Flower Territory, I will guarantee your safety. This is my promise. Your friend, the Lion King. Gary Mills paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed, a bright laugh. I'm so glad to have a friend like you after wandering for so long. Alright, that's settled. Gary Mills stood up, turned, and strode away, never looking back. Loy watched his retreating figure, a hint of melancholy in his expression. He thought of Gary Mills's school of thought. The Eagle Eye School, a magic gunslinger profession active in the New World, had traveled thousands of miles to the Habsburg Empire. How many secrets were hidden there? Friends are just friends, after all. Loy could offer advice, but he couldn't make decisions for Gary Mills. All he could do was try to consider things for him as much as possible. For example, he traded a very special and rare magical artifact from Lady Palacios, the Mask of the Many-Faced One. This was something Lady Palacios had acquired by chance, and it was rumored to be connected to the fallen god of 1,000 faces. Its function was to alter one's appearance, physique, and even aura to a certain extent when wearing the mask. The deception effect was maximum, even the most familiar person might not recognize it. The only drawback was that this thing was somewhat corrosive. Once worn, the whispers of the god of 1,000 faces would forever linger in one's ears. Those with weak wills could easily be seduced, becoming fanatical followers of the god of 1,000 faces, striving for his resurrection. They might even automatically learn the art of skinning, gradually becoming accustomed to and enjoying peeling people's faces, developing in a perverse direction. Even with a resolute will, the constant whispers in one's ears can be unsettling, causing restlessness and agitation. These kinds of magical items actually have a professional name: forbidden objects. They are often associated with fallen gods and demons, and it's best to avoid them if possible. However, their effects are also remarkable. Most methods cannot detect them. Even the legendary Dragon's Eye of Truth cannot see through them. Loy's thinking was simple: whatever Gary Mills wanted to do, as long as his identity was concealed, no one could find him. However, this matter ultimately affected Loy's mood. Afterwards, he no longer took everyone on excursions, but only toured Brussels. At the end of January in the new divine calendar 313, Roy saw his old friends off again, arranging for the Lion family's largest ship to take them back to Fisherman's Port in Auckland. It's worth mentioning that the largest ship was used because an order from the Empire was also being sent, 10 magic-powered lathes, along with accompanying documents, operating manuals, and engineers. The magic power forging machine, a relatively low-tech machining machine, was already priced at a whopping 1,000 gold tires. The magic power lathe, even more valuable, would be priced at 2,000 gold tires each, with a year's worth of after-sales service, definitely excellent value. As the saying goes, unique technology, a monopolized industry, so setting a higher price is only natural, isn't it? But the Imperial Ambassador, Lord Robinwater, was a master negotiator. He presented facts and evidence, even invoking His Majesty Saint Bartholomew, leaving Roy with no choice but to offer a discount. 1,500 gold tires per machine. Of course, Roy also made his demands. He needed the Empire's usage data on the machinery, feedback on various problems, to ensure improvements in subsequent production. Technology improved step by step like this. Roy understood that even with the highest level of technology, the Empire could still imitate it, but when the Flower Territory's products were far ahead, they could win over customers. Even so, after deducting various material costs, labor, losses, later maintenance, research and development, transportation, and other expenses, Roy still earned 800 gold tires per machine, albeit with tears in his eyes. The main reason was the high shipping costs. The distance was far, and sea freight was necessary, so the costs were fixed. This was also the first trade revenue from the Empire since the Flower Territory began promoting its magic energy industry. A total of 15,000 gold tires were directly deposited into the account of Raymond Magic Energy Group in the Seven Gods Bank. This was the first, and certainly not the last. In fact, by the end of February of the new divine calendar 313, the Habs Empire had already obtained initial results from its use of the magic energy lathes. The Imperial military was quite satisfied with the product, and thus placed an order for another 100 units, as well as 10 newly manufactured milling machines and 10 planers. These machines each had their own uses, and the Empire had begun to experience the benefits of these processing machines. Because of their low usage requirements, any magic apprentice or even a fully fledged mage could complete tasks that previously required second or third tier mages. For the Empire, this greatly saved manpower. However, Roy also encountered problems. Steel production was insufficient, and the magic energy factory was running out of raw materials. To address this, the Imperial Ambassador concentrated resources to complete the magic energy steel mill first. Thus, the iron ore stored in the warehouses found a use. High-temperature smelting, impurity removal, and pouring out the molten iron produced large blocks of high-quality steel, furnace after furnace. As for magical materials like lapis lazuli, Roy chose to purchase them from the Empire, which greatly improved production efficiency. Even so, the shortage of workers in the magic energy machinery factory became apparent. Too few people limited the speed of mechanical processing. Even though Roy directly stopped the casting of the magic energy hammer forging machine and brought over all the mage apprentices under Palacios's command, it was still insufficient. Fortunately, Maruna finally arrived with a group of skilled workers. Of course, Mira's accounting team and Leon Vasquez's security team also arrived. The three worked well together, knew each other well, and these workers were all trained by them. Their arrival was like adding wings to a tiger, immediately taking over the management problems that were giving Roy a headache. Within days, they had streamlined all the systems and regulations. The workers quickly integrated, working efficiently and significantly improving production efficiency. As a result, the magic machinery factory, steel mill, secret medicine factory, and even the textile factory were all transformed. With them around, Roy felt much more relaxed. It's worth mentioning that Roy also met Maruna's new wife, the former tutor of their two children. This woman bore a striking resemblance to Maruna's ex-wife, only she possessed a greater degree of ambition compared to her ex-wife's gentleness and tolerance. Therefore, when Maruna told her about it, she responded very positively. She understood more clearly that no matter how well the Roy Fitz Magic Energy Group developed, it was still a subsidiary. Only by working in the Flower Territory could one be close to the central leadership and reap the rewards of power, wealth, and even a title. By this time, At the end of March in the new divine calendar 313, the weather warmed rapidly, fields and flower beds began to be sown, and the breath of spring permeated the entire flower territory. At this very moment, with the continued operation of the magic-powered steel furnaces, another problem arose. Raw materials, namely iron ore, were insufficient. This wasn't due to lack of iron ore production capacity, but rather the cumbersome transportation after extraction. Therefore, Roy had to consult with the imperial ambassador again, concentrating railway workers from various regions to begin constructing a railway line from the various mining areas, particularly the extreme mining areas, to the outskirts of Brussels. With concentrated efforts, progress was extremely rapid, and by May, the flower territory's first railway officially opened. The locomotives raced along the tracks, their rattling sounds frightening the farmers along the way, who thought it was a monster. However, the emergence and acceptance of new things always takes time. Once you get used to it, it doesn't matter. And the first time the magic-powered train started, it wasn't carrying people, but goods, iron ore. Each carriage could carry 50 tons of iron ore, and one locomotive could pull 6 carriages, meaning a single transport could carry nearly 300 tons of ore. Although the speed was slow, its relentless operation day and night was undeniable. This filled the last gap in the supply chain, and thus, ore mining, railway transportation, steel refining, and machinery manufacturing were all integrated, allowing the magic energy industry in flower territory to develop rapidly. The most direct manifestation of this was the steadily increasing deposits in the Seven Gods Bank. By early July of the 313th year of the new god calendar, Mira had compiled half a year's accounts, and the income had exceeded 500,000 gold tires. At this point, the Raymond family's apparent investment in the magic energy industry, with Count Karl's 500,000 gold tires, had been recouped. With these accounts in hand, Roy's previous plans were finally on track, allowing him to proceed to the next step. It was also at this time that the Red Dragon Virgil Barry, who had been wandering outside for several months, finally returned. He brought Luoyi many secret sacred techniques. P.S. I spent the whole day visiting relatives today and didn't get back until 8 p.m. That's all I can write for now. Today's update is here. Chapter 283, Deception. Night fell, stars twinkled, and a cool breeze blew. In the temple of the sun god, in the golden palace of the Red Dragon, Roy encountered the Red Dragon Virgil again, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The old man was hunched over, pale-faced, exhausted, and breathing unsteadily. Roy even smelled blood, faint yet lingering. "Your Excellency, are you injured?" Roy was incredulous. "No, someone could actually hurt you. It's not easy for a human to hurt me, of course, but there are too many inhuman beings in this world." The Red Dragon Virgil rolled his eyes, sat down on his golden bed, and wiggled his hips to find a comfortable position. He spoke with deep resentment. "You think those old geezers are easy to deal with? They're also eccentric. How easy is it to persuade them, to get things from them?" As he spoke, he suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness as he stared at Roy. "Your most impressive thing is your mouth. You can make the dead sound alive, and the false seem true. You made it seem like you were giving me a huge benefit, but it was all just empty promises. I listened to your nonsense, really thinking I'd gotten a great deal. You drove me around everywhere, exhausting me, and I didn't see any benefits. Really, I fell for your trick." Luoyi remained calm, showing no remorse for the accusations. She even said, "I absolutely disagree with what you're saying. You're Red Dragon, you've lived longer than I've eaten salt, and you've seen countless ups and downs, the unpredictability of fate. There are always some truly remarkable people who rise from humble beginnings to the top. This kind of timely help, this early investment, is the real money maker, with countless benefits. I've seen people like you, but I've seen far more who die halfway through, completely ruined. So, I don't like to think long term, I only want immediate gains." "Then let's talk about immediate gains." As she said this, Roy raised her hand, took out a ledger from her proverb ring, and tossed it in front of the Red Dragon Virgil. "This is the immediate benefit you wanted?" Virgil took the ledger and casually flipped through it. Although he was a red dragon and had lived long enough, he was still dizzy looking at the series of numbers on the ledger. So he said directly, "What kind of accounts are these?" "Just tell me, the income of Raymond Magic Energy Group for the past 6 months. Roy took the ledger, flipped to the last page, and said, "Let's not talk about last year. There was restructuring and war, So the income wasn't much? But in the first half of this year, 6 months, we finally had some income. This is the account. I'm letting you, as a shareholder, take a look so you won't keep calling me a liar. Saying this, Roy turned the ledger over, pointed to the last number, and said, "Read it." "How much is this again?" Red Dragon Virgil squinted his eyes. "Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, starting with 500,000. 500,000. 500,000 gold tires." "Are you kidding me?" Roy said. "Do you think I would joke with you like this? But this is only half a year." "Only half a year," Roy retorted. "Railways, textiles, mining, steel making, processing machinery, plus secret medicine, a total of 7 major categories. 500,000 gold tires in income for half a year. Isn't that alright?" "Alright? That's quite alright." Virgil jumped up. "I have 5% of the shares, which means 25,000 gold tires in profit? I didn't do anything, and I already have 25,000 in income." The Red Dragon Virgil counted on his fingers. 25,000 in half a year, that's 50,000 a year, 100,000 in 2 years, 500,000 in 10 years. The gold used in my golden house only amounted to 250,000 gold tires, meaning in 10 years, I can build 2 like this. Wow! Virgil's eyes were full of stars. He could almost see countless gold tires glittering. The old man's fatigue had vanished, replaced by boundless excitement. Roy interrupted him mercilessly. "Your calculation is wrong." Instantly, Virgil the Red Dragon's illusion was shattered. Looking at Roy again, he lost his spirit. I knew it wouldn't be like this." Roy then said, "Your Excellency, I think you've misunderstood. What I'm saying is that in the past 6 months, the various industries have only just been sorted out, and production capacity hasn't been increased yet, so income has decreased. In the second half of the year, once the territory stabilizes, income will only increase, and wealth will only grow faster. So, it definitely won't take 10 years, at most 3 to 5 years, before your golden house can be rebuilt." "Really, Bishop Virgil, Great Red Dragon, I haven't lied to you before, and I certainly haven't lied to you now. Just wait and see, and you'll know how worthwhile your investment will be." "Ha ha ha ha, I've never doubted you." "Absolutely not." Virgil the Red Dragon's expression changed drastically. He patted Roy's shoulder hard, then changed the subject again. Can I withdraw the dividends from the past 6 months now?" "That won't do. These assets will still need to be invested in production. However, year-end dividends are a certainty, so please rest assured." "Ha ha ha, that works too. Red Dragon Virgil's mood improved again. Although he still hadn't seen anything, he felt as if mountains of gold and silver were waiting for him right in front of him. Roy changed the subject, saying, "Of course, 5% of the original shares is ultimately a bit low. If you had 10%, 15%, or even 20% or more, then the returns would be very considerable." "That makes sense. So how can I acquire the original shares?" "Invest in me, of course, invest." "You actually dare to try and get gold from a red dragon?" Roy said irritably. "Your Excellency, do you think what I want is gold? Then you want Isis's wine spring, not just Isis's wine spring, but you too," Roy said somewhat helplessly. "You must have heard about the Festival of Divine Grace, right? Grand Duke Carlisle of the Bonaparte Empire actually came directly to my place. I almost, just a hair's breadth away, lost my life. If I were to encounter such a situation again, and you were willing to lend a hand, I would absolutely offer up my shares with both hands. Are you trying to take advantage of me? This is a win-win situation. I need to think about this. I need to think about it some more." Virgil the Red Dragon frowned. He didn't agree immediately, but seemed quite conflicted. "Roy, there are some things you don't know, and we're not without limitations, but I didn't ask you to do anything extra. I just wanted you to protect me. Is that not allowed?" "Well, it's not impossible. But, how should I put it? I need to think about it." Roy didn't seem too eager, but said, "Then you can think about it first. Let's get back to the point. Do you have the secret sacred techniques I need?" "Yes. Of course. Take a look at what I found for you, see if there's anything you want. If not, I'll go find more for you. I'll risk my reputation to find something satisfactory for you. Can I take a look first?" "Of course. But, sacred techniques are ultimately special. You can look at them here, but you can't take them out. Also, although I found quite a few, some of them are incomplete. You can use them as a reference, but you absolutely cannot cultivate them. Don't worry, I have my own plans for that. Then come with me. Virgil led the way, leading Loy out through the back door of the Golden House. Luo Yi then discovered that this Golden House held many secrets, far larger than he had imagined. The back door led to a deep, labyrinthine corridor, with lanterns hanging at intervals, but their illumination was limited. Thus, in this alternation of darkness and light, paths appeared and disappeared. Luo Yi followed the red dragon through it, feeling as if he had traveled an incredibly long way, completely disoriented. Of course, he possessed deep blue. The paths coalesced in the void, revealing the correct routes, while the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. However, Luo Yi still felt that it wasn't that simple. He couldn't help but ask, "Your Excellency, what is this?" "Virgil's endless labyrinth, magic of level 8. Don't expect to be able to get in and out just by memorizing the routes. These paths are constantly changing. Then how do I get out? I'll come to pick you up before dawn. But remember, don't wander around, otherwise, if you're banished to the void, I won't be able to find you." Loy was speechless. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble? What's here isn't just secret holy techniques, but also the treasures of this old dragon. So, what do you think? It's absolutely necessary. As they talked, Loy followed the red dragon Virgil through a door and into a room. The room didn't look large, enclosed on all sides, but it was a white marble building with numerous magical lamps. Thus, the entire room was brightly lit, like daytime. Here, shelves displayed dragon hides, stone carvings, strange books, golden sheepskin scrolls, skulls, bull horns, burning flames. In short, a jumble of items, all vessels for secret sacred techniques. 9 in total, that's all I can find at this stage. Take a look first. We'll discuss the specifics after you've seen them. Okay, I'll be going now. I'll come back for you at dawn, alright. Also, Bishop Virgil, could you reconsider my suggestion? Fine. As he spoke, the red dragon Virgil turned and left. Loy watched the door close, as if isolating him in a separate space. However, Loy didn't rush to look at the sacred techniques. Instead, his eyes narrowed as he pondered his conversation with Virgil. To be honest, although there was an element of deception, Loy genuinely wanted to bind this old red dragon to his chariot. Only in this way could he truly gain the support of a high-level combatant, giving him a sense of security. First update delivered. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, The 9 Sacred Techniques. Loy had to admit that the attack by Grand Duke Carlisle on the Day of Divine Grace had left him with considerable psychological trauma. This world, though thriving with magical machinery and experiencing explosive productivity growth, perhaps in 10 or 20 years, various powerful weapons capable of destroying the world, still belonged to those powerful professionals. Fourth-tier beings were like natural disasters, with legends protecting their respective territories. Their power was terrifying. Loy knew clearly that to prevent the same thing from happening again, he needed the protection of a true powerhouse. Looking around, the only truly powerful being he could see and touch was this red dragon. Although Loy didn't know if he was a legend, it was clear that a fourth-tier natural disaster was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant before him. Furthermore, the fact that a dragon could live to near its lifespan limit, having experienced countless years, spoke volumes. Therefore, Loy was determined to bind this dragon to his cause. He didn't seek a close, familial relationship, but only protection in crucial moments, giving him enough time to grow. Therefore, Loy was genuinely willing to share in the profits of Raymond Magic Energy Group's original shares, and wasn't afraid of taking even more. Although the old red dragon didn't agree immediately, Loy knew he was already tempted. Dragons love gold, and when the gleaming gold tier was placed before him, Loy believed he would make the right choice. His thoughts returned, and Loy put these aside again, beginning to examine the secret sacred techniques here. It must be said that the carriers of these secret sacred techniques were incredibly diverse, including all sorts of items. Starting from the left, the first sacred technique he examined was a section of bone riddled with honeycomb-like holes. It was as white as jade, gleaming brightly, yet showed little elemental fluctuation. Loy looked at it, momentarily unsure how to interpret it. Fortunately, Below the display case was a helpful explanation from the Red Dragon Virgil. He glanced at it, immediately picked up the bone, channeled his battle key into it, and through the honeycomb-like holes, a piece of information flowed into his mind. This method of information transmission was unique, but undoubtedly, it wouldn't create ambiguity due to the text, making it more accurate. After carefully reading it, Luo Yi found this sacred technique quite interesting. According to the breathing techniques, the main focus is on strengthening the muscles and fascia, with some improvement to the internal organs, but not significantly. The most difficult part to improve is the bones. Yet, the bones are the body's largest support. Only with sufficiently strong bones can the body unleash greater power. Therefore, this secret sacred technique, golden bones, involves implanting special honeycomb-shaped hollow bones that secrete hormones that influence bone growth, making the bones stronger, thicker, and more solid. It's called golden bones because at its peak, the bones turn from a translucent white to golden color, and the sternum fuses together, forming a tight bone plate that provides powerful protection for the internal organs. Gold is immortal. Even after death and the body decays, the golden bones can remain intact for 1,000 years. Of course, the special material needed for golden bones cultivation, the bones themselves, is already present, but in the later stages, a large amount of special substances must be ingested. The direction of strengthening will differ depending on the ingested substances. For example, consuming large amounts of black steel would make bones thicker, stronger, and as hard as steel. However, it would also make the body heavier, making flight difficult. Consuming large amounts of dragon bone powder, on the other hand, would allow one to absorb its nutrients, making bones more resilient, flexible, and incredibly tough. Of course, this so-called dragon bone powder is actually powder made from dragon bones, ideally mixed with several special magical materials. However, if dragons are unavailable, bones from other powerful magical beasts can be used instead. Finally, there's a secret medicine made primarily of silver obsidian, dragon bones, and star iron, along with over a dozen other materials. Its effect is to enhance bone resilience while maintaining both hardness and toughness, a compromise. Of course, most of these magical materials are hard to find, making the preparation of the medicine even more difficult. The most challenging aspect is controlling the dosage. Human bone absorption has its limits, the amount ingested is crucial. Exceeding these limits can lead to serious problems. However, consuming only small amounts each time yields less than ideal results. Therefore, mastering the right balance is the most crucial aspect of cultivating this sacred technique. The second sacred technique, recorded on a stone carving, has been severely weathered and eroded over the long years. However, Deep Blue's scans still deciphered its contents. This is a special inheritance called shadow technique, originating from the ancient dark god cult, said to have been created by a shadow king. Its characteristic is that by capturing creatures from the shadow realm and performing a certain ritual, these creatures can be refined into one's own shadow. Through prolonged capture and feeding, the shadow grows stronger, gaining a certain degree of autonomy. Thus, the master can use the shadow to perform actions such as assassination and shadow escape. However, this is an incomplete sacred technique. The material needed for the ritual, the shadow bead, crafted from a severed finger of the Shadow King, has been lost for many years. Without this shadow bead, mortals cannot enter the shadow realm, cannot find the necessary magical materials, and cannot feed their shadows. Therefore, this sacred technique is truly only for display, it cannot be cultivated or used. These incomplete sacred techniques are the mainstream. The third sacred technique Luo Yi saw, behemoth power, requires cultivating both arms, using a special method to transform the arm muscles into the muscle form of a behemoth. In ancient times, the behemoth was known as the king of the land, and even the titans had to give way. Sacred techniques with this title, once mastered, greatly increase strength, as if truly possessed by the power of the behemoth, making one as powerful as someone who could wrestle with dragons. Unfortunately, to cultivate this sacred technique, one needs the blood of a behemoth from the orc race, or even directly collect the heart blood of a behemoth and implant it into their body. But the problem is, that's a behemoth. There are hardly any giants left in the old world. And behemoths are extinct. The fourth technique, iron body. The fifth technique, giant's grip. The sixth technique, thunderous fury. The seventh technique, earth's feet. These four sacred techniques are even more interesting. They can be cultivated separately with excellent effects, But to truly glimpse their power, all four must be cultivated simultaneously. Then, combined, they became Thunder Titan Body, Remnant. That's right, this sacred technique is modeled after the absolute king among giants, the Thunder Titan of the clouds. Its creator is unknown, but its power is undeniable. In fact, because it's so powerful, it's not something mortals can cultivate, so it was split and split again, becoming 7 sacred techniques in total. Only by combining these 7 sacred techniques can one possibly achieve the legendary Thunder Titan Body, transforming into true Thunder Titan and easily defeating a mage's dragon transformation spell. Unfortunately, there are only 4 sacred techniques here, and the conditions for cultivating each one are incredibly demanding. The required materials are practically priceless and impossible to buy. Perhaps, if Luo Yi obtained a complete Thunder Titan Body, he might be able to try. But that would only be an attempt. The magical materials required later would be astronomical. Frankly, these 4 sacred techniques are purely for show. The 8th technique is also quite interesting, named Abyssal Fire. Its vessel is that ball of flame, which appears perfectly normal on the surface. However, anyone who gets close and is observant will notice something amiss, because it truly has no temperature whatsoever. To obtain information, one must reach into it. There will be no burning sensation, but information will flow out. This is a sacred technique that gathers abyssal energy, refines it into battle ki, and thus multiplies the power of battle ki. Ideally, it's used by a 3rd-tier transcendent being. Upon reaching the 4th tier, one can directly achieve abyssal fire-type battle ki. Besides its inherent attributes, this battle ki also possesses abyssal burning power, capable of ignoring defenses and scorching the soul, causing unbearable pain. Legend has it that abyssal lords punish traitors or enemies by burning their souls with abyssal fire, a process that can last for 10 or 100 years, leaving the victim wishing for death. Under the abyssal fire, no secret cannot be extracted. Moreover, this sacred technique is easy to cultivate. Using this fire as a catalyst, one can communicate with the abyss and gather its power. There's no need to actually enter the abyss. All you need are some abyssal materials and a ritual. Unfortunately, no matter how much Luo looked, all she saw was 2 words, trap. Even a fool could tell this was the work of some abyssal king, a bait hook thrown out as bait. If you couldn't resist the temptation and swallowed the bait, you might become powerful for a time, but after death, your soul wouldn't find its home in the underworld. Or perhaps, before you even die, this abyssal king would come along some mysterious path to take your soul. As for the 9th gate, Ears of Lyman, it was also extremely interesting, and Luo's favorite. It was recorded in a thick book, the cover of which depicted a pair of ears. On the surface, these ears looked no different from human ears, but they were imbued with magic. With a special ritual, the space beneath the cover could be opened, the ears taken out, and then superimposed onto one's own ears. Of course, this is just the beginning of cultivation. Later, a large amount of battle ki and magic power must be infused to ensure its activity and integrated into one's body. Its main functions are twofold. First, it allows for the conscious enhancement or filtering of background noise. On the battlefield, amidst chaos and noise, having these ears allows one to filter out distractions and focus on the sounds needed, thus more keenly seizing opportunities. Of course, if it only had this one function, it would at most be on par with Eagle Eye technique, definitely not reaching the level of a sacred skill. However, besides enhancing hearing, it also affects the cerebellum. After successful cultivation, one will no longer experience dizziness and nausea due to loss of direction or strenuous exercise. This is very important, almost equivalent to immunity to 2 negative spells. Second update delivered. Chapter 285, Courageous and Diligent Progress. It took Luo Yi a full 5 days to input all 9 sacred techniques into Deep Blue. This wasn't because Deep Blue was slow, but because these sacred techniques contained hidden content and information, requiring him to be extremely careful. Especially those written in ancient languages. Even with Deep Blue, it wouldn't have taken a day or 2 to translate them without the presence of the Red Dragon Virgil. In the end, Luo Yi took the 3 sacred techniques, Golden Bone, Ear of Lyman, and Abyssal Fire, along with the corresponding special items. For this, he sent the Red Dragon Virgil a full 150,000 gold tires. The cultivation method for each sacred technique costs 10,000 gold tires, plus the required special items, adding another 20,000 gold tires. This totaled a vast fortune of 150,000 gold tires. Only with such a large influx of income over the past 6 months would even Luo Yi feel the pinch. Of course, to create a shocking effect, the payment was made in cash this time. Large boxes were filled with gleaming gold tier and various gold artifacts. Then, Loy delivered them to the red dragon Virgil, piling up the gold like a small mountain. Even a red dragon, long-lived and worldly wise, was almost breathless before the sight of such glittering gold. This time, Virgil didn't accuse Loy of deceiving him. Instead, he was all smiles and pleasantries. He still didn't explicitly agree to Loy's request, but this time, he gave him a full 50 drops of Isis's spring wine. Some things don't need to be explicitly stated, the meaning is there, and both parties understand. With these 50 drops of Isis's spring wine, Loy finally dared to use this precious treasure for normal cultivation. He first activated both Divine Sigh, Beast Heartbeat, and Divine Sigh, Dragon's Might Bloom, combined with Sacred Brilliant Breathing Technique, Refinement, to quickly deplete his internal battle ki. Until utterly exhausted and his fighting spirit depleted, he would drink a drop of Isis's spring of wine, using its surging life force to replenish his fighting spirit through the Divine Brilliant Breathing Technique, accumulation. This cycle not only increased his skill proficiency but also greatly tempered his physique, causing his fighting spirit to skyrocket. Supplemented by potions, warriors' elixirs, and monster meat, his cultivation efficiency was so rapid that even Luo Yi found it hard to stop. With Shenlan's precise calculations, he could maximize the effects of Isis's spring of wine by doing this every 3 days. The first day was 13 times more efficient, the second day 9 times, the third day 5 times, and he needed a rest day on the 4th day before continuing on the 5th. This cycle repeated every 4 days, producing results comparable to a month's worth of hard work under normal circumstances. 7 to 8 cycles could be performed in a month, equivalent to 7 or 8 months of cultivation. This wasn't even the limit of Isis's spring of wine, but rather the limit of what Luo Yi's body could withstand. As his physical abilities continued to improve, he could continue to increase it. For this, he needed to pay 7 or 8 drops of Isis's spring of wine each month, as well as 4 times the cultivation resources compared to other third-tier extraordinary beings. It seemed wasteful, but Luo Yi knew better than anyone that this sacrifice was absolutely worthwhile. There's a saying in the extraordinary world. Everything else is fake, only one's own power will not deceive oneself. Therefore, in return, Luo Yi unhesitatingly gave the Red Dragon Virgil 1% of the original shares. He clearly stated that he wanted as many secret sacred techniques as he could, at the same price. Of course, although he gained 9 secret sacred techniques, he definitely couldn't cultivate them at this stage. Until Deep Blue completed its monthly analysis and the compatibility analysis and calculations based on Luo Yi's body, he couldn't even touch them. Therefore, Luo Yi wasn't in a hurry. And the magic energy industry in flower territory, seemingly on the right track, actually still had a lot to do. Lion Manor. Loy strode down the stairs, wearing a dark red silk coat trimmed with gold and silver thread, forming a lion's head pattern on the chest. A rapier hung at his waist, and several magic rings adorned his fingers, exuding both nobility and extravagance. However, one could not discern a trace of nouveau riche air about him. Instead, his handsome face was filled with an air of authority. Wherever he passed, servants and attendants bowed and scraped, afraid of offending him in the slightest. Though no more than 20 years old, Loy at this moment resembled a born aristocrat, his imposing presence and solemnity enough to make even a powerful knight dare not look him in the eye. Meanwhile, in the lobby on the first floor, Butler Hoover had been quietly waiting for some time. Is everyone gathered? The 3 Grand Knights have arrived, and 7 or 8 out of 10 of the Lion Knights are here. The rest are all stationed in various places and have missions to fulfill, so they couldn't come. However, a large portion of the other knights, nobles, and vassals have also arrived. That's enough. Is the carriage ready? It's right outside the door. Then let's go. In a few words, Loy led the way, already with Butler Hoover and Olivera, who had followed silently, out the gate. There, a luxurious carriage was already waiting. It wasn't the carriage left by Earl Carl, but one of the war reparations, a genuine magical carriage, and it even had a name, Son of the Wind. Its main body was made of a magical tree called golden silk, which was lightweight, sturdy, and had excellent magical resonance. The magical runes engraved along the wood grain also had a buffing effect. Of course, the reason it was so sought after was that it resembled gold, dazzling and magnificent. The carriage, crafted from such magical materials, exuded an air of superiority and immense wealth. Coupled with anti-gravity magic, it could practically ignore potholes in the ground while running. Furthermore, its interior was expanded using special magic, resulting in a surprisingly spacious interior with 3 bedrooms and a living room, spanning over 100 square meters, allowing for ample room to move around freely. After acquiring the carriage, Roy made some modifications almost without hesitation, adorning it with a banner of the Lion family, and it became his personal carriage. Although the Habsburg Empire had already produced magically powered cars, their technological accumulation was clearly insufficient, resulting in subpar chassis and shock absorption. Coupled with the fact that the roads here weren't widely paved, the experience was far inferior to that of this luxurious magical carriage. 6 war horses pulled the carriage at lightning speed, with knights leading the way, making it extremely fast. In just a quarter of an hour, they were out of Brussels, speeding even faster on the wide avenues. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination, the outline of a military camp suddenly appearing on a vast plain. The gate was imposing, surrounded by a wooden fence as tall as a person, with chevaux de frise and horse traps both inside and out. Looking through the gate, they could see rows of white canopies stretching to the horizon. This was the garrison of the Lion Knights. Even before the carriage approached, Roy heard a surging clamor, as if countless loud voices were roaring, cheers and echoes rising in waves. Besides this, Roy also heard the clanging of weapons. Earl Raymond's carriage, naturally, was easily spotted, and no one dared to stop it. The journey was unimpeded until they reached the stables, where Roy jumped down. Through the tents, he could see dozens, even hundreds, of knights surrounding the parade ground, shouting loudly. Roy silently moved forward, ascending the high command platform. From his vantage point, he could see clearly. In the center of the training ground, 2 knights were engaged in a real sword duel. Though not mounted on war horses, they were fully armed, plate armor, arm guards, leg armor, iron boots, and even iron gauntlets. Each wielded a standard greatsword, clashing and swinging. Knightly combat was always characterized by its powerful, sweeping strikes, relying on brute force. Without horses, the fighting became a fierce, resounding clash of swords, sparks flying everywhere. Until one of them, utterly exhausted, had his greatsword deflected and was struck squarely by the blade. The greatsword slashed across his breastplate, leaving a deep wound and knocking him to the ground, nearly knocking him unconscious for a moment. The crowd, however, paid no heed to the fallen knight, instead erupting in thunderous cheers. Soon after, another knight entered, wielding his greatsword, and the clanging of swords resumed. Butler Hoover wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Roy's hand, and so they watched from above. If Roy were present, even with that strength, he would never do something so strenuous and thankless. He would dodge, probe for weaknesses, and thrust his rapier into the opponent's vitals, taking their life with minimal effort. But you can't deny that these official knights possess superhuman physiques, their strength and constitution are terrifying, and their stamina is exceptional. After dozens of battles, with knights taking turns fighting each other, one emerged victorious. The giant knight Harlan Carson, though only a second-tier LV9, had defeated several peak second-tier knights. He was over 2 meters tall, with a massive build, well-developed muscles, and astonishing strength, truly a born god of strength. Legend has it that he was born into an ordinary farming family, but his extraordinary height led to him being mistaken for a monster. Finally, Count Karl discovered him, bestowed upon him the surname Carson, and gave him the opportunity to become a knight, allowing him to grow step by step to his current position. Although his swordsmanship was ordinary, his strength was truly immense, and his speed was not slow either, giving him a significant advantage in such head-on clashes. He alone, sword in hand, suppressed knights of the same rank, preventing them from even raising their heads. After defeating several in succession, he grinned, boasting of his prowess to the crowd. But as soon as he looked up, he saw Luo Yi on the high platform, his smile froze, and he immediately lowered his raised arm and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, King of the Lions." The knights, seeing this, also looked up and, upon seeing Luo Yi, knelt and bowed their heads. Of course, some had already spotted Luo Yi, such as the 3 Grand Knight Commanders and several third-tier Transcendents, who had appeared behind him long before. "Greetings, King of the Lions," a chorus of shouts rang out, initially somewhat noisy, but becoming increasingly unified as it grew. Roy raised his hand to press down, then stepped down from the platform. He walked to Sir Harlan Carson, patted him on the chest, and said, "Truly an incredibly powerful knight. It's a pity, this is no longer the era of knights." These words reached the ears of everyone present with crystal clarity. Then, like boiling water in a pan, after a moment of silence, a cacophony of noise erupted, turning the scene into utter chaos. First chapter delivered, second chapter to be revised. Chapter 286, Metal Storm. At the Lion Knights headquarters, in the Grand Training Ground, as soon as Roy's voice fell, a knight protested. Harlan Carson, the Mountain, immediately stood up, his neck stiff and face flushed, saying, "My lord, you are the great Lion King, but you should not denigrate a code of chivalry. We knights offer our loyalty and courage, upholding our lord's rule with sword and blood. Our fates are intertwined." His words were skillfully crafted, expressing his dissatisfaction without offending Roy. This large man wasn't a mere brute, he possessed more restraint than Alan Wells. Roy didn't lose his temper. Instead, he slightly raised his head, met Harlan Carson's gaze for a moment, then his eyes swept around, as if scrutinizing every knight. Finally, he stepped onto the high platform and spoke. "You should have heard of the Great War decades ago between the Habsburg Empire and the Bonaparte Empire. The Habsburg Empire, with its new magical firearms, dense formations, and three-stage continuous fire, directly ended a knightly order of the Bonaparte Empire. That renowned and powerful knightly order suffered heavy casualties, and even though the Bonaparte Empire later rebuilt itself, it never recovered. Since that battle, the Habsburg Empire has risen to prominence, and no one dares to underestimate it anymore. Magical firearms and cannons have entered the public eye and are highly sought after." Third-tier Knight Tonya Anderson stepped forward. This strong, almost feminine female knight said with resentment, "So, does your excellency mean that we knights are outdated? I admit that the Bonaparte Empire's knightly order lost a battle, but the old continent's knightly orders, if not tens of thousands, number in the hundreds or thousands. Why should losing just one battle mean losing the glory and prestige we knights have forged over thousands of years? Why? Your excellency, please tell me why." This female knight was a quiet person who usually didn't like to talk, but at this moment, her words were incredibly sharp. Roy raised his head slightly, meeting the female knight's gaze. After a moment of silence, he said, "You're right. Knights have forged their glory and prestige over thousands of years, but the problem is, over those thousands of years, they've reached their peak. Decades ago, the magic-powered firearms that dominated the battlefields of the Habsburg Empire were only second generation, and the magic-powered cannons were only third generation. But now, the Empire's hunting rifles are already third-generation magic-powered rifles, with rifling, capable of rapid reloading, and with a range of 700 or 800 meters. And the magic-powered cannons have reached fourth generation, capable of accurately striking targets several miles away. One hasn't changed at all, while the other is constantly improving. What do you think?" Seeing another disturbance brewing, Roy raised his hand again to quell the commotion. "Of course, I know that empty words won't convince anyone. So, today, I've gathered you all here so you can see for yourselves." As he said this, Roy looked at Butler Hoover beside him and nodded slightly. Butler Hoover responded and immediately jumped down from the platform. A short while later, he returned with a group of people. These people consisted of magic apprentices and knight squires. The dozen or so knight squires were all strong and powerful, carrying human-shaped wooden stakes in groups of 3 or 4. The stakes were carved entirely of ironwood, the hardest material imaginable, yet they were still covered in full suits of knight's plate armor. Breastplate, helmet, arm guards, leg armor, gauntlets, and so on, nothing was missing. Some even noticed that the knight squires wore a layer of leather armor underneath, separated by chainmail, and finally knight's armor. In terms of defense alone, even a third-tier shield-bearer, with their aura amplified, would be no match for this. Of course, this wasn't the most eye-catching thing. All the knights' eyes converged on a group of mechanic apprentices pushing out a magical weapon. You could call it a magical cannon, but the barrel wasn't that thick. But if you were to call it a magical firearm, it had 2 wheels on either side, and was pushed out like a small cart. 2 or 3 apprentice mechanics struggled to push it forward. Although mage apprentices weren't particularly strong, it was clear that this magical weapon was quite heavy. This time, 3 of these strangely shaped magical firearms were pushed out and reached the center of the training ground. Directly opposite them were a dozen or so humanoid ironwood knight targets, erected 200 meters away. Luo Yi jumped down from the platform and walked over to the magical firearms, reaching out to touch their cool, metallic texture and feel the raised and recessed magical runes. Nearby, several apprentice mechanics were also busy. They locked the wheels, secured the support frames, took out ammunition boxes, removed the ammunition belts, and inserted magazines. These weren't professional magic gunners, although they were skilled in mechanics. Their movements were somewhat clumsy, hurried, and chaotic. The knights naturally gathered here. Grand Knight Commander Thordine, the oldest among the Lion Knights, with graying temples, was known for his loyalty and reliability. Within the Lion Knights, Alfonso Zeke was the chief Grand Knight, but that was largely due to his youth and vigor. And behind him stood Iron Knight Philzeke. But the most beloved was Grand Knight Commander Thor. Looking at the magically powered weapon so close at hand, he could feel its coldness and killing intent, as if he could see blood and death. He couldn't help but ask, "Count, what is this?" "A Maxim heavy machine gun, designed by me and manufactured by the Imperial mechanic, Mage Christina Becker. What you see now was completed a month ago. Within the Empire, some legions have likely already begun equipping it." As he spoke, Loy stood before a heavy machine gun, 1 foot on the support frame, kneeling on one knee. Gripping the handles with both hands, he channeled magic into them, and the magical runes extending from the handles gradually lit up. Like beautiful flowers blooming, they climbed up all the barrels, then connected back and forth, finally penetrating the 2 enormous moonstone magic crystals. "Everyone, watch closely, this is the real metal storm." Loy pulled back the bolt, raised the barrels, and pointed them at the humanoid target 200 meters away. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. The gunshots rang out like popping beans, continuous and relentless. Shell casings ricocheted, tracing trajectories in the air before crashing to the ground. Furthermore, magical energy became chaotic. The 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water lost their balance, rapidly expanding, and the pervasive smell of gunpowder stimulated the nerves. Loy forcefully pressed down on the throbbing heavy machine gun, letting the powerful recoil rage between his fingers, yet he still maintained firm control. And the muzzle flashes, after a brief period of chaos, began to accurately find their target. 200 meters away, the humanoid target was firmly embedded in the ground, secure enough. But at this moment, accompanied by clanging sounds, the ironwood target and the triple armor all trembled violently. Sparks flew as piercing and tearing wounds appeared, growing increasingly dense. The knights nearby were stunned. Even the most composed knights felt as if each bullet had struck not just the target, but their hearts. Time seemed to pass slowly, but in reality, in rapid fire mode, 600 bullets were fired per minute. Although the ammunition belt was long, it didn't last long. It wasn't until the clicking sound rang out that Luo Yi realized he was out of bullets, so he stopped pulling the trigger. Even so, the knights remained stunned for a long time. The knights were all physically excellent and had superb eyesight. When the smoke cleared, they saw things more clearly than anyone else. The dozen or so humanoid targets, even those in knightly plate armor, were riddled with holes. Even those whose fronts remained intact had their limbs and heads shattered. Moreover, very few targets were still standing, most were lying on the ground. Loy personally changed the magazines, but still felt it wasn't enough. So he shouted, "Alfonso Zeke, Thordine, Vincent Adder, where are the 3 Grand Knight commanders?" Here, almost instinctively, the 3 stepped forward. Loy continued, "Hold the thickest tower shields, stand 200 meters away, unleash your battle aura, and in your strongest defensive form, withstand the heavy machine gun fire." Upon receiving the order, Loy almost simultaneously activated Lion King, a strange power radiating outwards, merging the knights into a single unit. At that moment, the 3 Grand Knight commanders understood Loy's meaning, and they replied without hesitation, "Yes." The 3 then leaped into the air, quickly finding 3 tower shields, and landed 200 meters away. A surge of battle aura erupted, blooming like flames and coalescing on the shields. The 3 tower shields merged into one, instantly shrinking the 3 figures beneath them. Even then, Luo Yi felt it wasn't enough. With a thud, his battle aura gathered, condensing outside the tower shields into a tangible shield of battle aura. This was Luo Yi's extraordinary combat skill, Iron Wall. At that moment, Luo Yi pulled the trigger again. Bang 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 bang. The machine gun spat fire again, bullets raining down, striking the shields directly. The clash of battle aura against metal created a seemingly endless, resounding clang. At this moment, the three extraordinary knights' sensations, amplified by the power of the Lion King, were clearly felt by all the knights. It felt as if countless hammer blows were falling, carrying a bone-piercing spin and drilling force, traveling along the shields to their bodies. Even as extraordinary beings, even with their astonishing physiques, they felt countless forces drilling into their bodies, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. However, a single heavy machine gun posed only a limited threat to them. But with just a glance from Luo Yi, mechanic apprentices on either side sprang into action. While they weren't as strong as Luo Yi, and their control over the machine guns was poor, unable to control the stray bullets, the combined fire of three heavy machine guns still caused the three extraordinary knights to pale and their faces to change drastically. Finally, after emptying another magazine, Luo Yi stopped. His voice, seemingly drifting from afar amidst the billowing smoke, resonated in the ears of all the knights. Did you see that? Did you feel that? This is just the combined fire of three heavy machine guns, and the resulting metal storm is enough to suppress third-tier extraordinary knights, rendering them immobile. What if dozens or hundreds of heavy machine guns were wreaking havoc on the battlefield? Would the knights have any chance of survival? This is what I mean when I say knights are products about to be eliminated by the times. At this moment, Luo Yi's voice, like a heavy hammer, struck the hearts of every knight. Their faces turned deathly pale, their expressions blank. Second update delivered. I'll try my best for third. Chapter 287, Night Training Class. Lion Manor. Inside the council hall, the magical crystal chandeliers on the ceiling emitted a soft glow, illuminating the once gloomy council hall with a bright and clear light. Once the mage tower was built and the power supply problem was solved, Loy consciously installed crystal chandeliers at Lion Manor. Every night, the soft, bright light overflowed from Lion Manor, illuminating the surrounding streets, becoming part of Brussels' night scene. Of course, under the soft light, the vassals and knights all looked dejected and listless. Even the several third-tier transcendents, who could already project their battle aura, appeared quite bewildered and at a loss. The entire council hall was shrouded in a suffocating, oppressive atmosphere. At the head of the table, at the highest point, Loy leaned back in his chair, coldly observing, but did not speak immediately. In truth, while the Maxim magical heavy machine gun was powerful, it wasn't enough to ignore third-tier transcendents. The three Grand Knights, preoccupied with defense, were caught in the metal storm and overwhelmed. In a real battlefield setting, their agility and leaping could have evaded most of the bullets. The heavy machine guns, after all, were difficult to maneuver, had limited elevation range, and were prone to jamming. If these extraordinary warriors could quickly penetrate the gunners' ranks, they could wreak havoc. Even so, one cannot deny that the knights' renowned group charges had become sitting ducks under the heavy machine gun fire. The future of warfare would inevitably change because of this. For Loy, it was better to shatter their illusions than let them die on the battlefield. Moreover, the magic energy industry had entered a period of stable development. Further advancement and in-depth development could not avoid these vassals and knights. Small-scale farming and nascent capitalism were inherently incompatible extremes. Developing one would inevitably destroy the other. And this destruction would begin with changing the knights' ingrained mindset. Only a change in mindset could make them comply with Loy's reforms. Count, just as her thoughts were taking flight, a hoarse, metallic voice rang out. It was the imposing female knight, the only female extraordinary being in Flower Territory, Tanya Anderson, who stood up. Her voice seemed calm, yet beneath that calm lay an unspeakable madness and resentment. She did what all the knights wanted to do but dared not, staring at Loy with red eyes, almost enunciating each word clearly. Count, you summoned us here not for the training of the Lion Knights, were you? Loy slowly nodded. That's right. Then what do you intend to achieve? To completely abolish the Lion Knights, or perhaps, to directly strip us knights of our status, honor, and land? Ha 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 ha. Thinking about it, when the Lion King no longer needs his sword and claws to protect him, we become useless, a burden. Her words carried a defiant, reckless tone. Two extraordinary knights, Cody Isaac and Jar Turner, flanked her, trying to silence her. But she ignored them, sweeping them away with a flick of her wrist. Of course, many of the knights were actually glaring at Lloyd with red eyes, as if demanding an answer from him. Although Lloyd was a bastard and young, Since his ascension, his strength, methods, warfare, and even his interpersonal skills had been virtually impeccable. His prestige was extremely high, winning the hearts of all the knights. If it weren't for today's events, Tanya would never have dared to question her lord like this. However, Lloyd wasn't angry, and his expression remained completely unmoved. He merely surveyed the crowd, meeting their gazes before finally speaking. The Raymond family has stood tall in the flower territory for 1,000 years, a legacy spanning dozens of generations. At times, they were powerful enough to inspire, or, at others, they were weak, surrounded by wolves, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, whether powerful or weak, they have always had a group of the most loyal and valiant Lion Knights protecting them, year after year, crossing the chasm of time. Therefore, I will never abandon you, never abandon those most loyal to the Raymond family. I admit, today was intentional. I deliberately gathered you here, deliberately showed you the power of the Maxim magic machine gun, and deliberately made you aware of the changes in the outside world. But isn't this better than being mowed down by this machine gun on the battlefield? When you confidently charge forward, I am the Lion King, your leader. I am responsible for your lives, and naturally, I also have a responsibility to guide you onto the right path. You've seen the magic cannons, and you've seen this heavy machine gun. You should know better than anyone that the future of warfare has undergone a massive transformation. With that, Lloyd stood up. His figure wasn't particularly tall, but it cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. He then changed the subject, saying, "But no matter how the mode of warfare changes, no matter how powerful these magic-powered guns are, they are still controlled by humans. Therefore, what we need to do is understand the guns, use them, and then become invincible on the battlefield." As he spoke, Lloyd took out his dimensional pouch, channeled magic power into it, and retrieved a Maxim magic-powered heavy machine gun. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Lloyd took out the ammunition belt and inserted it into the slot. Then, he fumbled with the latches at the machine gun's connection point, adjusted them, and with a swift movement, lifted the machine gun, which weighed over 100 kilograms. While Lloyd wasn't known for his strength, it depended on who he was compared to. Among the second-tier knights, few were stronger than him. I know your confusion and uncertainty. I know you're questioning your years of training in combat. But what I want to say is that the most important thing in the way of the knight is honor and spirit, not just combat skills. Battles are always adapted and optimized based on the actual situation. War, in particular, requires adapting to the circumstances and comprehensively considering the timing, location, and the people. Although nightly charges will be phased out on future battlefields, aren't your strong physiques, agile movements, experience in charging, and even close combat skills readily available? Tanya, I'm here, catch. With a forceful throw, Lloyd tossed a heavy machine gun in his hand, and Tanya almost instinctively reached out and caught it. Although the heavy machine gun was made of pure iron and weighed over 100 kilograms, it was as easy as straw in the hands of a third-tier knight. These days, gunslingers mostly rely on agility and speed, because only extremely high agility can dodge bullets. But the problem is, on the battlefield, amidst a hail of bullets, there aren't many opportunities for you to discern and dodge them all. So, it's better to pick up this heavy machine gun and charge directly into battle. As long as we're faster and our bullets are denser, the metal storm we unleash will make all the enemies fall on their way. Lloyd's words were simple, but they had already stirred Tanya's imagination. She stroked the heavy machine gun in her hand, as if she could see herself carrying the weapon and charging into battle. She pulled the trigger, and bullets rained down like a storm, cutting down enemies like wheat in their wake. At this moment, she finally shook off her despondency and confusion, as if she had found a way out, her eyes growing brighter. Then, another hand quietly reached out from the side, equally strong and powerful, wanting to touch the cold gun barrel. Snap! Tanya reacted swiftly, slapping him across the face. She withdrew her hand and looked up, glaring angrily. She saw Jar Turner looking at her awkwardly, but still managed to say, "Tanya, we're good brothers. You've seen it, let us have a go, let us feel it." Tanya rolled her eyes and said, "No way," but when she looked up again, she saw the other knights staring at her with red eyes, their eyes fixed on the weapon in her hand. Tanya hugged the heavy machine gun tighter, then turned to Lloyd and said, "Count, I want this weapon. What would you like to exchange it for? Military merits, gold, land, or anything else? Name your price. I won't haggle. It's yours." "Really? Would I lie to you?" Lloyd said, then looked at the other knights and said, "You all have it, all of you. However, To use a magical weapon, you need the most basic conditions: introductory meditation and possession of magic power. Don't worry. I have the best meditation teachers, special elixirs for introductory meditation, and the best meditation environment. As long as you study diligently, I guarantee you'll all be able to use this magical weapon in about 6 months. Of course, I don't like to force people, so it's all voluntary. With that, Lloyd returned to his seat. This time, however, Butler Hoover reappeared, holding paper and pen, and pushed forward a whiteboard. 5 large characters were written on it in charcoal: Night Training Class. If you want to learn, then register at Butler Hoover's. The night training program will teach you basic meditation, the structure and use of magic-powered guns, and survival skills for the future battlefield. I'll go. Me too. I'll definitely sign up. Me too. In an instant, everyone responded enthusiastically. Lloyd leaned back, maintaining order while her expression suddenly relaxed. This step was a success. First chapter delivered, second chapter to be revised. Chapter 288, Brussels Magic Armory. You have to admit, with the advent of powerful ships and cannons, the Knights' Order was destined to be swept into the dustbin of history. Even if Lloyd possessed the Lion King title and led a group of Lion Knights, maximizing their combat power, even if he could mobilize and meticulously allocate his battle aura, he didn't think he could survive the relentless bombardment of magic-powered heavy machine guns and cannons. This wasn't just Lloyd's wishful thinking, it was proven by the facts of his efforts. In Auckland City, the Old Noble Association was incredibly arrogant, and they sent a large number of third-tier transcendents, yet they were reduced to nothing but bones under the bombardment of magic-powered cannons. In Frost Moon Canyon, Marcus Carlyle's many schemes seemed quite good, but they were all shattered by several volleys of magic-powered cannons deployed by Lloyd. In future wars, the role of magic-powered guns and cannons will only become more and more important. Therefore, rather than letting war teach these knights a lesson, he would rather lead everyone to actively seek change. Fortunately, the shock brought by the magic-powered heavy machine guns was significant enough, and the effect was remarkable. Under these circumstances, even if some knights were unsure, it didn't stop them from signing up. Everyone present, without exception, entered the night training program. As for the training effectiveness, Lloyd was quite confident. These people who became knights were not fools. With the aid of the soul-stabilizing incense, they could all grasp the basics of meditation within 6 months at most. While using a heavy machine gun required slightly more magic power than a pistol, it wasn't by much. A few hundred points of magic power would be sufficient for its use. Of course, having too many people also had its disadvantages. It was impossible to train them all together. Besides, these knights weren't idle. They each had their own tasks: sea transport, mining, logistics, territories. Although the tasks weren't particularly demanding, these areas couldn't be left unguarded. Finally, Lloyd divided the knights into 3 groups, rotating every 10 days. The curriculum naturally focused on basic meditation. The instructors were specially invited from Auckland City, possessing rich teaching experience and adept at explaining complex meditation techniques in the simplest language. As for the soul-stabilizing incense, Lloyd provided it to the fullest extent, even waiving the cost. In addition, there were other courses. There were 2 main aspects. First, the use and structure of firearms and cannons. While not necessarily an expert, one needed to be able to solve simple problems and use them skillfully. Second, there was Roy's summary of battlefield survival guidelines for firearms. Well, Roy's understanding of this was somewhat arbitrary, drawing on memories of movies and TV series. For example, digging trenches to conceal oneself. Another example was crawling on the ground to minimize bullet damage. Although rolling around on the ground wasn't very honorable for knights, they would accept it if it saved their lives. It's worth mentioning that after half a year of training, the second sons and illegitimate children of these knights and vassals were almost all placed in Brussels' industrial system. They were literate and, with proper guidance and training, performed very actively and excellently. Then, one knight, frustrated with his basic meditation lessons, remembered his children and called them back to be his tutors. Thus, scenes of sons instructing fathers unfolded in various households. This stunned countless people. Of course, the night training program was only one aspect, a part of Roy's plan. In fact, Roy also held a meeting with his vassals, reporting on Raymond Magic Energy Group's financial statements and profits for the first half of the year. These people were small shareholders in different branches, Although they didn't participate in management, they were entitled to dividends. The profit of 500,000 gold tires was astonishing, even to the Red Dragon Virgil, let alone these people. It could be said that although they were only small shareholders, holding only a small portion of the shares, even half a year's dividends were equivalent to their entire year's income. As the saying goes, a group of small lords living in a small-scale peasant economy might not have to worry about food and drink, but the gold coins they actually received each year were not much. At this moment, they truly felt the changes brought about by the magic energy industry. From war to military industry, from production efficiency to lifestyle, it was a comprehensive change. It was at this moment that they truly put aside their prejudices and began to accept and recognize magic energy machinery. Prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain, not so easily changed. Before, though they didn't say it, resentment always lingered. Only now, having benefited, with their status changing and themselves seeking change, have they truly faced the issue head-on. Don't underestimate this. Only when they accept it from the bottom of their hearts and change can Luo Yi's later policies regarding land and population face no resistance. It's all interconnected. Of course, most noteworthy is that Luo Yi has opened a new magic energy factory and announced a share offering to his vassals. This time, it's the Brussels Magic Energy Armory raising funds, primarily producing Maxim magic energy heavy machine guns, as well as magic energy cannon technology transferred from the Empire. It's only because the Flower territory possesses sufficiently advanced processing machinery that they are qualified to produce these precision products. And when the share offering was announced, many vassals' eyes turned red with envy. No wonder, nobody's stupid. This near-exclusive industry, with a prospectus for huge profits, is bound to tempt them. Of course, with no recent war and no military merits, the shareholding method has changed slightly. Loy allows everyone to invest their wealth, but only at a minimum. Later, he will reward meritorious individuals with a portion of the shares. Similarly, those holding important positions and making outstanding contributions will also receive share rewards. The former will have a corresponding time limit, while the latter will change with a position. This part was specifically designed by Loy, referencing company stock options, and specifically to address the income issues of figures like the Minister of Machinery, Hick Cruz, Maruna, Mira Greenman, and even Butler Hoover. They are not combatants, do not go to the battlefield, and cannot earn military merits, but their contributions to the Flower territory are undeniable. Therefore, their status and treatment must be improved. In short, following Loy will inevitably lead to great wealth. Of course, Loy's involvement in the military industry ultimately requires the support of the Empire. Mage Tower, as Loy stepped onto the top floor, he saw Lilia and Christina. The two of them were whispering amongst themselves about a Maxim magic-powered heavy machine gun, with Christina mainly explaining and Lilia listening, occasionally asking questions. They were lying there, wiggling their hips, oblivious to their own actions, but Loy's gaze fell on a place they shouldn't have. One was round and plump, the other firm and perky. It made him want to reach out and touch them. Of course, Loy had considerable self-control. After a few more glances, he coughed, waking them from their reverie. "Loy, you're here." Lilia turned around, saw Loy, and jumped up in surprise. She quickly walked to Loy's side, then said with a hint of resentment, "Since you have such a good design, why didn't you give it to me?" Loy looked at her, gently pinched her nose, and said, "Isn't it because I feel sorry for you? Those processing machines are enough to keep you busy, and you still have all sorts of magic to learn. How could I bear to make you even more tired?" "You can't bear to see Lilia tired, but you can bear to see me tired." Christina leaned closer, mimicking Lilia's expression with a resentful look. Since receiving the new gun design ideas, and even the blueprints for the Maxim heavy machine gun, Christina had automatically become familiar with Loy. Loy could sense that this girl wanted to play with fire, intentionally or unintentionally tempting him. But his self-control was still quite strong. He never showed any emotion, especially when Lilia was around. Just like now, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "If you feel tired, then I won't give you the rest of the design drawings," and Christina's eyes lit up, and she immediately added, No, I was just joking. I didn't mean to be tired at all. If there are any better weapons, I won't complain, then we'll see how you perform." Saying this, Loy turned to look at Lilia and asked, "Is His Majesty Saint Bartholomew here?" "Yes. He's been waiting for you for a long time." "Then let's go." Roy was actually familiar with the top floor of Lelia's Mage Tower, because since the Mage Tower was completed and Lelia moved here, he liked to cultivate and sleep here. It was safe, the scenery was good, and he could hold a soft, fragrant body in his arms, so he was happy to do so. However, he rarely went to Lelia's laboratory, or more accurately, the place where His Majesty Saint Bartholomew taught her. At this moment, Lelia led him through the long corridor for several minutes until they arrived at the door of a laboratory. Knock on the door, enter, and the first thing you see is dozens of magic-powered heavy machine guns floating in mid-air. They are arranged in a semicircular formation, their magical runes glowing. Triggers pulled, and a torrent of fireballs rains down. The target of these machine guns is a clump of gelatinous substance, riddled with holes and constantly deformed by the impact of the bullets. Compared to what Luo Yi had created, this is a true metal storm. Yet, even so, not a sound is heard. The surrounding silencing field isolates the deafening roar of the guns within a certain range. Finally, after all the bullets have been emptied and spent casings litter the ground, the heavy machine guns all fall, and the clump of gelatinous substance is shattered into pieces everywhere. His Holiness Saint Bartholomew suddenly appeared amidst the smoke and fire. He turned to look at Loy and finally said, "Your design truly amazes me." Loy smiled and replied, "I have to thank your Holiness for that. Last time, you asked me to design more interesting machines. This is my answer, just an answer, of course, there's much more, then let's talk inside." Second update delivered. Tonight's challenge, 3 updates. Chapter 289, Negotiation. Perhaps almost every mechanic's laboratory is far from tidy and clean. Lelia's laboratory, completed only 6 months ago, is already like this. Several processing machines are scattered everywhere, the floor littered with various parts. Although there are shelves around, you can't expect things to be neatly arranged. Don't think it's messy. For the mechanics themselves, it's a kind of organized chaos. They can always find what they need. But if someone were to tidy it up for them, then nothing would be found. His Majesty Saint Bartholomew led Roy and the other 2 through the laboratory to the inner reception room. The room wasn't large, but it was covered with expensive cashmere carpets, very comfortable to walk on. It was near a window, and looking out, one could see the river, where countless people were busy, and boats were shuttling back and forth, a bustling scene. Although this was Lelia's domain, His Majesty Saint Bartholomew was more like the host. He sat down first, then gestured for everyone else to sit as well. With a wave of his hand, he took out steaming hot black tea from his dimensional bag and automatically pushed it in front of each person. Putting everything else aside, he had already mastered the hand of the mage spell to an unparalleled degree. However, he didn't give Roy time to sip his tea, but instead asked directly, "Tell me, what do you want?" Roy didn't answer immediately, but picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then slowly said, "I want an order. An order for the Maxim magic-powered heavy machine gun. The time frame can be extended, but the quantity and profit must be substantial, and payment must be prompt." His Majesty Saint Bartholomew's expression froze, and he looked up with some surprise. He stared at Roy and said, "I thought you would ask for a large sum of gold tires, to be paid by the Empire in the name of a patent." Roy smiled, with a hint of self-deprecation, and said, "Ordinary machinery is fine, but this is firearms, a weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. Using so-called patents to bind them is a bit ridiculous. I believe that when Christina manufactured the first finished product, she sent the data back to the Empire, and the Imperial military should have already completed trials and begun small-scale deployment. My request isn't excessive, it's just a small part of this massive production capacity, enough to keep me busy. But why? Can you tell me? In my opinion, you could just ask for money. Wealth is just one standard for measuring a person. It seems incredibly important, and everyone loves it, but it's not that important. What I need now is a breeding ground for talent, a workshop for honing skills, an accumulation of sufficient technology, and the production of high-quality products." His Majesty Saint Bartholomew still looked somewhat puzzled. Clearly, although he was powerful and proficient in magical machinery, he didn't understand economic principles very well, let alone factory operations. Loy pondered for a moment, then changed his approach. "Your Majesty, you know I've built an arsenal, right? The Brussels arsenal, I know. So what? You see, once the arsenal is built, you need people, products, and sales channels, but those aren't important. The most important thing is orders. As long as the Empire gives me enough orders, I can allocate mechanics, recruit apprentices, purchase raw materials, and produce these heavy machine guns. Although it will be slower at first, and there will be problems, once the first step is taken, things will go smoothly, and when these heavy machine guns are delivered to the Empire, I can exchange them for jinter, pay wages and bonuses, maintain supplier relationships, organize new R&D teams, and even deliver goods by rail and sea. You see, it's just a few more orders, but I've gained an arsenal, skilled workers, weapons production lines, various technologies, and even earned jinter, giving knights and vassals hope and sustaining the upstream and downstream supply chains. That's what orders can bring, many benefits, far exceeding simple patent fees. Lloyd then looked at His Majesty St. Bartholomew and asked, "Am I asking for too much?" His Majesty Bartholomew shook his head slightly and said, "Not too much, but rather too little. In a sense, you are the creator of this magical weapon and should own most of its intellectual property rights. Now, asking for only a few orders makes my Habsburg Empire seem very stingy." Lloyd couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Your Majesty, this should be your idea, not the ministers of the Imperial Cabinet, right? I didn't discuss this with them, so what? If it were them, they would probably be even more outrageous, perhaps even taking everything and leaving me nothing." "How could that be, Your Majesty? This heavy machine gun is a powerful weapon capable of changing the course of war. You should imagine that the Empire will never give it up. I'm just afraid that if we ask for too much, those ministers in the cabinet will have other ideas. For example, they might stop supporting the Flower Territory and instead abandon the Raymond family, just to monopolize the knowledge and patents of the heavy machine gun. I believe they would not only do it, but would even be happy to do it. Therefore, I want to be careful and only ask for a very small amount to put everyone at ease." Lloyd's idea was not unfounded. There's a saying, great kindness can turn into enmity. When a favor reaches a certain point, it becomes an enemy. At this point, if all enemies are eliminated, the favor doesn't need to be repaid. The Empire's size is what it is. Compared to that, Flower Territory is truly nothing. He feared that offering something too good might cause a situation of a child wielding gold and causing trouble, which would make things very difficult. Therefore, this time, Lloyd didn't even want to negotiate with the Imperial Ambassador, Lord Robinwater, but instead went directly to His Majesty St. Bartholomew. Although this man actively participated in imperial affairs, he was clearly not one of those heartless politicians. Even so, Lloyd was frank, without any concealment, and carefully stated his demands. Even so, he still felt it wasn't enough, adding, "Of course, to facilitate this order, I've also prepared 2 gifts." Gifts? At this moment, His Majesty St. Bartholomew had caught up with Roy's train of thought. He was, after all, experienced in life, and after a little thought, he knew that Roy's concerns were absolutely necessary. Those people in the cabinet were all ruthless and capable of truly taking advantage of others. At this moment, he looked at Lloyd with renewed respect, narrowing his eyes slightly, and asked, "I'd like to see what gift you've prepared." Lloyd raised his hand, took out a parchment scroll, and handed it over, saying, "This is 20% of the shares in the Brussels Armory. In the future, you will also be one of the shareholders of this factory. The specific amount of profit will depend on how well the factory is managed and what level it develops to." His Majesty Bartholomew paused in taking the parchment scroll, his expression hardening, even showing a hint of anger brewing. "Are you bribing me?" "No, no, no, you can consider it a gift of apprenticeship. Lilia has been learning from you for so long and has gained a lot. As a matter of courtesy and consideration, something should be shown. However, Your Majesty's standards are too high, and I don't have much to offer, so I've delayed until now. This 20% share can also be converted into some money, with some dividends every year. Consider it pocket money to subsidize the experiments." "That's a beautifully said statement. It's pleasing to the ear, but it doesn't change the fact that it's a bribe." Lloyd chuckled and said, "My second gift is indeed a bribe. Would you like to take a look?" "Let me see." This time, Lloyd took out a large stack of documents from his dimensional bag, placed them on the table, and pushed them in front of His Majesty Bartholomew. He said, "Since I promised Your Majesty I would present some interesting mechanical designs, I won't go back on my word. The Maxim magic-powered heavy machine gun was just a small test. I also have a 6-barreled Gatling gun prepared, as well as individual explosive weapons that can be used directly in castle sieges. Grenades. Actually, grenades weren't Lloyd's original creation. The Habsburg Empire had such designs, but their instability caused multiple explosions. There was even an incident where a warehouse was blown up, resulting in dozens of deaths, making them unpopular. Roy simply revived this design, and the solution to the safety problem was ridiculously simple, adding a safety device. This time, it really scratched His Majesty St. Bartholomew's sore spot. He immediately picked up the documents and began to peruse them. He read quickly, often just glancing at them before moving on to the next page. Halfway through, he separated the drawings from the documents, as the lower half contained the grenade design. But at that very moment, a hand reached out, about to touch the design drawings placed to the side, but was swiftly stopped by his reflexes. "What are you doing?" This was His Majesty Bartholomew's question, and the object of his questioning, the mage Christina, initially smiled sheepishly. But after realizing what he was doing, she jumped up, saying, Your Majesty, this should be mine. Can I even look at it?" No. At this moment, he stopped looking at the drawings in his hand and looked up at Roy. As if organizing his thoughts, he finally spoke after a moment. "This gift is wonderful, I love it, and the order, I've agreed. I'll discuss it with the Imperial Cabinet. It shouldn't be difficult to resolve. In your name, in the name of St. Bartholomew." That's good. Thank you. I should also thank you. You used your wisdom to guide magical machinery down a different path, exploring another possibility. Very good. At this moment, Roy and His Majesty St. Bartholomew exchanged a smile, the previously tense atmosphere dissipating completely, replaced by a much more relaxed atmosphere. This chapter was written last night, but I didn't feel quite right about it. I accompanied my wife to her prenatal checkup this morning and just finished revising it. Chapter 290, Blood for Blood. Roy was actually a very calm person. He wasn't blinded by his achievements, his current status, or his strength. Therefore, he clearly understood that some things were permissible, some things were unrestricted, but some things, even just trying them, required extreme caution. For example, this arms factory produced the most advanced heavy machine guns available at the moment, which left Roy with no choice but to be cautious. He knew that the Habsburg Empire's assistance to the Flower Territory was primarily to set an example, to show other nations the benefits and advantages of magical machinery, thereby breaking the united blockade of the old nobles. Therefore, they were generous with their technical and personnel support, and greatly facilitated Roy's many requests. However, they certainly didn't want to cultivate a more powerful adversary. If the Flower Territory demonstrated greater war potential, that would be a different story. It was for this reason that Roy sought out His Majesty St. Bartholomew, hoping he could replace the Raymond family in operating within the empire. Although he didn't spell it out explicitly, His Holiness St. Bartholomew understood clearly and was willing to offer assistance in his own name, which truly reassured Roy. Of course, Roy felt that what truly moved him wasn't the 20% share. That was what Roy needed. He needed to bind the other party to his cause as much as possible, making them a community of shared interests. On the contrary, it was the six-barreled Gatling gun and hand grenades that truly captivated this mechanical master. The extraordinary design concepts and ideas filing the blueprints were what moved him the most. It could be said that with a night training program, Roy had truly resolved the old noble forces within the Flower Territory. Having also persuaded His Holiness St. Bartholomew, the empire was no longer an obstacle. Coupled with the completion of various phases of the project and the start of factory operations, Roy was finally qualified to advance the second step of his plan. In his words, this meant deepening magical machinery and promoting the popularization and further development of industry. And the first step he took was population registration and census, magical talent testing, and even the popularization of basic education. Industrial development, in the end, requires someone to drive it, and not just one or two geniuses. They might be able to solve key technical problems, but production requires a large workforce. Even if these workers have low levels of education, they must be literate, have some mechanical knowledge, and even have some basic meditation skills to accumulate some magical power. In the earldom where small-scale farming is prevalent, this is considered highly skilled talent, and is quite rare. Therefore, for the further development of the magical energy industry, a census is the foundation, talent testing is the screening, and education and promotion are the right path. In the past, this matter would probably have caused a great uproar among the vassals, and it would have been impossible to implement. But now, the knights themselves are undergoing special training, so it is not so difficult to accept. In addition, Roy also specially selected outstanding talents and sent them to Auckland City in the name of the Raymond family to study at the Filant Magic Academy. Although the Filant Magic Academy is not much in the entire empire, Roy has strong connections there. These people study in the academy and practice in the factory at the same time, which is a combination of theory and practice, allowing them to grow at the fastest speed. However, while these policies would certainly be implemented, they were a long-term solution to an immediate problem. The real solution for talent development lay in the over-recruiting and pre-job training of the factories. Maruna adopted all the policies from Auckland, using experienced workers to mentor new ones and provide specialized training. While the number of jobs these trained workers could handle was limited, practice made perfect, and they could perform their duties. Of course, these workers were drawn from all over the territory, and this population concentration made Brussels increasingly prosperous. Meanwhile, Leon Vasquez, appointed by Lloyd as Brussels' first police chief, had taken full charge of security. His first task was to reorganize the city guard, a process that was proceeding rapidly. As for Maruna, he was the busiest of them all, practically replacing Lloyd in managing the production of all the factories in the industrial zone. Unlike Lloyd, who only visited occasionally, Maruna devoted himself wholeheartedly to managing each factory, issuing orders in almost every detail, assigning personnel, and defining job responsibilities and operating manuals. He truly deserves credit for the smooth implementation of various tasks in each factory, completing production targets and personnel training. As for Mira Greenman, she may seem unassuming and inconspicuous, but she truly embodies the saying, "A skilled strategist achieves little without ostentation." Her financial staff are almost all hand-picked elites. They not only keep all the company's accounts crystal clear, but also, through control of consumables, push the production department to improve yield rates. In fact, Raymond Magic Energy Group has many internal operations. For example, ore from the mines, transported by rail. Should there be a charge? How much? Is it profitable? How much profit? And when iron ore is delivered to the steel mill, it's considered sold. What is the price? How should payment be made? How should the accounting be handled? These are all real questions. If these aren't considered financially, where does the company's profit come from? Where do the dividends for minority shareholders come from? But if they are considered financially, how should it be calculated? How should pricing be determined? How should profits be obtained? These were all troublesome matters, which had been a headache for Luo Yi until Mira took over and came up with a plan. She directly referenced the ore prices of the Habs Empire, using the information from the communication magic array as the standard, to simulate the prices of buying and selling between the two parties. It was flawless, and no one could find fault with it. It was only after the arrival of the three of them, who took over most of Luo Yi's specific work, that he was finally freed from the complicated affairs. At this point, he only needed to determine the general direction and assign various tasks. Naturally, someone else would carry them out. By this time, it was already early August of the 313th year of the new divine calendar, and various affairs had been regulated. Now, all that was needed was time to accumulate, to ferment, and to bring about various subtle changes. And Luo Yi, having taken some time out, could finally settle some personal grudges. Lion Manor, second floor, study. Luo Yi finished reviewing the last document, tossed it aside, stretched, and arched his back, forming a striking arc. Accompanying this was a series of cracking sounds, like firecrackers, continuous and relentless. Luo Yi twisted his body into various pretzel shapes several times, finally relaxing his muscles. Settling back into the high-backed chair, he asked, "Teacher Oliveira, any news from Ang?" A bolt of lightning flashed, and in the blink of an eye, Oliveira appeared before Luo Yi. He seemed even more lean now, his physique slender, his muscles, though not overly developed, were full and powerful, containing explosive strength. What was most terrifying about him was his gaze. His pale gray eyes were completely unwavering, like those of a ruthless killer. Anyone who met those eyes would feel a chill run down their spine. His hair, originally a mix of black and white, had now turned completely silver-white and was cut short into a buzz cut. It looked both alluring and coldly ruthless. However, every time Luo Yi saw his hair color, his mood soured. He had originally thought that reaching the fourth tier of the Calamity Realm would extend his lifespan. But the losses Oliveira had suffered were simply losses that couldn't be easily recovered. Luo Yi even sought out the Red Dragon Virgil, whose exact words were, There are miraculous items that replenish life force, but the human body is like an hourglass. You can't simply replenish whatever you want. Only special divine artifacts can possibly restore the body's losses, and the most prominent of these was the legendary Fountain of Life, said to have given birth to the elven race beneath the World Mother Tree. But let alone the Fountain of Life, even among the elves, few could be found in the Old World. Luoyu then sought out His Holiness Saint Bartholomew, who looked at him as if he were a fool. In this world, probably no one would complain about living too long. If such life-extending artifacts truly existed, they wouldn't be circulating in the market, much less being sold. Even if they occasionally appeared on the black market, they might attract the covetous eyes of legendary powerhouses. So, to sum it up, there's nothing they can do. However, Oliveira has spent almost the entire past 6 months in seclusion, which has solidified his calamity realm and given him complete control over his lightning-based battle aura. He's even developed several unique combat techniques, greatly increasing his strength. His speed alone is enough to overwhelm even Iron Knight Phil and Flame Sword Saint Otto. Moreover, Oliveira's battle aura has undergone a second purification, far exceeding ordinary power. With a divine psi enhancement, he could even win a 2-on-1 fight. This result truly frustrated Iron Knight and Flame Sword Saint for a long time. They are veteran calamities, and to lose to a newcomer like this is naturally infuriating. But there's nothing they can do. This is the power of secret holy techniques. Mastering just one of them is enough to stand out among one's peers. Upon hearing the question, Oliveira slowly nodded and said, "News has already come back that Aang has established a firm foothold in the Kingdom of Sardinia. Currently, he's investigating the specifics of the Isle family, according to the available information. The Isle family's rise to power seems rather dishonorable, with considerable collusion with pirates. The Kingdom of Sardinia itself developed by relying on pirates. They even dared to issue legal privateering warrants. It's not uncommon for a nobleman to collude with pirates." As Loy said this, he added, "Pass on a message for me, tell Aang to be cautious. His life is more important than anything else. I've repeatedly emphasized this. And you, teacher? Are you ready? That Oath Knight is a persistent nightmare. This time, we must get what we want." Oliveira grinned, a smile devoid of genuine joy, yet revealing an indescribable coldness. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, then prepare. It shouldn't be long before we set off." First chapter delivered. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, The Three Great Nations. Things in this world are sometimes just so strange. From a neutral perspective, Ignaz Isel, the fourth-tier Oath Knight of the Isel family in the Kingdom of Sardinia, hadn't actually done anything wrong. Although he was a fourth-tier calamity, in matters as significant as the destruction of Lion Castle and the annihilation of the Raymond family, he was merely a participant. With powerful legendary figures overseeing the operation and third-tier transcendents cleaning up the mess, he simply received orders and completed his mission. Yet, for a long time, he was the object of Roy and Oliveira's hatred. That night, in the dream created by Deep Blue, Roy fought this very person the most. He felt something was missing if he didn't kill him at least once a day. Oliveira, on the other hand, considered him a target she had to kill, using him as motivation to cultivate relentlessly without ever slacking off. Now, there was no need to dwell on it anymore. This fourth-tier Earth Elemental Oath Knight was their undisputed target. Now that the promotion and development of the magic energy industry were on track and he had some free time, Roy felt that this grudge had to be settled. Or rather, even if he didn't bring it up, Oliveira wouldn't be able to hold back. However, this trip was ultimately to the Kingdom of Sardinia, another powerful nation, so he couldn't spend too much time there. A quick trip and return was best. To this end, Roy even sent Aang ahead to gather intelligence, handle miscellaneous matters, and prepare for the reception. Of course, Roy had to admit that he was actually quite curious. He wanted to see this country known as the Everlasting Empire, to see the government that dared to issue letters of marque, and to see the magnificent sight of countless ships coming and going, enough to obscure the sea. If the Bonaparte Empire was an old power in the old world, with the strongest royal family, the most nobles, the deepest foundation, and the longest-standing bloodline, for a long time, the Bonaparte Empire was the overlord of the old world, A unique existence. Even a cough from that supreme emperor could send shivers down the spines of other nations. And his most glorious act was crowning himself. When the Church of the Sun unified the faith of the old world, the saying divine power belongs to the gods, and royal power belongs to the nobles no longer held true. The high-ranking members of the church, to varying degrees, interfered in secular affairs, most notably by placing their hands on the sacred texts for coronation, followed by the crown being placed on their heads by powerful bishops from each region. This was custom, a subservience of royal power to divine authority. For countless years, the nobles had been accustomed to this, but that emperor, upon his ascension, did something truly shocking. He snatched the crown directly from the Pope and placed it on his own head. This act was utterly outrageous, causing an immense uproar. The problem was, he not only did it, but he also made the Pope reluctantly accept it, and the Church of the Sun dared not utter a single move. That was terrifying. As for the Habs Empire, it was a rising star that developed based on magical machinery. Although its founding was recent and its foundation was not strong, you cannot deny its vitality and the many miracles it created. Especially its battle against the Bonaparte Empire decades ago, which truly astonished many. Although the Habs Empire suffered a near-total defeat in high-level combat, on the ground, the knights, who had ruled the continent for thousands of years, were annihilated by the bombardment and three-stage firing of magical cannons. This battle, though seemingly a draw, actually laid the foundation for the Habs Empire. After decades of development, it has achieved its current prosperity. The Kingdom of Sardinia, on the other hand, presents a completely different picture. This country is a typical island kingdom. Although its area is much larger than that of ordinary islands, it has been isolated from the old world for many years and has been neglected. Almost no one respects them, and they are all despised as barbarians. But when the age of exploration arrived, countless ships sailed the seas, traversing lands to find new lands and reap gold, giving the Kingdom of Sardinia an opportunity to rise to power. As an island kingdom, it possessed excellent ports almost everywhere, capable of accommodating ships of all sizes. Furthermore, Sardinia had a developed shipbuilding industry and was recognized by the old world, with frequent trade and a sufficient supply of resources. Over time, it became the preferred port for most ships. Based on this, the Kingdom of Sardinia vigorously developed its shipbuilding industry and organized a powerful royal navy, its influence extending across almost the entire world of Herka. These navies were not there for mere amusement. Dumping goods, plundering people, looting gold, acquiring precious magical materials, and even instigating wars among the local population were all part of their methods. Their methods were bloody and ruthless, but beneath the countless bones lay colonies. Their usual approach was not direct rule, but rather to first subjugate the enemy, then establish puppet regimes, seize land, exercise extraterritorial control, and plunder wealth through various means. It can be said that the vast productive forces of the Habsburg Empire, and the abundant products they brought, were mostly distributed throughout the world of Herka via the Kingdom of Sardinia. Because of the sheer number of colonies, almost everywhere in the world, the sun seemed to shine eternally on the lands of the Sardinian Empire, hence the title "The Sun Never Sets." Of course, before becoming the largest colonial empire, the Kingdom of Sardinia was not without rivals. In fact, facing a powerful empire with its seafaring carriers, the Kingdom of Sardinia was once at a disadvantage, struggling to breathe. Ultimately, it was Her Majesty the Queen's reckless issuance of privateering warrants, relying on the power of pirates, that secured victory in the final war. From then on, the Kingdom of Sardinia became a very peculiar entity. It was prosperous, gathering countless ships, countless people, and countless goods. It was chaotic. The pirates on the endless ocean were not small-time operations, but true giants. They used the Kingdom of Sardinia as a distribution center for goods, exchanging resources and accumulating wealth, but also bringing chaos and bloodshed. This place is also rich in resources. Resources from all over the world are transported here by sea, as if the world's resources have converged here. So, if you can't find something here, don't waste your time looking elsewhere. Such a country is also full of charm. If Luoyer could find a supply source other than the Habsburg Empire, this would definitely be the only possibility. Therefore, Luoyer wanted to come and see for himself. Moreover, ancient countries often leave behind the marks of civilization, as well as unique customs and landscapes. If possible, Luoyer really wanted to travel around after earning enough money. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. However, in this era, traveling peacefully in such an old continent is not an easy thing. However, what Luo Yi didn't expect was that just as he was preparing to set off, Deep Blue suddenly appeared and caused trouble again. Inside the mechanical mage tower, Luo Yi finished a round of cultivation, naked, letting the sweat flow down his skin and gather in a puddle on the ground. He then downed several vials of potions, the taste of which wasn't pleasant, so he chose to gulp them down. Once he finished, he tossed the vials aside, lay back on the training ground, his chest heaving, panting heavily. Even for Luo Yi, after such intense training, he didn't want to move a single finger. Gradually, his consciousness began to drift. The flower forest had a pleasant climate, and besides, it was August. Luo Yi lay naked, feeling no cold at all. Exhausted and somewhat listless, he drifted off to sleep, seeking deep rest to recover his energy. Just then, Shen Lan's voice rang out, tinged with excitement. Master, the 9 newly acquired secret sacred techniques have been analyzed. Would you like to take a look? Luo Yi opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed, and asked, Analyzed? It's been almost a month, hasn't it? There's no way around it, they are sacred techniques after all. To unravel their mysteries always requires a great deal of time. However, this time, I've truly gained a great deal, enriching my database. If Master is willing to try, perhaps I can do even more. Luo Yi snapped out of his daze, finally perking up, but then he hesitated, scratching his head. Most secret sacred techniques are incredibly complex, and even mastering them is difficult. He had already made arrangements and was ready to set off. Now he was told the sacred techniques had been analyzed. Should he look at them or not? And if he did, should he cultivate them or not? Cultivating them would interfere with his main tasks. Not cultivating them, however, left him itching to do so. After a moment, Luo Yi finally said, All right, enough talk. Show me the contents. Let me see if there's anything good that's worth my attention. Okay. As he said this, blue light screens unfolded before Luo Yi's eyes, displaying dense text, with explanations of various sacred techniques appearing in his mind. However, to Luo Yi's surprise, the first sacred technique wasn't the golden bone, but abyssal fire. That's all for today. I'm too tired from the day, my eyes are too tired to keep open. Chapter 292, A New Sacred Technique. Deep Blue is truly amazing, possessing numerous modules and functions, making it an invaluable assistant in both life and work. However, ultimately, it's merely a program written using its own genes as hardware. Its modules and functions have their limits. For instance, it cannot alter the rules inherent in these secret sacred techniques. Improving, optimizing, iterating, or even just fine-tuning them is beyond its capabilities. This is why, after mastering the sacred techniques, Luo Yi had to discover their effects through practice. Deep Blue cannot unravel the underlying mysteries of those sacred techniques. However, to underestimate Deep Blue because of this would be truly short-sighted. While Deep Blue is powerless against the rules, it has an intimate understanding of Luo Yi's physique. The health monitoring module is undoubtedly the most mature of all modules, capable of monitoring changes and alterations at the genetic level. Therefore, although it is powerless against the rules involved in the sacred techniques, it can use Luo Yi's body as a blueprint to make detailed adjustments and optimizations to the techniques, ensuring Luo Yi's smooth entry into the training. Furthermore, because this is a special version, it's most suitable for Luo Yi, maximizing the effects of cultivation. Later, it can be continuously iterated and optimized, keeping pace with the body's growth curve. Therefore, for Luo Yi, cultivating multiple sacred techniques simultaneously is not impossible. If we had to summarize it, the design concept remains the same, but the specific shape and size can be customized. This, abyssal fire, is exactly that. Undoubtedly, this is bait cast out by the Abyss Lord, with almost no disguise. And what he's catching isn't someone of Luo Yi's status and position, but rather those filled with deep hatred, indifferent to life and death, who'll see it as their last straw. In such a world, the destruction of families and the death of loved ones are commonplace. Anyone who encounters this abyssal fire will no longer care about the future or life and death. They mostly use the power of the abyss to settle their grudges first. Therefore, this sacred technique is not suitable for Luo Yi. But Shen Lan, still based on the cultivation concept of abyssal fire, has proposed a second possibility for Luo Yi. In this world, light and darkness are relative. Just as there is a bottomless abyss, there is also a celestial realm of light. Just as one can cultivate abyssal fire by harnessing the abyssal energy, one can also refine sacred flame battle aura by harnessing the power of the celestial realm. Legend has it that the Church of the Sun God possesses a supreme breathing technique that can directly ignore the awakening of battle aura attributes, achieving sacred battle aura upon breaking through to the 4th rank. Deep Blue speculates that the method used is similar. The reason he ranked this sacred technique first is because he clearly knows that sacred, or sacred flame-type battle aura, is what Luo Yi desires most. It has to be said that Luo Yi was genuinely tempted after reading the content. He asked, "Shen Lan, are you sure this is really feasible?" Shen Lan replied, "Based on my stored data analysis, the feasibility is as high as 73%. Luo Yi frowned, "Only 73%, Shen Lan explained, "That's the success rate. Even if it fails, it won't cause irreversible damage. Moreover, the reason the success rate is only so high is because the selection of celestial artifacts is also crucial. Although the celestial realm is far away, there are countless artifacts imbued with its power. Which one is suitable for the master? Which one has the best effect? We have to find them all and test them one by one to find the most suitable one. In fact, depending on the artifact, it might even affect the specific effect of the master's final battle key awakening. Attribute battle key is always just a general concept, like earth, fire, wind, water, light, and darkness, each with its own characteristics. However, even battle key of the same attribute can have different emphases. Depending on an individual's cultivation experience, personality, fighting style, and so on, the specific effects will also vary. Like Otto, the flame sword saint, whose fire-based battle aura lacked endurance and viscosity, but possessed extremely high explosive power, igniting at the slightest touch and exploding upon contact. Oliveira's lightning-based battle aura, while not particularly lethal, could easily kill with electricity. However, it could disrupt the enemy's electrical signals, causing dizziness, paralysis, and immobility. Simultaneously, it could enhance his own bioelectric signals, elevating his nerve reflexes to an absurd degree. Before the enemy even moved, he could already clearly see their subsequent attack posture. This was the origin of Oliveira's extraordinary speed. It wasn't actually much faster, but rather that he was always one step ahead of his opponent. As for killing enemies, he always relied on his sword. Loy nodded slightly, already having a plan in mind. This is a long-term strategy. I will make arrangements. Let's talk about what I can quickly master at this stage. The first one that comes to mind is this, Ear of Lyman. In Loy's eyes, a light screen descended, countless characters shifting, revealing another sacred technique. The ears of Lyman are derived from the legendary Lyman race, who possessed extraordinary ears capable of capturing any sound they desired. Of course, this race vanished long ago, lost to the annals of history. Thus, powerful beings studied the Lyman race, extracting their unique characteristics to create this sacred technique. It can be said that what is sealed within the book's cover is the last genuine pair of Lyman's ears. The cultivation process of this sacred technique is, more accurately, grafting and fusion. These ears are grafted onto oneself, and various methods are used to neutralize and smooth out any incompatibilities, allowing the cultivator to also possess Lyman's ears. This is currently the easiest sacred technique for Luo Yi to cultivate. The materials required for the ritual are not expensive, easily gathered with flowers. Deep Blue's biggest change to it is the power source. It can not only be nurtured with battle aura and magic, but also incorporates elements of the Lion King technique, gathering the power of faith to accelerate the cultivation and fusion process. The next technique, naturally, is the sacred skill, Golden Bone. This sacred skill is actually quite similar to Lion King's, both involving integrating a foreign substance into the body, nurturing it through the body's warmth, and simultaneously enhancing one's own abilities as the substance grows. You have to admit, people are different. It's not just about innate intelligence and IQ, but also about bone structure, endowment, talent, and physical strength. Some people's muscles recover faster than others, allowing them to withstand high-intensity training and be as good as new the next day. Some people have large bones and are naturally strong, able to outrun others without high-intensity training. Others have long Achilles tendons, making them incredibly fast runners, their legs seeming to be equipped with springs. Still others are born with strong digestive systems, absorbing nutrients more quickly and providing more nutrition to the body. Without a certain amount of exercise, Overeating will lead to weight gain, but with consistent high-intensity training, one can become a powerful warrior. This is innate talent, something given at birth, and not something that training can change. There's a saying, talent determines an individual's ceiling, the height they can reach, while effort is the path to that ceiling. While Luo Yi doesn't believe this is absolute truth, it clearly holds some truth. And in Luo Yi's view, a large part of sacred techniques is about breaking through this ceiling, enhancing one's innate abilities, and thus reaching higher levels. This is true for Lion King, Ear of Lyman, and even more so for Golden Bone. However, cultivating Golden Bone is far more troublesome than Ear of Lyman. Although the main ingredients are already available, various auxiliary magical materials are needed to concoct a unique potion. Before cultivation, a skilled doctor must be found to surgically cut open the flesh, selecting the last segment of the coccyx and femur to apply the potion. And that's not all. One must lie in bed for 10 days, allowing the potion to permeate the body's 206 bones. It's worth mentioning that this sacred technique can only be cultivated by adults. A newborn's bones number 305 and are not yet closed, so potions cannot reach all parts of the body and would only be fatal. However, if one is too old, excessive calcium loss from the bones will also hinder growth. Therefore, this sacred skill can only be entered between the ages of 20 and 30, and Luo Yi is at the optimal age. However, what troubles Luo Yi is which path to take in his later cultivation. His fighting style is not suited to a direct, forceful approach, so the first option is out of the question. But the latter two options are different. One involves consuming dragon bone powder for maximum toughness. The other is a secret medicine based on silver obsidian, dragon bone powder, and star iron, which focuses on accelerating recovery while also ensuring the bone's resilience and strength. One of these two options must be chosen. However, Deep Blue has given Luo Yi a third option, to have it all. The growth of golden bones requires the long-term consumption of various substances, but when it comes to monitoring the body, who can compare to him? Therefore, it would be better to find various substances and have him test them to determine the most suitable ones for Luo Yi's needs. Perhaps they could create the most suitable secret medicine, maximizing the effects of Golden Bone. Of course, all of this is troublesome, and it's obviously impossible to master it in a short time. As for the rest, Thunder Titan Body Fragment involves 4 holy techniques, which are neither suitable for Luo Yi nor possible for him to cultivate. The required materials are too numerous, and the time required is too long. It's all not worthwhile. However, it's not entirely without gains. For example, Deep Blue extracted a portion of Steel Body and created a secret technique for Iron Knight Felzik. His battle aura attribute is unique, and with this secret technique, he can reach an even higher level. And Thunder Fury involves the rules of lightning, some parts of which are suitable for Oliveira. Deep Blue tailored a transcendent combat technique for Oliveira called electromagnetic control, which allows him to do incredible things using electromagnetic conversion power. Bonus chapter delivered. Chapter 293, Lyman's Ear. Oliveira was fine with it, knowing that Roy possessed some extraordinary abilities. He was overjoyed to have obtained the electromagnetic control secret technique. But Iron Knight Phil was somewhat dismissive. Roy wasn't even a 4th-tier calamity. What powerful secret technique could he possibly possess? However, this thought vanished after he received the technique. Compared to his own cultivated battle key, Iron Body was a true sacred technique. Even just a partial understanding of its essence made him realize its profound and boundless mysteries. He was a discerning person. One glance was enough to captivate him. This time, the most hurt was Flame Sword Saint Otto. Both were 4th-tier calamities, both pillars of the Raymond family, yet now he was the only one with nothing. Of course, he was unhappy. Therefore, he constantly hovered in front of Roy, saying nothing, just staring at Roy with his resentful eyes. Roy felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. However, none of the holy techniques he possessed were suitable for Otto. He couldn't very well give him the abyssal fire, could he? Reluctantly, Luo Yi could only ask Shenlan to come up with a solution, and Shenlan, as expected, provided an idea. Otto's fire-type battle aura was explosive, so they should maximize the effect of the explosion. Like magical weapons, which, in essence, were explosions within a very small area after the 4 elements were out of balance, thus providing an enormous initial velocity. Therefore, If this process could be simulated, if the explosions could be made continuous, it would be a completely different story. Indeed, Shen Lan's idea for auto stemmed from a shockwave engine. Each ignition and explosion could gradually increase the speed. Luo Yi truly hadn't expected Shen Lan to be able to fool Otto like this, but his imagined deception left Otto speechless. He seemed to have thought of even more, becoming somewhat obsessed, turning and leaving, ignoring the Earl. In short, Loi provided a concept, but often, what seems lofty and sophisticated originates from the initial idea. As for the remaining two sacred techniques, Shadow Technique, and Behemoth Power, they weren't even displayed. These two sacred techniques, besides providing some materials for Deep Blue, weren't very useful. After thinking it over, Loi finally decided to repair the Ear of Lyman before heading to the Kingdom of Sardinia. There was no way around it. The King's Template was a kind of obsession for Loi, and he would feel unsatisfied if he couldn't obtain it. 3 days later, inside the Mage Tower, on the second basement floor, where negative elements gathered, even the light from the magic energy crystal lamps dimmed. In the huge laboratory, a complete pentagram array was engraved on the floor, with sacrificial magical materials placed in each corner. There was the head of a demonic wolf, the heart of a moon bear, the hooves of a nightmare, the corpse of a dark bat, and most importantly, the eyeball of a demon. It could be said that this ritual was obviously not legitimate, filled with blood and darkness. However, this is the current state of the magical world. Most rituals evolved from dark magic. Long ago, it was commonplace for magicians to sacrifice human lives and souls, with little regard for etiquette. At this moment, Loi sat shirtless in the center of the magic circle, his hair meticulously combed with oil, revealing his ears completely. Outside the magic circle, Lilia held the massive book, the Ear of Lyman. She looked at Loi, her eyes filled with worry. Is this sacred technique absolutely necessary? Loi looked up. I've already put on this show, what else is there to say? The problem is, rituals involving demons are always dangerous. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Then, shall we begin? Hurry. It's still quite cold here, being shirtless isn't comfortable. Okay, Lilia took a deep breath, finally opening the Book of Lyman. A melodious, gentle voice rang out as she began chanting a long, drawn-out incantation. This was the language of the devil, inherently possessing the power to bewitch. As the incantation continued, the magic crystal lamps flickered, casting a dim light over the room, as if whispers were constantly murmuring. However, Loi had already entered a meditative state. Before him, 3 sticks of soul-stabilizing incense burned, the rising smoke seemingly enveloping his entire figure. Until, on the pentagram array, a pair of eyes belonging to the devil suddenly lit up red. The essence of this ritual was actually a devil's contract, grafting the ears of Lyman onto his body. Naturally, this involved the power of the devil, hence the ritual. When the incantation ended, Lilia closed the large book, and a deep vortex appeared on the cover. 2 ears flew out as if they had grown wings, like fluttering butterflies, dancing gracefully, and finally flew into the magic circle, landing on Loi's ears. Strangely, these ears of Lyman seemed both solid and ethereal, landing on Loi's ears and overlapping perfectly. While meditating, Loi experienced an even stranger sensation, as if he had grown an extra pair of ears, with a tangible, palpable sensation. Yet, when you tried to touch them, they didn't exist, as if they existed in a higher dimension. Loi reacted quickly, immediately channeling his inner battle key and magic power into these ears, nourishing them along the blood vessels. The ears of Lyman could accept both battle key and magic power, depending on what the cultivator possessed. Because of this characteristic, Loi also gathered some faith power and poured it into these ears. Loi wasn't a god, and his use of faith power was rather crude. He often simply supplied it directly to the Lion King, to stimulate the spread of the golden lion's blood. Storing anything was out of the question. However, as Brussels City returned to normalcy, ordinary people also benefited, and naturally, more and more people spoke well of him. Thus, this faith power emerged in waves, occasionally surprising Loi. At this moment, he poured the newly acquired power of faith into his Lyman ears. Originally, Luo Yi only wanted another source of energy to speed up his future growth. But he didn't expect that the input of the power of faith would bring about new changes. At this moment, Luo Yi felt that the whole world was quiet as a vacuum, without a sound. But when the silence reached its extreme, faint whispers came, and Luo Yi instinctively wanted to hear more clearly. So, his ears twitched, and the distant sounds became clearer, even pinpointing a specific location. It seemed to be a husband and wife whispering in bed. "I got paid yesterday, and I never expected to get 3 silver coins. I heard the factory is now on a piece rate system. The more you work, the more you earn. I'm thinking of working an extra hour tomorrow, that way I can get 5 more copper coins. Don't work too hard, your health is the most important thing. It's tiring, but I'm strong and healthy, and the food in the workshop is good, so it doesn't bother me much. It's just that it's too hot outside the steel furnace. 3 silver coins a month. If I save up for a year, I'll have 36. We can move to a new house then. This place is really too dilapidated. I think we shouldn't save any more. Buy more soothing spices. If you can master meditation, your salary can double, and you can get a better position. Meditation, meditation. If I can succeed, I'll work even harder. Before, I thought these magic factories were here to cause destruction, but now I realize that they're the reason we can eat our fill and wear new clothes. Thank you so much, great Lion King." Yes, we must thank the Earl. May the sun god bless him, and may the great Lion King be forever victorious. Loy seemed to understand something. A thought struck him, and he listened intently to another voice, then another, and another. He finally understood. Every bit of faith was contained within genuine gratitude. Loy found it incredibly magical, yet he felt that stopping there wouldn't fulfill the purpose of the Ear of Lyman. So, he wanted to hear more clearly. Then, the noise vanished, and as if in the stillness of the night, strange rhythmic sounds returned. It was difficult to discern anything, yet his ears seemed to hear the trajectories of countless strange substances moving. It was as if every rise and fall, every leap, every cheer brought sounds that entered Loy's ears. Loy struggled to define what it was, like the subtlest ripples. He tilted his head, pondering for a long time without an answer, until one moment, he suddenly understood. It was the elements. That was the elemental power of earth, fire, wind, and water permeating the air. What Luo Yi heard were the subtle sounds of these elements in motion. But that wasn't all. When Luo Yi tried to hear more clearly, even attempting to discern the subtle differences in the sounds produced by each element's movement, he seemed to have stumbled into some unknown place. It was an endless void, where ordinary sounds had no medium to travel. Yet, to Lyman's ears, there were many more differences. Right here, it seemed a terrible collision was taking place. A powerful being roared, the terrifying sound waves distorting the void. The aftershocks of an explosion shook heaven and earth. The scorching heat distorted the void, emitting creaking sounds of unbearable pressure. And from the deepest depths, a low groan came from the entire world. It seemed to be saying, "I am in pain, in great pain, let me be free." At this moment, Luo Yi felt as if he had been severely injured. All sounds receded, all noise vanished, and Luo Yi's spirit was struck by an inexplicable force, making his soul tremble. At that moment, inside the mage tower, within the magic circle, Loy's ears were ringing, and blood was flowing from her wounds. Lilia's expression changed drastically, almost recklessly. She dropped the large book she was holding, stepped into the magic circle, and her lips moved as if to say something. Loy couldn't hear her, but still grabbed her hand, saying, "It worked. It worked. It's all right, but I need to rest for a few days. I'll be fine after a rest." Update. Chapter 294, The Voice of the World and Departure. Lion Manor, 2nd floor, bedroom. Loy stood by the window, feeling the sunlight bathe him, watching the servants bustling about in the distance. But he couldn't hear a sound. All around was silent, as if trapped in a silent world. It wasn't that he had truly lost all sound, but rather that his ears had suffered a severe shock, damaging his eardrums. But this was only temporary deafness. He would recover after a period of rest. What truly troubled Loy were the sounds he heard. Lyman's ear could only hear sounds, loud or soft, whispers, unlike the clarity of sight. However, hearing sounds allowed him to glimpse a part of the truth. Without a doubt, it was a war. A terrifying, unprecedented war, so fierce that the heavens and earth trembled, the sun and moon lost their light, to the point that the collective consciousness of this world, the Herka world, cried out for mercy. To be honest, Loy's knowledge was unparalleled, but even he couldn't piece together from his mind the terrifying war that had made an entire planet tremble. Although deaf, Luo Yi wasn't without someone to talk to. "Deep Blue, do you think what I heard last was real? Was it a hallucination, or a whisper from the world?" Deep Blue spoke in his mind. "Master, you're even doubting yourself? Just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You can't deny yourself because of that, Luo Yi softly argued, but if what I heard was real, then the upper limit of this world's combat power is terrifyingly high, Master. If even half of the historical records in my database are true, it means that this world's combat power has always been terrifyingly high. In those ancient times, the fallen gods, demigods, and hero kings were not just one or two. Moreover, there's magic that can connect to other worlds. The abyss of heaven, the astral plane of hell, the great beings there have all lived for countless years, their fame spreading throughout countless worlds. So, it's already like this, Master. What are you worrying about? Luo Yi was stunned upon hearing this, only to find that what he said made perfect sense. He's just a tiny ant worrying about something that's about to collapse. Even describing his actions as unnecessary seems superfluous. However, Deep Blue spoke again. Master, compared to these things, I'm more curious about whether this world sound was something Lyman's ear heard before, or if it's happening now. Luo Yi was somewhat confused by this, and after a moment's thought, she understood. You mean, what I heard might be a sound stored in Lyman's ear, from thousands of years ago? That's right, Deep Blue nodded. If it's happening now, we might have to worry a bit, because we could be affected. But if it happened thousands of years ago, then it's really not worth mentioning. Anyway, it's all in the past. Then do you have a way to confirm it? That's difficult. However, sounds also have patterns. If Master needs it, I can try to depict the great battle through that sound. Depict? You mean to sketch out a battlefield scene through sound? Like a video. Luo Yi was somewhat curious. You have that ability. I have many abilities, it's just that Master hasn't discovered them yet. However, sound is just sound. The sketched scene isn't accurate. For example, the specific appearances of the two sides in the great battle, the location where the war broke out, etc., are just simulations. It's alright, just do what you think is best. Just make me a cutscene. Luo Yi nodded, then asked, how long will it take? It's hard to say, because the sound is too short and too chaotic. I need to break down, peel away, simulate, solidify, and finally combine all the useful information. So, I can't determine the exact time, then just do what you can. Do whatever you can, I'm not in a hurry, Luo Yi said, leaving everything to Shenlan and no longer asking questions. As he said before, no matter how terrible this epic battle was, it had little to do with Luo Yi now. On the contrary, because of his temporary hearing loss, his planned schedule had to be postponed again. Of course, he wasn't idle during this time. On one hand, in addition to cultivating, he was also experimenting with the wonders of the ear of Lyman. In Flower Territory, Luo Yi's home turf, the power of faith erupted from time to time, all of which he poured into the ear of Lyman. Gradually, the feeling of blood connection became clearer and clearer. To use an analogy, if before it was a prosthetic limb, it was usable but not flexible. Now, with a real stepping into the world, these ears are also beginning to regain their vitality, transforming into real limbs. However, since Luo Yi is deaf and cannot hear, he cannot experiment with more uses. Besides this, Luo Yi has also begun to plan more. For example, he copied down the recipe for the potion needed for the golden bone, and prepared to ask Lady Palacios for help. This is a potion, not a secret medicine, and Luo Yi himself does not have the ability to make it, so he can only ask a real potion master for help. And in Flower Territory, there is no better potion master than Lady Palacios. As for the substances that need to be obtained later, such as dragon bone powder, silver obsidian, star iron, and other magical materials, they also need to be purchased through various channels. Dragon bone powder is of course best from dragons, but unfortunately, it is not an easy task to extract bones from dragons. However, the bones of other dragon-like magical beasts will also work, so Luo Yi wrote to Grand Duchess Afra to purchase a few skeletons of earth dragons first. With the Earth Dragon Legion around, this was certainly not a problem. As for silver obsidian and star iron, Roy wrote to Lady Linda and Douglas Hill, asking them to try and find them through their own channels. Of course, the most troublesome were the rare items imbued with celestial aura. These weren't scarce, but rather quite diverse. Finding the right one would require continuous searching. Regarding the channels for purchasing these items, Roy thought long and hard and decided to start with the Church of the Sun God. He found two people. One was the Imperial Ambassador, Lord Robinwater, who acted as a go-between, facilitating purchases from the various cathedrals within the Habsburg Empire. In the Habsburg Empire, the Church of the Seven Gods was the state religion. The followers of the Lord of Light, without tithes and various privileges, were having a tough time. Secretly selling things was perfectly normal. The other person was the Red Dragon Virgil. He didn't hide this, and Virgil agreed with Deep Blue's idea. Using the same method, one could indeed cultivate holy-type battle aura. As for acquiring celestial artifacts from the church, Virgil readily agreed. Although these temples were not short of money, the archbishops certainly wouldn't complain about having too much. With someone paying and them having suitable items, they naturally wanted to get a good price. In any case, all of this would take time. After arranging everything, Roy devoted some of his energy to dealing with some accumulated trivial matters. It should be said that the two wars in Frost Moon Canyon and above the Silver Sea had won Flower Territory a period of stability, at least for a while, without major upheavals. And this period was the best opportunity for the development of the magic energy industry. Although there were many trivial matters, the prosperity of Flower Territory was still visible to the naked eye. Until the end of August in the new divine calendar 313, Roy's hearing finally recovered, and even became more acute. If he wanted to hear, even the sound of a pin dropping within a kilometer couldn't escape his ears. If he didn't want to hear, he could simply shut down his hearing, and no matter how loud the outside noise was, it wouldn't affect him. This ability didn't seem like much, but from then on, sonic attacks would have no effect on him. Furthermore, the ear of Lyman greatly enhanced Roy's sense of balance, making him feel as if even the most turbulent journeys wouldn't cause him any dizziness. At this point, Roy didn't delay any longer. He announced to the public that he had gained further insight into his cultivation and needed to go into seclusion to break through. Therefore, he would no longer accept visitors, and all matters would proceed according to the existing rules, with any problems left to the responsible parties to handle. This was a way to reassure everyone. After all, Roy was no longer the unknown figure he once was. If he told the truth, a group of people would likely jump out to obstruct him. Therefore, seclusion was the best excuse. In reality, that very night, Roy and Olivera, traveling light, disappeared from the Lion Manor and boarded a ship moored on the Ruhr River. They then sailed downstream, heading straight for Siren Harbor. However, Roy and Olivera didn't enter Siren Harbor. They were too conspicuous. Instead, they disembarked a few miles outside the harbor. Then, they headed southwest, following a path through fields and avoiding villages, until they reached the shores of the Silver Sea. This place was a perilous cliff, sheer and rugged with jagged rocks. Looking down, one could see waves crashing against the reefs, one after another. This was certainly not a port. In fact, due to the reefs and terrain, it was unsuitable for landing. Yet, right here, Luo Yi took out a spherical stone magical artifact. Its surface appeared rough, but the deep engravings formed a pattern of magical runes. Luo Yi channeled magic power into it, activating it. The runes lit up, scattering delicate light, beautiful, but not dazzling. Only an invisible wave spread outwards. On the Silver Sea, a slight misalignment could lead to a huge mistake. Without special means, it wouldn't be easy for two ships to collide. Thus, this seemingly simple stone sphere existed, but it was a magical positioning device. Shortly afterward, a mist suddenly rose from the sea, rolling in, only to abruptly stop a short distance away. A magical warship emerged from the fog, its massive hull exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. However, this magical warship didn't dare approach the shore. Instead, a flying carpet was laid out, extending directly to the edge of the cliff. There, Lady Palacios' beloved disciple, a third-tier transcendental mage and the warship's helmsman, Mage Walter, strode forward. Upon reaching him, he bowed respectfully and said, "Walter greets the master of Flower Territory, the Great Lion King." Second update delivered, Sleepy. Chapter 295, The Pirate Terminator. On the shore, Loy looked at the bowing mage, Walter, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Walter, now dressed in a gray-black jacket that revealed his muscular arms, looked even more agile. He carried a staff, its emerald branches adorned with 5 differently colored gems, giving him a rather imposing air. More importantly, he looked incredibly healthy, with lingering magical energy emanating from him. "You just advanced." Walter straightened up, his smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum. "I've made some progress, and I'm now a Tier 3 LV-14 mage. This is all thanks to the magic warship's effects. The elemental convergence has greatly improved my meditation efficiency. That's still thanks to your own hard work." Besides, I know what you did on the Silver Sea. You worked diligently. Thank you for your hard work." Loy's words were no mere politeness. Although he had single-handedly defeated Pirate King Davis's missed pirate crew and seized the magic warship, creating a deterrent effect. Pirates, however, are a cowardly and treacherous bunch. You can't reason with them, only constant fighting can instill fear. After Roy left, Walter piloted the magic warship, patrolling the Silver Sea. He rarely intervened in rescue operations. The Silver Sea was vast, and such coincidences were unlikely. He simply pursued and killed any pirate crews that flew the lion flag after they were plundered, chasing them to the ends of the earth. Furthermore, thanks to Roy's previous orders, the lion merchant caravan's fleet had shrunk quickly, suffering almost no damage and retaining its strength. By this time, the Raymond family's fleet had become synonymous with safety on the Silver Sea. Most pirate ships would avoid the sight of the high-flying lion flag. Now, this magic warship was extremely famous in Siren Port. The sailors affectionately called it the Pirate Terminator. Therefore, for this trip to the Kingdom of Sardinia, Roy directly contacted Walter for escort, which was much safer. Praised, Mage Walter beamed and smiled even more broadly. "Ha ha ha, it's nothing, it's all my pleasure." He paused slightly, then continued, "Count, let's not stand here in the wind. Let's board the ship. I've prepared rooms, please see if they were satisfactory." He then stepped back, gesturing for them to proceed. Loy didn't stand on ceremony, striding onto the magic carpet, with Oliveira following closely behind. "Count, Lady Oliveira, please stand still." Walter waved his hand, and the magic carpet swiftly retracted, as if flipping backward, pulling the three onto the magic warship. On board, sailors were busy, but they seemed oblivious to the three. A faint mist shrouded them, completely obscuring the view of others. This was Walter's doing. This magic warship was like a miniature mage tower, capable of a great deal. This time, it was a clandestine journey. The fewer people who knew, the better. The room Walter prepared for the two of them was a secret chamber connected to the captain's cabin. Although the lighting wasn't great, it was clearly meticulously prepared. The floor was covered with luxurious wool carpets, the bed was covered with goose-down comforters, and there were exquisite snacks, fruits, tea, and red wine. In addition, there was a separate bathroom and washroom, both newly renovated. Obviously, Walter had made ample preparations to welcome Loy. Loy was naturally satisfied. When you're alive, you shouldn't be stingy with yourself when you have the means to enjoy life. As for the daily meals, the ship's chef would prepare extra and send them to the captain's cabin for the three of them to eat together. However, although they wanted to conceal their presence, Walter actually showed Loy around the magical warship. Davis had shown Loy around before, but he was careful to avoid being too obscure, and many places were only briefly mentioned. Walter didn't bother to specifically introduce the key parts of the ship. For example, the control room, with its interconnected layers of magical runes, was where Walter would be when he needed to fully control the warship. To draw an analogy, that's the cockpit. Take, for example, the magical warship's built-in solidification magic, the super-large mist spell, which is actually always active. This means that as long as the magical warship is operational, the mist won't completely dissipate. The problem is, this mist not only obscures the view of outsiders but also the ship's pilots. Therefore, the sailors and boatmen on the magical warship are specially trained, strictly following the captain's orders. The captain observes the outside world using a combination of a magic mirror and a magic eye. In other words, Walter needs to spend a lot of time every day staring at this magic mirror, searching the surroundings. It's quite tiring. Of course, the most noteworthy thing is that a newly captured large sea beast is being held in the lower decks of the magical warship. This magical warship is, strictly speaking, for sightseeing and tourism, focusing on agility and speed, excelling at concealing its movements and quick escapes. As a result, its combat power is actually not outstanding. The only thing worth boasting about is the sea beast imprisoned in the lower decks. It could be said that the presence of sea beasts, the type of sea beasts imprisoned, and the degree to which they were tamed determined the actual combat strength of the ship. Originally, this was the biggest headache for Walter and his teacher, Lady Palacios, until Loy brought them the magic book of the sea goddess. Although neither of them could switch majors, the thick magic book contained a wealth of knowledge, and they still managed to find the parts most useful to them. Then, through a magical ritual, they summoned a deep sea beast and formed a contract. From then on, Walter truly became arrogant. He confronted two other pirate kings twice, testing each other, with battles on the verge of breaking out, but both times ending with the pirate kings retreating. From that time on, no pirate dared to provoke ships bearing the lion flag. However, releasing the sea beast was not easy, and controlling it was even more difficult. Although Roy was interested in seeing it, he wouldn't let Walter demonstrate it without reason. However, what he didn't expect was that just 3 days later, he saw the true form of this sea beast. 3 days later, somewhere in the Silver Sea, a merchant ship was fleeing in panic. A lion's flag fluttered in the wind atop its tallest mast. Below, all the sails were hoisted, billowing in the sea breeze into a semicircle. Fueled by the wind, the ship's speed had reached its limit, cleaving through the waves and crushing the spray with incredible speed. The speed was so great that creaking noises emanated from various parts of the hull, clearly indicating that the wooden structure was nearing its end. Yet, the captain, a bearded man reeking of fish, dared not delay. He gripped the helm tightly, adjusting the course frequently with practiced skill. But he couldn't help but glance around, as if afraid of something. And from an angle he couldn't see, deep in the water, a huge shadow rose and crashed into the ship at incredible speed. Boom! A deafening roar followed, and the ship shuddered violently, like a shaking sieve, swaying wildly from side to side. The sailors on board were in for a terrible time. Even those who were prepared were thrown about by the violent rocking. Those who landed on the ship were alright, though badly injured, they were still alive. But those who fell into the sea were simply seen amidst the splashing waves and gushing blood, never to be seen again. Fish fins appeared on the surface of the sea, then quickly disappeared. The bearded captain was deathly pale, gripping the helm tightly, his eyes filled with confusion and despair. In his despair, he roared, "Magic cannons! Bring them out! Bomb them! Kill them all! Every one of them is a death sentence." At this moment, the sailors' fighting spirit was ignited. Those who made a living at sea possessed a fearless drive. Immediately, some rushed into the warehouse and brought out magic cannons, but there were only two. The tribal shaman, who possessed magic power, didn't know where to aim. Until the huge black shadow reappeared, the sailors opened fire without hesitation. Although the dark shape wasn't injured, the loud noise startled it, revealing its true form. It was a sea monster resembling a shark, with a dorsal fin like a blade, its body black and white, covered in wounds of all sizes, looking both gruesome and ferocious. It was hundreds of meters long and tens of meters wide. A single swipe of its tail seemed capable of smashing a merchant ship to pieces. Countless tiny sharks darted around it, relentlessly ramming the ship. With a single turn, the shark-like sea monster lunged, leaping and biting. Its razor-sharp teeth tore off the stern, the massive hull rising and then crashing down. This time, even more sailors fell, while the smaller sharks waited patiently, devouring them like snacks. Several kilometers away, in a cloud of mist, on a magical warship, Roy, Oliveira, and Walter stood in the captain's cabin, observing the scene unfold through the magic mirror. Walter frowned, seemingly puzzled. Seeing this, Roy asked, "What's wrong?" Walter organized his thoughts and said, "Compared to the endless ocean, the Silver Sea is actually quite safe. Although there are storms, waves, forbidden zones, and dead zones, merchant ships have familiar routes. Under normal circumstances, no one will wander off recklessly, so the possibility of encountering danger is actually smaller." And what about the sea beasts? There should be quite a few sea beasts on the seabed of the Silver Sea. However, those who make a living at sea know that sea beast attacks are rare. Why? Oliveira rarely asked, and Walter answered decisively, because the human race is so small, they're not even enough to fill the sea beasts' stomachs. If they relied on attacking ships to feed the sailors, they would all starve. Therefore, although sea beasts are terrifying, they rarely appear on the surface. A situation like this, relentlessly chasing this ship, is extremely rare. Even as everyone was talking, the shark-like sea monster leaped up again, its massive body arcing through the air before snapping 3 masts in half with its tail. The merchant ship immediately slowed, becoming like a lamb to the slaughter. Roy finally spoke. "This ship, after all, flies the lion's flag and is under the protection of the Raymond family. If we hadn't encountered it, it would have been fine, but now that we have, we can't just ignore it." "Walter, Your Excellency, what are your orders?" "Release your sea monsters as well. I'd like to see a battle of sea monsters." "As you command." First chapter. Chapter 296, Battle of the Sea Beasts. Walter agreed readily and acted even faster. With a flick of his wrist, the wand appeared in his hand, then he slammed it to the ground, and visible layers of magical runes lit up, enveloping him. When the runes dimmed, Walter was no longer in the captain's cabin. To release the sea beast, he needed to operate it from the control room. However, being a sensible man, the magic mirror quickly split in two, the upper half showing the distant scene, the lower half the view within the mist. Just then, the magic warship trembled violently, a deafening rumble. Roy squinted, his ears twitching, and the sounds became increasingly clear. He heard the winch turning, the chanting of magic, heavy breathing, deep roars, even the crackling of electricity. All of this combined to create images in his mind. In the control room, Walter chanted a spell, the 5 colored gems at the tip of his wand lighting up, echoing the magical runes that shimmered from the floor to the walls. At the bottom of the ship's hold, several burly men strained around the winch. Their bulging muscles caused the winch to turn, opening the hatch in the hull. Seawater rushed in, and a terrifying beast was awakened. It raised its massive head, opened its millstone-like eyes, peered around, and then swam out of the hatch. With its movements, bright electric sparks flashed around it, spreading outwards along the seawater. Though it was just a thought, at that moment, Roy suddenly gained a greater understanding of sound. He felt that, if he wasn't mistaken, the sea beast summoned by Walter was also snake-like in size and could unleash lightning. Like an electric eel. As this thought arose, Roy immediately looked up, his gaze fixed on the magic mirror. Then, he saw it, the lower half of the magic mirror, a bolt of lightning traversing the azure water. Its speed was incredibly fast, its target pointing directly at the distant merchant ship. Wherever it passed, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and sea creatures unable to dodge were all left floating belly up on the surface. Among them were many enormous sharks. In just a moment, it had arrived at the battlefield, and without a word, it dived into the water to engage the massive black shadow. At this moment, the magic mirror returned to its original state, the camera zooming out to reveal the entire battlefield surrounding the merchant ship. At this moment, 2 giant sea beasts clashed from the seabed to the surface, even creating huge waves that spread outwards. It was only then that Luoyi caught a glimpse of the 2 sea beasts in full. The shark-like sea beast, besides its dorsal fin, also had a pair of sharp claws, which looked rather short for its size. Although it was enormous, it was incredibly fast, its fins flapping as it churned in the sea. This kind of sea beast was naturally a magical beast, and its innate magic seemed rather weak, consisting mainly of high-pressure water jets. The attack was somewhat insufficient against the electric eel-like sea monster summoned by Walter, but the merchant ship was pierced through by a single blow. One unlucky sailor was right in the path of the water jet, his lower body was instantly severed, shredded into the bloody mist. When he landed, his upper body lay on the ground, still alive, screaming for several minutes before finally stopping. The electric eel-like sea monster was equally formidable. It was over 200 meters long, as thick as a millstone. With a crocodile-like head and sharp, knife-like teeth, its bite force undoubtedly astonishing. Most strangely, it possessed 2 long, whip-like whiskers on its mouth, which crackled with electricity upon contact. The electricity traveled along its dark yellow, serpentine body, amplifying as it grew larger and more powerful. Upon closer inspection, the serpentine body appeared to be covered in a thick layer of slime, making it slippery and difficult to grip. This electric eel-like sea monster was the stronger party, its path cleared by lightning, sending sharks tumbling belly up in its wake. Only when it reached the giant shark did it coil around it like a snake, relentlessly tightening its grip, paralyzing it with lightning, its massive fangs tearing and biting incessantly. The sea monster, however, was incredibly tough, thrashing about relentlessly. Its enormous body even leaped into the air before slamming into the water, creating huge splashes. It must be said, the battle between sea monsters was simple and unadorned, yet their sheer size made every move earth-shattering. The most unfortunate were the fish scattered all around, their deaths gruesome, floating everywhere. The most pitiful were the ships, already damaged and without power, caught in the battle between the 2 sea monsters. Any blow from either would have torn them apart. The surviving sailors were practically begging for divine intervention. However, they were truly lucky, because they never received the final blow until the end of the battle. The ultimate winner was the electric eel sea monster. The giant shark, realizing its body was becoming increasingly numb, first feigned death to gain a breather, then used its short, sharp claws to tear and spew water, breaking free from the electric eel sea monster's deadly grip. Then, Without looking back, it dived into the deep sea and fled. The electric eel sea monster tried to pursue, but was stopped by a series of chanting sounds. It seemed very agitated, shaking its head and creating huge waves. Finally, it gave up, surfacing instead, opening its blood-red maw, and devouring various fish that were either stunned or dead, their bellies upside down. Only after it was full did it slowly swim back to the hull of the magic warship, entering a cabin. Its massive body circled it a dozen times, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep. Even with its eyes closed, its two long whiskers still floated in midair, occasionally crackling with lightning. Inside the captain's cabin, Loy withdrew her gaze, slowly exhaling, and said, "These sea beasts are truly outrageous. If they're like this, I wonder how terrifying the monsters of ancient legends must have been," Olivera replied. "Even so, they're nothing more than mindless beasts." Loy nodded slowly, then shook her head, saying nothing more. In any case, having rescued this merchant ship, they couldn't simply leave. Walter steered the magic warship closer, then dispatched smaller boats to rescue it, boarding to inspect, treat the wounded, salvage cargo, and assess the damage. Several hours later, nearing evening, he hurriedly returned, bringing Loy the latest news. This merchant ship wasn't owned by the Raymond family, but it flew a lion flag. That was to be expected. Many merchant ships would offer a considerable sum of money to the Raymond family in exchange for this lion flag, signifying that their ships were under the Raymond family's protection. Generally, pirates would avoid them. Of course, the prerequisite was acceptance of inspection by the port city guards. If the goods were explicitly prohibited by the flower territory, such as human slaves, no amount of money could buy the flag. The goods this merchant ship was carrying were relatively normal: grain, perfume, soul-stabilizing spices, a small amount of potions, and iron ingots. These were all normal goods, purchased from Siren Port, and destined for the Kingdom of Sardinia. They were following a regular route, without major deviations. But just as they were passing through this area, for some reason, they encountered a large sea monster. It was only thanks to the captain's alertness, dropping a lot of overweight cargo and maximizing the ship's speed, that they managed to escape a short distance. But the problem was, escaping a sea monster in the open sea was simply a pipe dream. It was only because Roy and his crew passed by that they were able to survive, otherwise, they would have died without a trace. Of course, the actual situation wasn't much better. The masts were all broken, the stern had collapsed, the hull was leaking, less than a third of the crew remained, and most of the cargo was lost. Such losses were enough to bankrupt the bearded captain. Of course, maritime transport is inherently dangerous. The prerequisite for high profits is that you must bear enormous risks. None of this concerned Roy and his crew. What concerned them was the sudden attack by the sea monster. Captain's cabin. After hearing all the details, Loy finally spoke. "Walter, are you sure there really weren't any contraband items on that merchant ship?" Walter frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "I personally checked the area and didn't find anything suspicious. That means this sea beast shouldn't have been attracted by any special items. Sea beasts don't like to live in shallow waters, so there's only one possibility." Walter seemed to have figured something out, and his face darkened. "Your Excellency means someone is controlling the sea beast. You were able to contract that electric eel sea beast, so it's not impossible for others to be able to control it. I just don't know what their purpose is." Walter added, "Should I go and question the captain again?" "It's useless." Loy shook her head and said, "Actually, I'm not interested in any of this. I'm just afraid those people won't give up." "Walter, Your Excellency, what are your orders?" "Maintain vigilance. I'm afraid those people will come back. Do they have that much guts?" Better safe than sorry. Despite what Loy said, he felt the matter wasn't over yet. However, the magical warship was bustling with activity, a welcome change from the past. Sailors had salvaged many precious fish and magical beasts, extracting their essence to make a sumptuous dinner. The rescued sailors, after a hot meal, finally recovered. The mage Walter wasn't idle either. On one hand, he signaled for the nearest ship from the Raymond family to come and pick them up. On the other hand, he searched the remaining cargo again and chatted with the sailors. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Of course, the entire magical warship maintained a state of outward relaxation but inward tension. The carefully selected sailors were all fully armed. The rescued crew members were placed in designated areas, watched over by spies everywhere. However, when the faint, ethereal singing reached Loy's ears late at night, He knew that all his preparations had been in vain. Second update delivered, some writer's block. Chapter 297, The Siren Tribe. Night fell, the moonlight hazy and dim, reflecting on the silvery sea. Ripples spread, a constant splashing sound rising and falling. A wisp of mist floated on the surface, churning and swirling in the sea breeze, yet remaining firmly in place. Then, at a certain moment, a splash revealed a figure. His upper body was humanoid, broad-chested and muscular, a trident in his hand shimmering with a faint green light. However, his features were ugly, high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and a pair of eyes like those of a dead fish, strangely cold. His ears were like fish gills, constantly twitching and making a rustling sound. He gazed at the distant mist, a faint smile playing on his lips, a smile both mocking and arrogant. Hiss, 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 as the tiny sound waves spread outwards, seemingly carrying his command, they reached far and wide. And so, surrounding the mist, figures emerged from the sea. This time, however, it wasn't men who appeared, but rather a group of beautiful young women. They were all exceptionally beautiful, their hair of varying colors flowing like seaweed, their clear eyes like those of innocent maidens. Their figures were alluring, curvaceous, with slender waists, their chests concealed by two seashells. Only when they frolicked in the sea did their difference from humans become apparent. Their lower bodies were entirely fishtails, their scales a vibrant crimson, like flames. Upon receiving their command, they floated on the surface, singing loudly, their voices echoing each other, creating ethereal melodies that resonated throughout the sea. Though there were no lyrics, nor were any lyrics needed, the melodious, graceful tunes alone were like heavenly music, captivating all who heard them. The fog could obscure vision, but it couldn't stop the sound from spreading. On the magical warship, the sailors, who had been on high alert, immediately noticed the sound. This caused a stir among them, but before they could find the source of the sound, they felt their heads spinning, becoming confused and disoriented. As if lost in a beautiful dream, a smile played on his lips, yet he felt drowsy and about to fall asleep. The stronger one is, the higher one's resistance becomes. Several formal knights sensed something was wrong, their faces showing struggle. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape the ethereal sound. In the captain's cabin, Loy was the first to react. He hadn't been asleep, he heard the ethereal sound almost instantly. Having cultivated the ear of Lyman, his hearing was exceptional. Almost instinctively, he twitched his ears, trying to hear more clearly. But even this almost caused him to faint. Fortunately, he had cultivated the holy technique, Dragon's Might Bloom, making his soul's strength far exceed that of ordinary third-tier transcendence. In that moment of confusion, a strong warning signal surged within him, and almost immediately, his ears twitched, directly blocking out all sound. Only then did he feel much better. Without further delay, he immediately disembarked, strode out to the outer room, and found Olivera. Olivera's reaction was even stronger than Loy's. He had already assumed a fighting stance, his body crackling with lightning, his rapier half drawn, his entire being resembling a predating cheetah. Even Loy, overwhelmed by that accumulated aura, felt a chill run down his spine. Both being fourth-tier calamities. Olivera's strength was indeed far beyond that of ordinary fourth-tier warriors. However, even someone as powerful as him showed a constantly shifting expression of struggle and confusion on his face, his surging battle aura fluctuating wildly, as if reflecting an inner turmoil. Loy's expression darkened further. He looked around, finding nothing suitable. Finally, he cautiously circled behind Olivera, first taking out a magic scroll, then unfolding and activating it. A silencing force field unfolded, completely enveloping the surroundings, but it dissipated in an instant due to the lightning battle aura. In that same instant, Loy, his battle aura surging, swiftly reached out and covered Olivera's ears. The clash between the golden-red battle aura and the thunderous battle aura caused Luoyi's face to contort in pain, but he endured it and covered Olivera's ears. The effect was obvious. Olivera reacted immediately upon regaining his senses. He first suppressed his battle aura, then without hesitation activated Divine Sigh, Behemoth Heartbeat. His heartbeat pounded like a drum, ripples spreading outwards in circles of air, carrying an inexplicable majesty, ultimately disrupting the ethereal sound's effect. Finally, Olivera drew his sword, tore open the blankets, took out the goose-down lining, crumpled it into two balls, and quickly stuffed them into his ears. Only then did he nod to Luoyi, indicating he was all right. The two quickly pushed open the secret chamber door, and inside the captain's cabin, the mage Walter sat before the magic mirror. His expression was strange, sometimes bursting with joyful laughter, sometimes deathly pale, sometimes filled with terror, sometimes bursting into laughter through tears. His expressions were complex and ever-changing, like a kaleidoscope. This time, it was Olivera who took action. He directly stuffed goose down into the ears of the mage Walter, but the effect wasn't great. Walter looked dazed, but still wasn't fully awake. It seemed that the ethereal sound wasn't just a simple sonic attack, it could also reach the soul. If one's strength wasn't sufficient, or their soul's resilience wasn't strong enough, it would be difficult to resist. Loy narrowed her eyes slightly, first slapping Walter on the neck, knocking him unconscious, then taking out a magic scroll and activating it. A silencing field unfolded, enveloping the captain's cabin and completely isolating the sound. Loy ignored him, instead looking around, taking out paper and pen, and casually drawing a few lines to show Olivera. Olivera nodded slightly, and without hesitation, his figure flashed, disappearing from his original spot like lightning. His figure appeared everywhere on the warship, his rapier striking with its hilt, knocking all the sailors unconscious. Loy looked at the magic mirror, raised his hand, and channeled magic into it. The mirror reflected the sea, revealing the mermaid monsters. Mermaids? Fishmen? No, it should be siren, but how can they be siren? The speaker was the groggily awakened mage Walter. He looked up at the scene, his expression becoming quite interesting. Loy, however, showed no surprise, or rather, he had already guessed. However, he still had some doubts about Walter's words. Why couldn't it be a siren? The siren race has human bodies and fishtails, the men are ugly, and the women are beautiful, somewhat similar to the mermaid race. But their songs are like heavenly music, with the effect of bewitching the mind, and they can communicate with sea beasts and command them. Loy nodded. In other words, that shark sea beast today must have been driven by these siren. Walter continued, but the problem is, siren have been appearing in the Silver Sea for a very, very long time. If we really want to trace it back, it would probably be before the Raymond family occupied Flower territory. He paused slightly, then added, the Church of the Sun unified the faith of the old world, and these alien races were all driven out, basically all going to the new world. There are traces of siren activity in that endless ocean, but where are these sea alien races now that we're near the old world? I've been active in the Silver Sea for so long, and this is truly the first time I've encountered one. Loy pursed his lips slightly, his eyes flickered, and his expression became serious. Just then, lightning crackled, and Olivera returned. His lightning aura collided with the silencing field, instantly dissipating it. Another ethereal sound echoed, and the mage Walter's eyes once more glazed over with confusion and struggle. Loy was somewhat speechless, but quickly produced a magic scroll and unfurled it again. This time, the mage Walter had learned his lesson. He summoned his wand, unleashing a barrage of mind control spells upon himself, and then cast a triple silencing field before finally letting out a sigh of relief. At this moment, the scene within the magic mirror changed again. The siren leader, seemingly sensing the opportune moment, silenced the siren's song. He then stirred up a strong wind, dispersing the mist and revealing the magic warship. Another siren army launched an attack, each strong, ugly siren riding their shark mounts, charging towards the magic warship. They moved with incredible speed and composure. Clearly, they were quite confident in the siren's voice, and their attack was merely a ploy to reap the rewards. Even so, the sea beneath the surface was a deeper color than the rest of the water, indicating the presence of a large sea beast. Inside the captain's cabin, seeing this, Loy said softly, since the enemy is coming, we should at least give them a proper welcome. Teacher Olivera, you go first and investigate the siren tribe's strength. Okay, Walter, I'm here. This magic warship is yours. Teacher Olivera has knocked out the sailors. Can you handle it alone? Of course. This ship is built primarily for magic. It'll just require more mana. I'll show the siren that the Raymond family isn't to be trifled with. As he spoke, he tapped the ground with his wand. Magical runes lit up, enveloping him, and he vanished. Olivera was even faster. Lightning spread, and he disappeared without a trace. As for Luo Yi, he tidied his weapons and equipment, gripping the hilt of his rapier, and walked step by step toward the deck. Meanwhile, on the Silver Sea, the siren warriors had already approached the magic warship. Seeing the quiet bow, their expressions relaxed even more. But just as they were about to board, a flash of lightning revealed Oliveira's figure. He looked down, his pale gray eyes devoid of any emotion, only his surroundings radiated a powerful aura of lightning. Then, he drew his sword, gathered his strength, and slashed. A thick bolt of lightning struck the water, splashing up huge sprays, and shimmering bolts of lightning spread outwards, creating ripples that instantly traveled hundreds or even thousands of meters. The siren warriors along the way, even their mounts, were all paralyzed on the spot, their bodies trembling violently. At this moment, the magic warship finally reacted. Magical runes lit up, like a giant awakening, erecting a massive magical barrier and soundproof field. A long, resonant chant resounded, accompanied by the creaking sound of the winch starting up. At that very moment, Luo Yi stepped onto the deck and walked to the bow of the ship. His gaze seemed to pierce through the void as he met the sea monster leader's eyes. At this instant, their eyes locked, and only their fighting spirit surged. Bonus chapter. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Battle Against the Sea Monster. To be honest, Loy was quite perplexed by the current situation. He had chosen Walter's magical warship precisely for its secrecy and speed. But what had happened? Unexplained attacks by sea monsters, coupled with the inexplicable appearance of a siren tribe. This made him think more deeply, even wondering if his whereabouts had been leaked. Was this siren tribe a group specifically sent to cause him trouble? However, after much thought, he felt that this possibility was unlikely. Nevertheless, no matter how many doubts he had, given the current situation, it didn't matter, he would fight first. At this moment, Oliveira displayed his terrifying strength even more. Lightning spread, and electricity flashed. Every time it shone, his figure appeared. More importantly, water conducts electricity. Every strike he made landed on the sea surface, sending bolts of lightning flying, paralyzing all the siren warriors in his path. Some of the stronger ones could still move despite the lightning, but their speed was as slow as a tortoise's crawl. Those weaker, with poor resistance to lightning, were already stiffened, flipped belly up, and floated on the surface. This situation only improved when the siren maiden sang again, summoning a sea beast. It was the same giant shark sea beast, bursting from the water, roaring and spewing a high-pressure jet of water. While the jet was tiny compared to the beast's size, it was thicker than a human's waist. Anyone who touched it would have their flesh torn to shreds. However, Oliveira was incredibly fast, his figure flashing with lightning, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. His attacks on the shark sea beast, however, were merely ineffective. His aura slashes lacked power, and the shark's skin was too thick to penetrate. Close-range attacks were somewhat effective, but his rapier was too short. Even when fully inserted, it couldn't penetrate the layer of fat. As for the power of that thunder, it was truly insufficient against the colossal beast. In the end, Oliveira realized that the most useful of his many combat skills were actually his magical firearms. At least the armor-piercing and freezing rounds were more powerful, leaving bowl-sized scars with each shot. This would be fatal to a human, but against a large sea monster, it was like a mosquito bite, not even a whiff. Of course, Oliveira also targeted vital areas, such as the eyes and nostrils. Despite the shark-like sea monster's exaggerated size, its defenses against these sensitive areas were incredibly strong, giving it no openings. However, while Oliveira couldn't harm the sea monster, the monster was equally helpless against the tiny, fast Oliveira. The battle was a tale of two sides fighting their own battles, neither able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, on the magic warship, even greater lightning flashed from the seabed, and a sea monster, resembling a long snake and covered in electric currents, emerged. He roared and howled, merely circling the warship once, devouring countless siren warriors and their shark mounts. The electric eel sea monster's attack rendered the siren warriors utterly helpless. However, the siren girl's greatest skill was communicating with sea monsters. A girl's song rang out, her ethereal voice carrying a plea and lament. Then, a sea monster resembling a turtle, but with the size of a small mountain, burst from the water. Its carapace was extremely thick, covered in barbs, its head resembled a crocodile. Its mouth full of fangs, its limbs were not fins, but sharp claws, its tail was like a meteor hammer, covered in barbs. This sea monster was truly excellent in both offense and defense. Upon bursting from the water, it spun around, swung its massive tail like a meteor hammer, and hurled it. With a bang, water splashed everywhere, and the electric eel sea monster's head sank, disoriented. However, this thoroughly enraged it. In the sea, lightning raged and light flashed, and with a single swirling motion, it tightly bound the crocodile turtle sea beast. Lightning was unleashed relentlessly, and its fangs tore and snapped everywhere. The crocodile turtle sea beast didn't back down, its massive body thrashing, its claws clawing, and its barbs tearing relentlessly. The two sea beasts fought a brutal, blood-soaked battle, and soon the sea was stained crimson, creating towering waves. But this wasn't the end. From beneath the water, another crocodile turtle sea beast emerged, smaller in size but no less ferocious. It rammed directly into the magic warship, its massive carapace contacting the magical barrier, lifting the warship into the air before it crashed back down. This single blow severely damaged the magic warship, throwing Walter into panic. However, his reaction was quick. He immediately propelled the magic warship forward, gliding swiftly across the water. Then, he reorganized the magical barrier, concentrating it as much as possible beneath the warship and at the bow. Then, seizing the opportunity, he unleashed full power and rammed directly into it. Even the crocodile turtle sea monster was stunned by the impact, while the electric eel sea monster hissed, unleashing lightning and relentlessly tearing at them. In that instant, the original one-on-one battle turned into a two-on-two duel, and at its most intense, towering waves rose within 1,000 meters radius. Just then, another sea monster emerged, an 8-armed squid, its 8 arms flailing wildly in midair, spitting out black, corrosive ink. Its target was none other than Olivera, and coupled with the high-pressure water jets of the shark sea monster, Olivera finally felt the pressure, her space to maneuver shrinking. By this point, the Siren tribe had summoned a total of 4 sea monsters. And even this was hardly the limit of their capabilities. It was at this moment that Luo Yi finally made his move. He leaped into the air, his movements fluid and powerful. A phantom of an eagle exploded, its cries echoing endlessly. Luo Yi, enveloped in golden red battle aura, hurtled towards the sea monster leader like a falling meteor. His speed was incredible, the sea monster warriors couldn't stop him in time. Then, Luo Yi raised his hand, drew his sword, and with a sudden grip, slashed out a crescent-shaped sword mark. A battle aura slash 100 meters long tore through the sky. Even before the blade arrived, the sea surface was already dented, as if a massive fissure had appeared. The power of this single strike was beyond the comprehension of a third-tier transcendent. Although, Ear of Lyman wasn't a particularly powerful primary combat skill, cultivating 4 sacred skills simultaneously had brought Luo Yi a qualitative leap in strength. It could be said that the King template truly allowed him to fight against opponents of higher ranks. Fighting a calamity at the 3rd tier and a transcendent at the 4th tier was no longer a dream. At this moment, Luo Yi was merely testing the waters, yet he displayed extraordinary combat power. However, this sea monster leader was no ordinary man either. His deep-set eyes were deathly still, and in response to the imminent battle he simply raised his trident, urged his whale mount, and leaped into the air. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the direct collision of forces. There seemed to be a moment of stillness, but the aftershocks manifested in terrifying force the next second. The sea level within 100 meters suddenly sank, like a smooth bowl pressing down, causing the seawater to cave in. At the edge of the circle, a wave appeared directly, several meters high, surging and spreading outwards. The sea monster leader's body sank, and even his blue whale let out a mournful cry before crashing into the water. Only Luo Yi, after unleashing a battle had already shifted his form, his feet moving rapidly. When he reappeared, he had already changed direction, even using the shockwave to propel himself further away. In his left hand, a flaming cannon and a ferocious, gaping beast had appeared, its magical runes lighting up inch by inch, finally activating the embedded moonstone magic crystal. The direction the gun was pointed was none other than the group of siren maidens still singing. They had originally been protected by their siren leader, far from the battlefield, summoning sea beasts only through their songs. They were originally extremely safe, but now, they were right under Luo Yi's gun. Yes, this was Luo Yi's plan. In this battle, everything else was secondary, only these siren maidens were his priority. Although they were all beautiful girls, Luo Yi would show them no mercy. Therefore, He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Sparks flew again, spent cartridges flew out, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. The siren maidens were terrified, their faces pale. Although there were some siren warriors around, their reactions were slower. But just when Luo Yi felt certain of victory, a wall of water suddenly rose, like a giant wave, climbing more than 10 meters high. The bullet struck the water wall, blasting holes in them, demonstrating their immense power, yet they were still blocked by the water curtain. Luo Yi glanced down and clearly saw that the siren leader was casting a spell from a distance. Ignoring it, he stepped through the air and charged forward. One hand fired a firearm in rapid succession without pause, the other wielded a rapier, his battle aura slicing through the air, tearing apart layers of water. At this moment, the siren girls stopped singing and descended into chaos. Although some siren warriors and rare siren spellcasters stepped forward, they were as fragile as paper. At the same moment, beneath the surface, the siren leader, riding a whale, advanced rapidly, wielding his trident and stirring up towering waves. Not only were there layers of water walls in front, but also columns of water behind him, like serpents, attempting to strangle Luo Yi. Unfortunately, Luo Yi's agility was now vastly different from before, his reaction speed was incredibly fast, and he dodged the spells before they even landed. The roughly kilometer straight-line distance, under their combined full force, took only a few dozen breaths. They had already exchanged blows more than 10 times, each employing their own methods, neither giving an inch. As they drew near, the sea monster leader finally couldn't hold back any longer, bursting out of the water, carried by a whale, carrying thousands of water columns, raising his trident high, seemingly ready to pounce on Luo Yi. But at that very moment, Luo Yi lowered his head, grinned, and smiled radiantly. He seemed to have been waiting for this moment all along. His figure suddenly plummeted, like a meteor falling to earth, his battle aura and physique merging into one, crashing into the air. This was the extraordinary combat technique, War Stomp, second update tomorrow morning, Too Sleepy. Chapter 299, Deep Sea Trade. If secret sacred techniques alter a cultivator's essence, bringing about a qualitative change in a certain aspect, then extraordinary combat techniques are the power one possesses, used in countless ways to reach its full potential. Extraordinary combat technique, War Stomp. This is a rare controlled type combat technique. Although it doesn't quite fit Luo Yi's fighting style, it always produces remarkable results. For example, right now, the Siren Commander's charge was incredibly fierce, almost like a torrent of water crashing down. But at that moment, the void seemed to become land, violently stomped upon, directly unleashing a shockwave like a raging tide. Mixed with gold and red battle key, it expanded outwards in concentric circles without restraint. The Siren Commander felt as if he had crashed into a wall. Despite the ferocity of his charge, he felt as if he had been struck on the head with a blunt object. His body involuntarily plummeted downwards, even though his reaction was extremely fast. He swung his trident, creating another wave to catch him. As he regained his footing and looked up, he saw Luo Yi, using the recoil, leap high into the air and then crash down again. This time, he fell directly into the center of the group of siren girls. Some siren warriors bravely charged forward, but their strength was simply insufficient. Neither firearms nor aura slashes could withstand a single blow. As Luo Yi fell, blood and limbs scattered, becoming part of the background. At this moment, the siren girls began to flee, waving their tails as much as possible, diving into the deeper water. But Luo Yi had already narrowed his eyes, his eagle eyes completely locking onto the trajectory of each siren girl. He would strike and kill them as quickly as possible as they landed. He didn't know the principles of how siren communicated with and controlled sea beasts, nor did he understand the reaction of the sea beasts after the siren girls died. However, regardless, he would kill them first. But it was at this moment that the siren leader realized he was powerless. He abruptly opened his mouth and uttered the common language of the old world, the words, though harsh, reaching Luo's ears with unparalleled clarity. Stop, human, we surrender. The red-scaled tribe is willing to redeem my people with pearls and coral. At this moment, Luo's expression shifted slightly. His falling form changed, and he once again used War Stomp to stomp on the water's surface. The area within 100 meters sank slightly, like a mirror, and the force transmitted through it. Soon, a group of siren girls surfaced, lying haphazardly on the water's surface like corpses. You, the siren leader panicked, grabbing his trident and trying to charge forward. Loy sneered, saying, "They're not dead yet, just stunned by the impact. However, if you dare to come any closer, I guarantee they'll die a horrible death." As he spoke, his left hand lowered, and the flame gun's runes lit up again, this time clinging to the fire-type magic core, causing flames to gather at the muzzle. This was another way to use the flamethrower, capable of spewing tongues of fire like lava, burning enemies to death. On the sea, its power wasn't great, but it was more than enough to burn these siren girls to death. The siren leader abruptly stopped, no longer advancing. After a moment, his mount, the whale, appeared beneath his feet, carrying him forward. They stopped only when they were less than 100 meters apart. He looked at Loy, remained silent for a moment, and then asked, "On the Silver Sea, how many teams like yours are there? How many?" Even if the Pirate King came, he wouldn't necessarily be stronger than a magical warship with Loy and Olivera. Did he really think 2 fourth-tier combatants were as common as cabbages? However, his question made Loy understand some things. Luo Yi narrowed her eyes and asked, "So, you just migrated back?" "Yes, I am the king of the Red Scale tribe. I led my tribe through a long migration and finally returned to our ancestral land." "So, you were previously living in the Endless Ocean? But why did you come back? Wasn't it better there? Or do you think you'll live better here in this so-called ancestral land?" The sea monster king pursed his lips, remaining silent, his expression seemingly quite unpleasant. Luo Yi nodded and said, "I understand. So you came back because you couldn't survive outside. But the problem is, your ancestors left because they couldn't survive in the Silver Sea. Do you really think that coming back now will allow you to defeat the current human race?" This time, the sea monster king's face darkened even more. He finally spoke, his voice much softer. "You can't not come back. You can't not come back? You can't not come back." Luo Yi pondered these words, then abruptly asked, "So, someone, or not necessarily someone, is forcing you to come back? What does he want you to do?" "I can't say." The Siren King uttered 3 more words, but at this moment, he suddenly realized something, his eyes turning sharp. "Why waste so much breath? Just state your conditions. As long as I have them and can agree to them, I will not refuse." But Luo Yi was no longer in a hurry. He calmly asked, "Let's put that aside for now. I want to ask, why did you rob my Lion Clan's merchant ship? Was it on those people's orders?" "No." The Siren King denied it decisively, then seemed somewhat embarrassed when he spoke again. He hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "The tribe has just migrated here and lacks supplies, so I had the idea of robbing. That merchant ship was actually the first one we robbed. It was only because his skin was too dark that he would have turned bright red when he said this. Their first robbery attempt failed, and they came back for revenge at night, only to almost have their entire sirens wiped out. The Red Scale tribe was already weak, and at this stage, they relied entirely on the sirens' songs to confuse enemies and control sea beasts. Losing them would be a catastrophe." Hearing this, Luo Yi's lips twitched involuntarily. Was this siren's tribe lucky, or just incredibly unlucky? However, a thought flashed through his mind, and he asked again, "What are you lacking right now?" "We lack everything. Food, weapons, potions. We don't have much stock, but have you considered that this kind of plundering will only hasten the demise of your tribe?" Loy's expression turned serious, and he said, "I can tell you definitively, there is no other force like mine on the Silver Sea. In other words, as long as you don't encounter me, with your strength and the talents of your siren maidens, you can practically roam freely. But have you ever considered why the Silver Sea is always calm? Why? Because the Bonaparte Empire, the Sardinian Kingdom, and the Habsburg Empire need its peace. Only in peace can more merchant ships sail, transporting goods and wealth, allowing many powerful figures to make money. But what if you siren maidens really thwart and rob us? Believe me, in ancient times, countless powerful alien races were driven out of the old world. Now, you, a small tribe of sirens, have really gone too far and angered some people. Regardless of why you migrated back, you will only die more miserably." The Siren King tightened his grip on the trident and said in a hoarse voice, "Are you threatening me? Is it good for me to threaten you?" Luo Yi said lightly, "Besides, as long as I use my hands now, it will not threaten you, but make your Red Scale tribe irrecoverable." The Siren King finally became smart for once. His eyes moved and he suddenly said, "The reason why you are willing to tell me so much is because you have a purpose, right?" Luo Yi nodded and said, I have some ideas that can solve your predicament and can also be of some benefit to me. What do you want? Of course they are some specialties from the seabed, such as pearls, agates, corals, sea fish, sea animal carcasses, and various special magic materials. To me, they are all valuable, very valuable. In exchange, you can get the supplies, weapons, armor, food, and others you want, and you can put them forward. With these supplies, you can also hide for the time being and wait for what you have to do in the future, but for now, let's settle your people. The Siren King's expression was priceless. You're actually willing to do business with my Siren clan, instead of fighting and killing. Why not complement each other's needs and get what we want? Why not? Even as she said this, Luo Yi's expression turned even colder. However, there's one thing I need you to remember clearly. Whatever you do in the future, you cannot steal ships flying the lion's banner. You cannot set foot on the land of flower territory. Since I can give you a way out, I can also ensure the Red Scale tribe's utter destruction. The Siren King wanted to adopt a fierce stance, but seeing Luo Yi's icy expression, he felt a pang of fear. Loi didn't give him much time to think. Alright, whether you like it or not, that's settled for today. Let's call a truce and I'll give you enough time to consider it carefully. If you've made up your mind, find that magic warship, and we'll discuss the specifics further. If you're unwilling, then let's not contact each other again. The Siren King finally nodded and said, fine, then why don't you tell your sea beasts to stop? Yes, yes. The Siren King glanced at the siren girls floating around Loi, and finally took out a horn, puffed out his cheeks, and blew it. A desolate sound rang out, echoing on the sea, instantly sobering the four sea beasts from their frenzy. They suddenly stopped, immediately sank into the water, and scattered like birds and beasts. Loi waited for the magic warship to arrive, then boarded it, used the swirling mist to conceal his whereabouts, and headed off into the distance. As for Olivera, she lagged behind, transforming into lightning, appearing and disappearing in the dark night, covering the rear. He didn't disappear until the magic warship had sailed far away. The Siren King immediately sent his whale forward, and only after confirming the girls were unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief. However, looking at the tragically dead siren warriors and their mounts, his expression shifted between joy and sorrow, his mood unpredictable. All of this was witnessed by Luo Yi and her two companions on the magic warship. This chapter should have been from yesterday. Chapter 300, New Markets and Strategies. In the captain's cabin of the magic warship, Luo Yi and her two companions gathered around the magic mirror, witnessing clearly the Siren King's inner turmoil and the Siren tribe's efforts to clean the warship. At that moment, Luo Yi pointed to the Siren King in the magic mirror and said, "This guy has nearly 4th tier combat strength, and he's a rare dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. He's physically powerful and can even manipulate seawater. He's just not very bright, he's rather simple-minded and not very good at lying." He paused, then added, "Or to be more precise, he probably doesn't have much contact with humans, so he doesn't understand the intrigue and deception, which makes him seem rather foolish. He just answers whatever comes to mind. Of course, if his acting is good enough to fool even me, then he's truly skilled. Based on the information he provided, they should have their own territory in the endless ocean, but they were coerced and forced to return. It seems some force wants to use them to do something, to achieve a certain goal. Moreover, I think the Siren tribe is just one example. There are probably other alien races being manipulated besides him. However, at this stage, it's probably just planning. The news hasn't spread yet." Saying this, Luo Yi looked at Walter and said, "You're at sea, you need to keep an eye on these things." "Yes. I'll relay any accurate information through the magic mirror immediately," Walter responded, then asked, "But, are we really going to do business with the Siren tribe?" "Why not?" Loi said softly. "The ocean is extremely rich in resources, no less than the land. Even if we can only obtain a portion, it will be an exclusive deal, guaranteed to be profitable. Besides, with a magic energy factory up and running, a massive explosion in productivity is inevitable, and all kinds of products need a market. Besides the Habs Empire, I need to open up new markets, and these deep-sea aliens are quite good. In my opinion, the Red-Scale Siren tribe is just a transition. It would be even better if we could connect with several major empires in the deep sea through them, such as the Mermaid Empire and the Naga Empire." Although Loi's idea was somewhat far-fetched, it was also very necessary. He remembered very clearly that on another planet, the Industrial Revolution brought about an explosive increase in productivity, with more and more products. Then, various countries went to war everywhere to seize markets, fighting fiercely, and ultimately, due to the unequal distribution of profits, a global war ensued. Luo Yi felt that while the Habs Empire was a good market and his products were competitive, it was foolish to put all his hopes on one thing. With the Red Scale tribe, he had made a move. Whether it succeeded or not was another matter, but at least he had taken the first step. Of course, this was his main objective, but not his only one. While he didn't care what the powerful force that could control the sea race wanted to do, his bottom line was to avoid involving the Flower territory. He was familiar with the Siren tribe, but if he destroyed them, wouldn't it be even more troublesome if others came along? He also didn't want that powerful force to know that he hadn't interfered with their plans. Such covert maneuvering was best avoided. It was with this in mind that he let the Siren girls go. The Red Scale Siren tribe was strong, but its weaknesses were also obvious, making them relatively easy to manipulate. Perhaps in the future, they could intervene in matters that were inconvenient for the Raymond family on the Silver Sea. Once he became Earl Raymond and delved into the details, Loy realized that the pirates of the Silver Sea were truly just white gloves kept by various families, specializing in all sorts of dirty work. The difference lay in their reputations. Those with greater fame could accept more missions and negotiate better prices, while those with lesser fame were controlled and manipulated at will. Of course, the biggest reason for this situation was that the Silver Sea was merely an inland sea. While there were storms, they weren't particularly large. Although there were dangerous places, they couldn't hold back true powerhouses. This kind of place robbed the pirates of their unbridled confidence. In contrast, the pirates of the endless ocean were truly daring to rob and kill anyone. Even legendary powerhouses had to be cautious in the face of the endless ocean and countless perilous and deadly places. Although Loy disdained this, where there is light, there is darkness. Some things could only be done in secret by these white gloves. Pirates were one thing, but the Siren tribe was quite another. Of course, there was no need to elaborate on these inner thoughts to Walter. It was at this moment that Walter raised an extremely pointed question. Count, what do you think we should do if they don't contact us? Loy countered, then do you think anyone other than me would be willing to help them? Well, I'm afraid there isn't. So, instead of worrying about whether the Siren tribe will contact you, you should think more about how to trade, how to price it, and what you need. These are all your future concerns, Count. Well, doing business isn't like researching magic. I'm just afraid that Walter looked conflicted and unwilling. Loy held up one finger, saying calmly, 10%. Of the net profits from the portion of the deep-sea trade you take over, you'll receive 10%. So, the more profitable the trade, the more gentler you'll receive. At that moment, all hesitation vanished from Walter's face, replaced by unwavering determination. My lord, your request is my lifelong mission. Although I'm not good at business, I can learn, and I will definitely complete the mission. After you return, find Steward Hoover and have him mentor you. Yes. The matter of the Siren tribe was, in retrospect, just a minor incident. After the magic warship had traveled 100 miles, it stopped again, and Mage Walter sent another signal. Until noon the next day, another warship flying the Lion's banner arrived. The boatmen and cargo rescued earlier were transferred to this ship, and the magic warship was once again shrouded in mist, quickly disappearing. This time, there were no further disturbances. In fact, to save time, its speed increased. Their journey was unimpeded, and in about 5 days they would be approaching Greenland, the home of the Kingdom of Sardinia. The Silver Sea is an inland sea, surrounded by several powerful nations. To the south lies the Bonaparte Empire, a vast and ancient power with unfathomable strength. To the southeast is the Habsburg Empire, a rising industrial power, vibrant and equally formidable. To the west, and even including some islands in the northwest, lies the long, narrow island of Greenland, the home of the Kingdom of Sardinia. Being a large island, it boasts numerous excellent ports, offering countless landing points along its coastline, making it difficult to defend against attacks. Before the rise of the Kingdom of Sardinia, its people were constantly bullied. Greenland's history is a process of power being usurped by various old and new, foreign sects, groups, and even pirates. It wasn't until finally, a woman, Queen Victoria, unified the entire territory, subduing the numerous forces and establishing the Kingdom of Sardinia. And now, the kingdom is ruled by another queen, the great Queen Elizabeth. This same person, defying all opposition and disregarding noble honor, directly issued privating licenses to pirates, effectively legalizing piracy. Then, he commanded the pirates to help the kingdom defeat the Bourbon dynasty, known as the Carriers of the Sea. There's a saying that history is written by the victors. This rather dishonorable practice became a celebrated strategy after the Kingdom of Sardinia's victory. Of course, this had little to do with Loy and his companion. They didn't stop at any port, but instead found a place and, taking advantage of the darkness, used the fog to clear a path to the shore. Then, the mage Walter used the magic carpet to send the two ashore, while he returned to the ship and maneuvered the magical warship to a concealed location. As for Loy and Oliveira, they walked a short distance in the darkness, then took out a magic stone ball and sent a signal. In just about half an hour, a dark figure swiftly arrived, like a cheetah in the night, moving with incredible speed. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that it was indeed Aang. The three met, exchanged few words, and Aang led them along the road in the darkness. Their speed was naturally extremely fast, and the darkness posed little obstacle. After running for nearly half an hour, they passed through a grove of trees and saw the silhouette of a colossal beast in the distance. Scattered buildings stretched to the horizon before a city wall appeared, blocking Luoyi's view. There were naturally no street lights here. In the distance, only a few scattered lights flickered, appearing exceptionally weak. Aang paused, then said, "My lord, this is Bremen, the capital of the Sardinian kingdom, and home to the Isel family. The fourth-tier oath knight, Ignaz Isel, is here." But Aang hesitated, unable to continue. Loy glanced at him and said, "It's only been a few days, and you've already learned to speak in riddles." Aang smiled wryly. "It's not that I want to speak in riddles with you, my lord, it's just that the chaos in Bremen is probably beyond your imagination." Stop, stop, stop. You call me my lord here, are you afraid I won't reveal myself? Then what should I call you? What do you think? How about your excellency? Sir? Head of the family? Young master? Or master? Call me brother. From now on, you'll call me brother, understand? Yes, I understand. Then let's go. Take me into Bremen. I want to see what you mean by too chaotic. Second update under revision. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.